me on the other phone. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Yeah. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, hold on 1 second. My bad, y'all. I had to, oh, shoot. It's getting kind of rough out here. I had to take a phone call. But my bad about that. Forgot what we was saying. Oh, yeah, I was telling the princess she was dumbing down what I was saying. Come on stage. Don't dumb it down. Come on up. If you disagree, come on up here. Come on up. Because you know when I do what I do with people who don't, if they talk stuff in the chat or whatever and they ain't saying nothing, they ain't coming up, I kick them out the room. So you know that's what I'm going to do. So come on up.
They can't argue with logic, man. I don't want to get. It makes too much sense.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, man. But like I was saying, oh damn, I hate that when this damn thing closed. But yeah, uh, you're right, man. About you know with the child support, you took some of the words out of my mouth. And I've been saying this for years. Shut the hell up. Shut up. Because a lot of women complain. Complain, complain, complain. Give the kid to the father. You don't know what you're doing anyway. That's why you complain about the child support. The man never complained about child support. Never. You know? He just take care of the baby. He don't be caring as long as he have his child. You know? So so all right. I'm about to
Yeah,
put her ass
it's
out.
gonna backfire
I'm
on
about to
them
put
though.
her ass out. I'm about to put her ass
You
out.
got women, a lot of women working now. It's gonna be some fathers that get the kids and put the women on child support.
Invite. I'm gonna
So
invite you. Okay. What's not true? What's not true? Hold on 1 second. What's not true?
Shalom. I just don't agree that the men don't ask for anything because I'm going through it and they get bitter. Not all men, but some men don't really want
No,
the
I'm not
child.
saying. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I'm not saying like they don't have no uh, bitch ass men. I ain't talking about that. I know they got some men that you know, I get that. I'm not talking about. That's a very small amount of men. That's a very small amount of men. You don't have a bunch of men knocking down the court talking about I want my child support. You do not hear that, sis. You cannot say you don't hear that. Now, on a small case, do they got men that like that and being petty and they hurt because you left them? Yes. And they trying to use that as a weapon? Yes. Child support is used as a weapon on both sides. I've seen it. I've seen men use the weapon to hurt women. Use the children to hurt women. I seen women use children to hurt the men. The children be used as weapons. So, what I was saying, and what the brother was saying, was, and see, this what all right. I'm gonna repeat what I said, and I want to see what you think about this. If the 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 brother who's getting put on child support, right, or vice versa, the woman is getting put on child support. But I'm gonna say the man for this example, right? But you can put whoever you want there. My argument is, this is my argument. If the person is claiming that they cannot afford the kid, right? They got this going on, they got that going on, and you getting and they need child support, they should give the child to that parent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, that's kind of tricky too. That's kind of tricky too. That's why I hate this whole child support stuff because go ahead, you can answer. I don't know, man.
Shalom. I'm on both sides, and I allow. Well, they fought me, and I had them at first, but now both of my children fathers are now that they have them, they're going for child support for me. So
You know why they doing it, right?
yeah, I know they're bitter, but I'm saying I was on both sides where I was receiving it, and now they're wanting like they want their child. You fought me in court for your child,
Let
but
me.
now you want me to pay child support now? Like,
So watch this. And I feel you, sis. I hate child support. That's my stand. I don't like child support. I hate child support. That's my stance. I was gonna wait to say it, but I don't like child, and I'll wait to say why I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? And I understand why it's there. So don't get what I don't like twisted about child support. It's just that I don't like it, and I'm gonna tell you why later. Uh, but is child support needed? I'm not gonna answer that right now. I'm not gonna answer that right now. Uh, uh, but I want to ask you a question. It's Princess, right? Princess, yeah. I ask you a question. Now, I want to take it slow. Don't be angry and don't get mad. Just I want you to understand what I'm saying. All right?
Huh.
Okay. Hear me out. So, how old are your kids?
Uh, this that's gonna be a long stretch, but I have 11 children, 4 by my husband that's in the truth, and 7 by men that's not. So we're gonna leave it there.
Wait, you got 18 kids?
I have 11 children.
No, it's just the way you said it threw me off. I'm sorry. So you got 18 kids. I mean, so you
Oh
got
my
11.
gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You got. I couldn't. I'm sorry. You got 11 kids.
Huh.
7 of them for the guy, the brother who you with now, right?
No, I have 4 by my marriage in my marriage home, my Hebrew marriage home.
Okay, so you got 4 for the brother you living with now, and then the other ones is for the the brother, right? Now that brother, um, so you got 6 for him, right?
I have I have 3 different baby daddies out of wedlock. And yes, I am paying.
Did you hear me?
So, but out of those 3 different men,
Wait.
there's 7 children out of those 3 different men, basically.
Oh, okay, all right. My phone, my bad. I'm in a bad area, so I didn't catch everything. Um, okay. So so you have 4, and then you got 7, right? You say?
Yes, 4 out 4 in wedlock and 7 out of wedlock, basically.
And the 7 out of wedlock was 3 men.
Yes.
Now let me ask you this: 2 of the men, unless I'm hearing you right, 2 of the men, uh, 2 of the men are have you on child support.
I got a mail papers back today. They're asking, basically they want child support, so I have to go to court for that now.
How that do that anger you, or what's
It
how that
doesn't.
make you feel?
Well, it was a long 3-year battle, so they won. Um, so considering, it's just a lot into it with my husband and them, and basically he didn't want, drama, so he didn't really want them to come over. It's just all of that. But yeah, so now they're asking for child support, and it doesn't make me bitter, but it makes me
Makes you angry.
yeah, it makes me angry. I'm allowed to be angry, right?
Yes, you're allowed to be angry. Yes, I'm not. I'm just so I want everybody to understand. I want everybody to just be honest, so we can. The conversation is a hard topic. It's a hard topic, y'all. This kids is involved. Anytime kids is involved, money and stuff, and all this stuff is very difficult. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just uh, you could just every situation is different. So we got to kind of be careful how we approach it, right? So I'm just I'm just looking at it like, okay, so she I'm listening to what she's saying. I'm listening to what she's saying. She said that she's upset because now these men are asking for child support, right? And um and she have the right to be upset. She has the right to be upset. Now, my question is, why are you upset?
Because when I had the children, yes, they were paying child support, but they were made to. I always wait a year before I will go and ask for support. So for that first year, I go back and forth with them, trying to get them to do tests, whatever they need to feel comfortable to, secure them and kind of like rearrange parenting time without going to the court. They avoided me. So I had to go get support. And then they didn't
Hold
show
on one
up.
second.
So
Hold on. I cut off the chat because if y'all got something to say, come on stage. It's like a lot of people got a lot to say with the sister. I don't know what's being said, but I see a lot going on in the chat. So I'm just gonna cut it off.
I agree with this.
I'm just gonna cut it off because people saying I know people saying crazy stuff. I know they are, and I don't have help right now. So since I don't have help and people running their mouth on stage, I mean on that chat, I'm just gonna cut it off because I see it just popping off in my at the bottom of my phone. So that's what I'm gonna do. So it is what it is. The sister should be able to explain her experiences. She should not be attacked because she explained. I asked her to come up here, and I know somebody going crazy on there. I already know. I know it. I don't have to see it. I just know somebody going crazy in the chat. And I can hear her response, and it's responding based on what somebody's saying in the chat. I can tell. Let me deal with it. So now, if you got something to say, come on stage and say it. Speak your mind on stage. That goes for Israel too. If you want to say something, that's what. Raise your hand and come on stage and say it. Always saying stupid stuff in the chat.
Hello, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on, Robert. Hold on one second. Just hold on, mute your mic, and let the sister finish. Cause I cut her off. Go ahead, sis.
well, I want to give everybody else a chance to speak, but I
No,
know people
no,
want.
no, no. You all right? You all right?
Okay.
You all right?
Well, I
Go
know
ahead.
the argument is that why do you feel upset when they was on child support, right? We just gonna skip the small talk. I think that when it's on the men's side, it may look like, oh, this and that, but when they get on the woman's side, then the men defense is, well, why are you upset? We have to pay. But mine didn't come off of being bitter. And I feel like if a man fight for his children, then he should be responsible for them. I feel like the seed come from the man, and they're meant to provide. In my Lord house, he provide from my bras, panties down to my socks and all of his children. So, like, if you wanted them so bad, why do I have to now pay child support?
Mm, 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 mm. That's 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 okay. All right. Uh, well, I do want to say this. I do want to say this. You know what? Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. Do anybody else got any thoughts on it?
Yeah,
I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you, sis. I just before I say something, I want what you got, Robert?
I just want to say, I agree with she's saying in a way. In California, California is hell. Um, my child support started back in like 1998, and I was making $12.75 an hour, working at doing a little on call credit card job, whatever. And they wanted $500 from me every paycheck, and I got paid, every 2 weeks, of course. So, but they wanted $500. That's pretty much like $1,000 a month, and so that left me with nothing. So if it's unfair, yes. In that way, yes, it's unfair. And then on the same note, and then like if I couldn't pay my child support, you know what they do? They suspend my driver's license. But cause in reality, yeah, I'm a maintenance man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a car mechanic, and so They want to. It's like an oxymoron because they spend my license and now I can't make no money. You know, and that's crazy. That is like it's like an oxymoron. It's like an oxymoron. I mean, it's like two things canceling out each other, and then it's like a trap for me. You know what I'm saying? Because now I can't get no job, and what's called, but some people need child support enforcement because we got a whole bunch of men that don't uh that do neglect their children to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say a whole bunch. I can't even tell you the ratio or the demographics of it or whatever. But yes. But why you gotta spend my driver's license? If I ain't got no driver's license, that means I can't get no job. And and you want me to have a job and you want me to pay child support, but how can I pay child support if y'all spending my driver's license? And that's very very unfair if
And
you
that's
ask me.
and that's the point I was getting to right there. All right, that's the point I was getting to. But I got more to say. We're gonna move around the stage. We're gonna move around the stage. We'll come back to you, Robert. Um, I don't know. Liz, you next?
Shalom. I'm at work, so I don't know if it's gonna be too loud for y'all to hear me.
No, we can hear you. It's just that when you're not talking, you can mute your mic.
All right, my bad. Um,
Yeah.
I think it's unfair all the way around. Like I said earlier, when you look at it, like here in Michigan, we have a law that states if you were married, that the child and the custody must be split 50-50. They never do that. And with the whole child support issue, I mean, just for me personally, from what I've been through, my ex had 3 new children, and none of those dads were around. They never found those guys, but they always come after me extra harder because they know I'm going to take care of it. So you kind of suffer when you be responsible. You suffer a little bit for the people that's non-responsible. So yeah, I think it's unfair all the way around, man.
All right. All right. Hey, Rita, I can't look down right now. I mean, Travis, you got to help me. The next person. I'm gonna give you a green bean real quick. Oh shit! See? God damn it! Get your Make the wrong person. Hold on 1 second. Yeah.
So you want me to just let them up on stage then?
I need you to go call the person for me.
I got you, King. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, who we got
Hold
next?
on. It was Bet up here, something like that. I kicked them off because I made a mistake and I
Okay.
can't see them no more. I can't look down no more.
Okay, I see you.
Yeah.
Bet, what you got on the topic? What's your thoughts? Bet. Bet. You there?
Yeah, you just raise your hand. You just raise your hand.
If you talking, your mic is on mute if you're talking. All right, I'm gonna just go ahead, go down the line, make sure we touch on everybody. Robert, you
Yeah,
spoke?
if yeah, Robert spoke. Robert spoke. Princess spoke, and then I don't know who's next after that.
Okay, I know we have Anna. Anna, you there?
Yes, Shalom, sorry. Most
Hey,
High
Shalom.
Christ.
I'm saying Christ bless. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Um, is child support fair? It's fair in some cases. I'm kind of on both ends, and unfair because people that abuse it, just to spitefully against the other party. That's when it's unfair. But as far as like No, I don't. I don't think it wouldn't have been an issue if, as a, I guess I'll go back to the school, as a community, we wouldn't have to worry about that if we were not dealing with each other outside of wedlock.
I want to go
Period.
back to a point that you said. You
Yeah.
said that people are using it spitefully. What you mean by that?
As far as like some of the women or maybe the men, just to get back at each other. Because I know from my brother's experience, she filed for divorce and she was doing all of this evil stuff and, making false accusation against him. So, um, through the settlement from the divorce, she got, quite some.
Well. Hold on. Slow down, sis. Slow
Okay.
down, sis. You say you're
Yeah.
making evil accusations. What they got to do with the child support, though?
Well, okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Like,
understand. So,
I
okay,
hear
I'll get,
that. Well, he
yeah,
he did this. He did that. I get
yeah.
that. I understand that. But
Okay.
like, what the child support though? Like, what? Not. Nah, I'm not saying
hmm
that
Well,
it
she
might
got,
affect it. I don't know. I'm just asking. What that had to
well,
like? Let me know.
well, he wants to, be in his children's life and, as far as like, taking care of my brother, take care of his kids, but she kept trying to push for more. And then even with the job that he has to like, keep it low key or still keep going to the courts to get more. That's what I mean. Or just, the person is mad at the other
Okay.
party.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's
Okay.
that's what I'm
All
talking
right.
about.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, be clear, because you got people
Yeah.
listening. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood, sir.
Yeah.
So, and to the point you made earlier, as far as like giving the child to their father, because some of the women don't. I agree with that. From my sister's end, she has to pay child support to the father, and we helped him get, win the case. I told my brother, who was in contact, if you want to speak, good on his behalf, and she was mad at us for that. But what? She was neglectful. She was just, not taking care of my nephew, allowing any type of individuals around him, and we saw that as a red flag. And I seen the way that he is with his son. Let him have his son. But the only reason she was mad is because she had to pay him child support, not that because he has custody of his child. So that's why I said on both perspectives.
Hey, you at the house?
For me,
Yeah. Or you at
no,
work?
I'm at work. If you hear
Oh.
background noises, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to
Uh,
be quick with it.
oh,
Sorry,
it
because I
sounded.
deal with
I thought that
customers.
was the kid. I thought that was the kids.
No, I don't have any kids. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was say
So,
you got some badass kids.
oh no, I don't have any. If I had any, no, no, because I've taken care of my nieces and nephews, and I don't tolerate anything. I always have the belt ready if they get out of hand.
All right. All right.
So,
Uh, who we got next?
I think we at Princess now.
Hey,
Princess, the other
princess.
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 Princess, go ahead.
What's going? What you
Shalom.
got? Yeah, shalom. What you got?
Okay, Christ bless.
What's on
So
Christ bless?
I do I do agree with what y'all was saying, like the brothers and everything, but the other brother had said something. I don't know if you heard it earlier. He said, like, even if you have to sell crack or something to take care of your child, like
Yeah, he he he.
don't do
Yeah,
yeah.
he cleared it up. He was saying that basically well, at least I thought he said that. But go ahead, sis.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, yeah, don't do that because especially if you have like a history of addiction and stuff.
Hmm.
I've had to deal with that. Not that I did it, but like on the other end. So yeah, don't do that because that's not going to benefit anybody.
Hmm.
Really.
Oh, that's all you had.
Yeah, I don't. I don't want ice cream. Put that back. I'm not getting no ice cream. Yeah, that's all I had, sir.
Okay. All right. Who we got next?
Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? I see.
Yes, sir. Most High Christ bless.
Sorry, Christ bless. Yeah, sir. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Well, my thoughts on the topic is, um, maybe my thoughts are a little bit biased because I did go through child support. I was able to complete it. I paid all my back child support and everything. Now I'm a firm believer that if you have children out there that are not living in your house, you should be financially responsible for it. For any of the children that are not inside of your house that belong to you. Um, and I firmly believe that because was it was didn't the Most High command um, for Ishmael to be taken care of financially when him and his mother was sent off? So I think that there is an institution for um, there is a good reason for child support when it is adhered to the correct way. Um, but then there are double
Just,
standards.
just,
Not to try.
just,
Oh, I'm
just to
sorry.
correct, just to correct the point that you said. No, that's not biblical. In
Okay.
regards to Ishmael, when they were sent off, no, sir. There was no,
Okay.
there's no sort of child support that was implemented. No, sir. Hagar and
So
Ishmael were just sent off with a bottle of water.
Wait, he said Abraham was on child support.
nah, not like child support, like paying monthly. Like when he sent them off with an inheritance. Am I tripping? Did I misread
You
that?
gotta get a scripture.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's take a
I
look at
may
it.
have I may have misread that. I'm not sure where that script is. Um, what chapter it's in? It's Genesis.
Now, I know, the Lord gave him a blessing.
That's that.
Yeah,
He
that's
gonna
what I
That I
be
mean.
know.
that he gonna be 12 prince. He gonna be of 12 princes, and he gonna be all right. I mean, Most High gonna bless him.
So
That's
there was no financial exchange there.
you gotta. I mean, just read it. I might got it wrong. Just read it. That's what I'm
Where's
saying.
the
You asking me? I'm telling
Can you
you.
can you
No,
refresh
no,
my memory on where
you go find it. I'm
Yes,
driving.
sir. Yes,
What
sir.
the
Yes, sir.
hell?
I'm looking.
You want me to find your point for you? Are you with us?
Hey, I don't. Yes, sir. I am.
Come on, man. You
I don't.
already know. You already know how it go. You got to
I
go
don't
find your
mind.
own. You listen.
I don't
It's
mind
your
finding my own. I
yeah.
was just thinking about time, but I'll look. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Don't
You
don't
got. We got
worry.
all the time in the world. You already know we do this 24 hours. We'll
Yes,
be
sir.
here.
Yes, sir.
We'll be here.
Yes, sir. Well, while I look for that, that wasn't really my main point, but um, my point was that I believe that a man should take care of his children financially if they're not in his home. On the other hand, there shouldn't be a reason. There shouldn't, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have a need for child support at all. Like all a man's children should be in his home. You know what I'm saying? I believe that 100%. Um, I had a couple of children out of wedlock before I came into the truth, and my most earnest desire was to be able to get married and raise a son in my house. You know what I'm saying? The way that I choose to raise my child. And I truly believe a lot of men feel that way. But the way that society is set up today, it's very it's very child support centric. There's a lot of jobs in this world that depend on child support. And so they set it up to where this it's an industry now. It's not just supporting the child, it's an industry. You're supporting other families doing this. I know in Columbus, Ohio, where I was on child support, I'm in Georgia now, But in Columbus, Ohio, where I was on child support, there was a large percentage, more than half, that was paying for administration. What does that mean? The people who are conducting the child support for you. So my child was only getting a
Now you
small
talk.
portion.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. See, a lot of people don't know about this.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know about this.
Yep.
Now you're talking. Now you're saying something. Now people were talking about no, 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 no. That $1,000 your boy is paying, that mama ain't getting that money. That she
Nah.
ain't getting that $1,000. She getting a piece
Nah.
of it. She hold on 1 second. She's getting a piece of it. So now you're talking. Now you're saying something because uh, a lot of people don't know the man in the middle is taking a piece and nobody's looking at that. But go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. You know what I'm saying? Out of $1,000, your child might be seeing 450. You know what I'm saying? And people not paying attention to that, and we're like, where is it all going? It's going to the 500 people that's sitting in the building passing your file back and forth. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why does it take all of that? Um, and then my final point, I would like to submit a um, just an opinion. This is my opinion towards the comment that the sister made earlier, who said, if you wanted the children, why you got to have child support for them? Well, it's a lot of men that feel that same way. Been feeling that same way for a very long time. Like if you wanted a child, then why do you want them to pay for it? Now, like I said before, I do believe a man is supposed to pay for what's his. You know what I'm saying? But if that child is in the man's house, he needs to be taking care of that child. But on the other hand, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? I mean, if one parent is obligated to pay for a child, shouldn't be the other, to be contributing in some kind of way. And if that woman is not contributing in the way that a wife or a mother would be from inside of the home, what shouldn't she be obligated in some kind of way to take care of a child that's hers? That's just my opinion though. But anyway, that's where I'll land, and I will find this scripture and raise my hand again to say something, whether I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, let us know when you find that scripture about Abraham
Yes,
paying
sir.
child support.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, we got Energy Wolf on stage. Shalom, sir.
Shalom, shalom.
Hey, sure, mighty man, most son Christ, bless us up, King.
Most High in
Son
Christ,
Christ
bless,
bless.
sir.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, we getting it in, man. We getting it in.
Buka, what's popping, man?
Shalom, shalom. Big Wolf.
Hey, King, man, you funny, man. For real. A laugh, man. Bro, I only want you to laugh me, bro. For real. Shoot, man. I was this morning, man. That laugh what you got, bro. Oh, my God.
Yeah, laughter is good for the soul.
Mm, all praises, man. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Well, a lot of people on stage. Everybody answered
Yeah,
the question already.
yeah, they answer. They talking. The topic is hot.
Yes, yes. All praises.
It's a good topic today.
Yes, sir. Now, man, do you think, man, I'm here? Yeah.
So, okay, who we got? Who we got? Who we got next?
I believe
Bet.
that'll be me, sir.
Go ahead, Bet. What's your
Go
thoughts on the
ahead.
topic?
Shalom.
I,
Yeah.
I want y'all to think about this. Like Asiel said something, heavy that that a lot of us don't take a look at. The background of child support. You understand the things that are running in the back. That how the other nations profit out of our our fornicating lifestyle. Our inability to apply Hebrews 13:4. You understand? Bringing children out of wedlock. Not applying God's command. Let's try to dive into that perspective as well. That little hatred that and one night sling that a sister and a brother might have. You know how that's actually funding and maintaining this system that we trying to get out of. But go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, yeah. It's heavy that you just said that because I was just thinking the same thing. See, I'm a repenting whoremonger, and I have 8 children, right? So I see it at a lot of different perspectives on this thing. Like I pay child support for a lot of my kids, but then I'm also on the other side of it where I don't get child support for kids that live in my household. I ain't never went and tried to get no child support. And I was one of those emotional brothers at one time that I thought, you know, taking my drinking and taking my frustration out on having to pay all this child support and things of that nature until I realized it's my fault. You know what I mean? I was the whoremonger in that situation. And I should have did the right thing, but I didn't know no better. You know what I mean? So when I hear people talk about, child support now and how frustrated they get, I think to myself, well, that's your fault. You know what I mean? It's a punishment. It's a punishment that we gotta endure. We was the ones that made the mistake. That's all I gotta say.
All right, who we got next? Who we got next? Who we got next?
Sis Royal. Sis Royal.
Shalom. Can you all hear me?
Shalom.
Shalom,
Yes.
sirs. Thank you. Um, I'm an older sister, so I have a little bit of experience. I've seen things happen with other people. I've watched their relationships, and I've had experience in my own. Um, I agree with the gentleman that spoke before. I'm a turkey back off of him. A lot of this is because we won't also have charity towards each other with these kids. My ideal situation is to, and I've lived it, so I'm not just speaking out of turn. I've lived it, but my the ideal situation to me is that I don't think court should be involved in any kind of monetary exchange or any dealings between a mother and a father. The courts weren't there when you laid down and made them. Understand? So a man and a woman should be able to work out the needs for their child. If they can't make it together, they're supposed to stay together. We know that that's the Lord's law. But if, because this is reality right now, they cannot make it. You should be mature enough, adult enough to sit down with that other parent and work it out. You have to let go of you. Let me say this: you have to love your child more than you hate that other parent. You understand? But when you don't, you show that you're immature, that you are emotionally stunted, and you're not an adult. That child's needs should come first. And if you can't work it out between the two of you, then you work it out for the sake of that child. Now, some parents don't live up to their obligations. A child will live with a parent, the other one won't pay. Things happen. Sometimes that parent is not being funny that they don't want to pay, but communication has to be there. Sometimes that parent can't make it. Their own bills say, okay, let's talk. You can't pay me this month. I'll tighten up in this area with the child, but can you double up next month? You have to be able to communicate. You have to be able to talk, for the sake of that child. That's
Now,
my
right, hold on.
assessment. That's
So
it.
you say, hold on 1 second. See, now, if you don't, if think about it, now you put him in the hole or her in the hole because now they got to double up. If they had, if they didn't have it that month, what you think they're gonna have it the next month? I listen. I deal with business. I've dealt with business for a long time, and people say it. What you just saying always don't be paying. It's very few. You can count on one hand that they're paid. That pays. You know, the person who is receiving the money got to have a lot of mercy as well.
Exactly, sir. And that's what
So,
I'm saying. You're right.
so hold on. So what I'm saying is, th- I don't want to say what I gotta say because Ibuka said something, brother. They started. I'm just gonna wait before I say what I gotta say. You know, because I already know how people gonna go. They like the lamb back. They lamb back. So I'm gonna wait. Say what you gotta say. You know. Uh.
Ye- yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you're
You
right.
you all right. You all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It
You
has to
ain't
be
say nothing
mercy.
wrong. You ain't say nothing
Right.
wrong. I just wanna, cause people listening, and I just wanna like it's another perspective to it. I don't think people be thinking about it. But I got something for some stuff for the conversation, and
Okay.
I want everybody to hear me out. You know, don't beat me up, cause I'm not saying I'm right, 100% right. I got my mind what I think, and I
It's a
I
lot of
got some stuff.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead. What you say?
It's a lot of dynamics with children. It's a lot of emotions
Yep.
going
Yep.
on.
Yep.
It's a
Yep.
lot of moving parts, and
Yes.
the adults have to really be adults. Children will test your emotional um, growth as an adult and a person. And if you are stunted, you have your own issues, they will come forth and be manifest when you become a parent. And especially if you and that parent can't make it, they will manifest easily. And you will see exactly who you got as a person. Even if you don't stay together, you will see what kind of parent you're dealing with when that happens. But you have to love your child more than you dislike that parent. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Who we got next? Ibuka?
I'm on song leadership.
How you know you next? How you know you next? How you
Look,
know you next, sir?
I don't know. I
If
was looking at the chat. I mean, people
Go
on
ahead, bro.
stage.
Just go ahead, bro. Just go ahead. I'm messing with.
No,
Okay.
I'm messing with you.
Shalom leadership. Most high in Christ bless you
Wait, what you
all.
say, Ibuka? Hold on. What you say,
no,
Ibuka?
you're not next. Eli is next.
Oh, okay.
Shalom, Most High Christ
Wait
bless
a minute. Let me look at.
leadership.
I can't look at the phone. I don't wanna. I'm in too tight. He probably the last brother to talk about eat next. All right, go ahead.
Nah, he above me somehow, but yeah. So
Go ahead.
they got this thing called Title 4D that the government used, and when
What is
they
called?
bank Title 4D, and somebody could look that up. It deals specifically with child support, and it's weaponized against the man. So they bank off the government, bank off the relationship not working out, and like you said earlier, having children out of wedlock. So when the man gets put on child support and got to go before the judge, the courts deal harshly with the men any old way. You know what I'm saying? It's almost automatic. So it's weaponized against the man to tear down the black family. And I know I've seen some cases where it could be just a bitter situation. You know what I'm saying? The man could have been had piled on his insurance and everything. The court will never look into it. They'll probably ask about it. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? They will still, even though the man's still paying all this money outside of child support, when it's time for the judgment for the child support, they will damn near take half of his livelihood. You know what I'm saying? Just to pay pay for all the expenses, even the court expenses, just to have the daggone case. You know, and then like the other gentleman said um, about the administration fees. You got to pay that. That's coming out all the time. You know what I'm saying? Every time a man make a payment, I was on child support for probably like 13 years with my child or whatever, and I was paying. And my child's mother used to always ask, "Didn't you pay?" I'm like, they probably took administration fee. I know I paid more than that. You know what I'm saying? She get like probably 200 something. They done took 100 something. Like it's crazy. That's how the courts operate. And But yeah, anytime they go down there with a whole sob story about, you know, and he was abusive, or just because, or something crazy like, yeah, and they don't even like my family, and my family are, and that's another thing, you know what I'm saying? Say the man isn't available, but the family member want to watch the child. They don't even want the family member to watch the child because they so mad at the man for not for the breakup that they'll still, well, they'll use that as an excuse. Well, I always gotta drop him off to his mama or whatever. Like, but don't it take a village to raise a child? Or, I thought that was the case. Nah, man, it's it's always something. So it's like, you know, I had eventually got full custody of my child because she was a bad parent, and you know, and then she didn't want to speak to her child because she was bitter about that part. You bitter because I got full custody, and the court said I didn't even have to let you see the child. You know what I'm saying? And I still let you speak to her, but you don't even want to speak to her. So I felt some type of way. So these little last 2, 3 years, you about to pay child support. You know, because now I got to deal with her emotions, and I got to deal with all these things like, you know, with her acting up and being trying to buck at me because now you acting a fool. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even. You don't even want to be around now. It's crazy. Like, so the emotional discharge from all the from having a child out of wedlock and going down to court and dealing with the court system, and I know I paid thousands. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't even pay 10 big deal because yeah, I was blessed to be strong enough to be able to do it. A lot of men probably can't do it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men. I don't went to the child support office. I see the wanted pictures of men that haven't paid. It'd be like $1 million. Caught them locked up. Caught them locked up. These people doing life on the
Oh
child
no, it
support,
don't cost $1 million. No, it don't. Huh?
bruh.
It don't cost
It,
$1 million.
it
Somebody.
depends on how many children they got, I guess. I don't know. It'd be $1 million.
Uh,
Million. It, yeah, they got wanted pictures.
no,
It's the
I'm making
$1 million.
a joke, bro. Somebody said earlier about $1 million. I'm making a joke.
I know. It's like 250, 400,000. Like dudes be racking it up. You know what I'm saying? Thinking that they can just be out here smashing and dashing and get caught up later. Shit, you ain't getting out of jail. So it's a big trap. But of course, we trap ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And thinking that it's cool to be out there doing that, and it's not. You know, and it's best to just keep God's laws, stay out the way, find somebody, marry them. You know, because we in Babylon, and Babylon trying to destroy us by any means necessary. So yeah, I mute my mic with that though. But yeah, that thing called Title 4D is definitely weaponized. You look that up.
All right, who we got next? Who we got next? Hey, Kunta, you there? All right, I don't know.
Kings.
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Shalom, Most High Christ bless. Uh, I got a long history with child support. Like Asiel was saying, and like Eli was saying, um, and King, you confirmed it too. It's called the Judicial Retirement Fund, and these judges get a percentage of your child support, and they get it because, like, if anybody ever watched Judge Judy is a family court lawyer and judge, and she made most of her bones in family court. And she tells people all the time, there ain't no court for what y'all are going through, what you are doing right now. You're supposed to be married, and because of our sins, we have to deal with this child support. In Texas, I think it's 60 cents or somewhere around 60 cents of every dollar you pay in child support goes to the Judicial Retirement Fund.
God damn.
Yeah, it's and it's similar. in every state. It may not be that we from
Woo,
Louisiana.
shit.
Louisiana's a little bit different, but in Texas it's hard. It's harsh. I think California is similar too.
Almost, that hurt my stomach. And I ain't even
Yeah.
on child support. I ain't on it. I
I've been on child
that
support a long time. I don't like to talk about mine because I don't like to encourage people to do what I did.
shit. If
Um,
you talk about that, ain't nobody gonna want to do it.
well, not what I did was see. I believe in child support because I love my kids. I always wanted to take care of my kids. I had kids out of wedlock before the truth. I had, my last three in the truth, and the four I had out
Mhm,
of it. All of the child
mhm,
support I was on was because the mothers were vindictive. It wasn't to take care of the kids because I never refused to take care of them. The latest one I had was my son Jaden. He's um, Captain Palu knows who he is. He's a child actor. He was in a lot of movies. He was in the remake of Roots, but she put me through the ringer with him because she was violent. I left the relationship and I offered child support. I wanted to do like Sis was saying, you know, uh, do stuff amicably between me and her and keep the courts out of it. But she was being vindictive, so she decided to put me on child support. She denied what I offered and ended up getting $165 a month. But that was only because as a citizen, you don't have to go to civil court. I ain't telling people to do what I did. Don't take my advice. Consult attorneys and stuff like that. But I didn't go to civil court, and I didn't give them my financials and where I worked. And they found against me, and whatever the judgment they found against me, I paid it. That was it.
oh,
But I think child support is necessary. It's just when the other partner is being vindictive, it makes it hard to like it. But it ain't there for us to like it. It's there. The Most I put that in place to punish us for, like Sis said, not being under Hebrews and get married and having these children the way we're supposed to have these children and taking care of them together. But that's what it is. They're going to get paid off of us. They're not going to do this to help us. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to do any of this in these courts to help us. Like Judge Judy said, there's no court for baby mama and baby daddy. They come from a court, family court is who she presides
hello.
over. And that family is husband and wife. And when the husband and wife can't amicably decide what to do, then the court steps in and gives alimony and child support for the welfare of the children. This
Hello,
child
hello.
support, they're taking advantage of you, of your sins, of our sins, I should say. But that's all. I mean my mic.
Hey, I got a scripture, man, based off of what the brother
Hello,
Kings just said. Kings, they cool?
hello, hello. Can
Yes,
y'all hear
sir.
me?
We can hear you.
Oh, I was saying, real quick. They got I just looked down. They got a red ticket down there that just came up. Normally
Okay.
they priority. Just
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's hit these weird tickets real quick. First one I got
no, 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 not those. They Star is good. The
Elisa.
hold on one second. Yeah, let me see.
Excuse me, sir.
One second. King, you still there?
Can you hear me
King.
now?
Kunte, you there?
Yeah, my bad, my bad, my bad. Oh yeah, what's happening? Everybody who didn't go. Is that next to moving?
We got some red tickets. I think Star. Yes, sir. Can you back?
You ain't in the matrix. You in the matrix.
Can you back? You there?
I think he in the
Yeah.
matrix. He trying to talk.
Yes, sir.
Nope.
No, sir. You in the Matrix.
All right. Nah, we can't hear you, King. Can't hear you at all. Good talking. Come on, brother. Cool. You know who was next to Ibuka? Or was
I don't know if Abraya.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, I love this topic, man. Um, the only thing I can say about the child support thing is this. In the book of Proverbs 31 and 3, it teaches us and tells us this. Give not strength
Hold
unto
on.
a...
One second. One second. One second. We got to read it. I'm gonna read for you.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Jupac.
Yes, sir.
Proverbs 31 and 3.
Gotcha. Proverbs chapter 31, verse 3. Give not give not thy strength unto woman, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
Okay, what I was saying, see, the main strength that a man can give a woman is a child. It's really it's not all about it's not all about supporting the child because I'm a single parent. It's all about putting another nation in our affair and seeing what we making. That's what destroying us because she's not getting all that money. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be careful who we giving that strength to because the strength is a baby that it was inside of us and we give to the woman and unless the man can safely trust in the woman and so, in order for the man to safely trust in a woman, she got to be in the world, but not of the world, keeping the law, statute, commandment, so she won't be going to the other nation on her nation. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I see in there because if we can only, find, get these women that we can safely trust in, then we can be safely to have a baby by them because that is a man's strength. And but if she's not doing her playing her part in the Bible as being submissive to her husband and being in the world but not of the world, she gonna run straight to the other nation on you because she knows she got that strength from you to try to destroy you. And like and then at the same time she's not getting all the money. Some of that money going somewhere else, like the other brother was saying. But yeah, that's what I got out that situation, and I love that topic, man. But yeah, we just got to watch who we giving our strength to. You know what I'm saying? Because if she ain't in the scriptures and being submissive to her husband, then you got to be wise as a serpent in knowing who you giving your strength to, because she can easily take that strength, which is that baby, and go down there to the other nation and try to destroy you with it with money. And I mute my mic. Thank you, brother.
you saying something, Ibuka?
I want to see if the moderators had anything on that. I wanted to touch a point. I want to bring out a point in regards to what Eli has said. Kings and Asiel.
Did I cut off? Did I hear what I said?
No, we heard you. We heard you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, my brother.
You go ahead, Ibuka, do your thing.
Yes, sir. Hey, let's get Luke 16. Luke 16. Going into that point where Kings, Eli, Asiel, they hitting on a heavy point in regards to, the background of child support and how the nations they profit off of our sin. You understand? It's our sins that upholds all nations. Go ahead. Luke chapter 16 and start at verse 19 so we can get the point.
Yes, sir. Luke chapter 16, verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
There was a certain rich man which was clothed with in purple and
Uh-huh.
fine linen, and fared some some
Sumptuously.
sumptuously every day.
So that means he was living good, you know. So this parable is going to this is the rich man and Lazarus, you know, it's a parable of the Pharisees and the nation of Israel. You know, go ahead.
And there were a certain beggar named Lazarus,
The Lazarus is symbolic of the children of Israel. Read.
which was laid at his gate,
Hmm.
full of sores.
Full of sores. So now that sores, get Isaiah chapter 1, Isaiah chapter 1, and start at verse 3.
Isaiah,
So we talking about it says Lazarus, which is symbolic of the children of Israel, was full of sores. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1,
No, no, no. Isaiah chapter 1, start at verse 3.
verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib.
Uh-huh.
But Israel doeth not know my people. But Israel doeth not know. My people do not consider.
And so Israel don't know, we don't know who our owner is, nor do we know where we belong. You understand? Like our people, especially when we're looking at our people in the world, you know, they've completely disconnected themselves from the Bible. They don't see themselves as the people of the Bible. Read on.
Ah, sinful nation,
So because of that, because we've disconnected ourselves from our biblical identity, we've become a sinful nation. You understand? Because the people of the Bible, they got a heritage, they got laws that they live by, they got customs and culture and a way of life. You understand? That's ordained in the Bible. Once we disconnect ourselves, you understand, from the governance of the Bible, we become what? A sinful nation. Read.
a people laden with iniquity,
Laden with iniquity. We full of iniquity, which is sin.
a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have
Go,
forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger.
now jump down to verse 6. We'll finish that off
Verse
and jump down
6.
to verse 6.
From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness.
Read.
There is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores.
So that laden with iniquity that we read in verse 4, that sinful nation is going into those sores that we was reading that Lazarus was full of. You understand? Those sores are symbolic to our sins. You understand? Let's go back to Luke. So it says Lazarus was full of sores, was full of sin, and Lazarus is symbolic to the nation of Israel. And when we full of sores, let's see what happens.
Luke chapter 16, verse 20. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate, full of sores,
Full of sin. Uh-huh.
and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's tables.
Our people are desirous for some sort of identity. You understand? Some sort of identity, some sort of culture, some sort of uprightness. You understand? That's what we desiring when we go to these churches. We looking for some sort of God. We know that our life ain't right. You understand? We looking for a way back to God. Those are the crumbs that we looking for. Go ahead.
Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores.
It says the dogs, it says, moreover, the dogs came and licked his stores. The dogs are the other nations. The other nations benefit off of our sin. That's the same thing that Kings was just saying, the same thing Eli was saying. While you have that Title 4, you have the every 60 something cents that goes to the judges. So if I'm a judge of the other nations, oh, I want them child supports to come in. I want them to come in because that you're funding my retirement. You're funding my beach house. You're funding me putting my grandchildren through college, through education. You understand? And that's what we don't see in the background. That's what we don't see in the background. How big our sins play in this society. You understand? That's all I had. We gotta meditate on that when we dive into this topic. Is child support fair? Who we got next? Who we got next? Who we got next? Real, Laurel, Israel, Mark. You still there? Mark, brothers and sisters, raise your hand. Come up on stage. Let's talk about this thing. Coach, you had anything on that point?
Uh, you- not, I think Korea was trying to speak. Korea wanted to say something. Go ahead, Korea.
Okay, Korea.
Shalom, I'm sorry. I didn't know if he had called my name or not. Most High in Christ bless.
Hey, shalom, sister. Go ahead.
No, Shalom, I really don't have much on the topic, other than what the leadership is saying, but I did come up to tell Energy Wolf he asked yesterday about Sister Anna, and she wanted him to know that she's still enduring and she's doing fine. That's all I came up for. I'm sorry.
Hey, what you said about Sister Hunter?
Shalom, sir, Most High in Christ bless. She says she's still in the truth, she's enduring, and she's been doing okay.
God praise.
And she was thankful that you asked about her.
God praise. Yeah. All right. Shout out. Let's be on the Lord, amen.
Shalom, sir, Most High in Christ.
Shalom, my son, Christmas. I was checking up on her yesterday because I said it's a long time I don't hear nothing from her. You know what I'm saying? So our praise, still fighting. How do you think about the book? Do you think?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who we got next? Mark. Mark, you still there? Raphael or Raphia?
That's what fire. You just came on the stage. The fire is here. I think. Damn. Ab- Abria, how you say your name, bro? The brother who just spoke. Uh,
Yes, sir. He just spoke.
yeah, I think he's.
Sister Star,
Oh,
Oh, he goes. He gone. What'd you say, princess?
I said
Shalom,
Sister Star
shalom,
didn't go.
shalom, leadership.
Oh, okay.
Shalom, leadership.
Go ahead, brother. Lafaya.
Turn it down.
Uh,
Oh, shalom, leadership. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. I got something on the topic.
Go
I
ahead. Go
want to
ahead.
speak
Bring it
on
out.
it. I think child support in
Raphia, you there? Raphia, we can't hear you if you're talking. Raphia, you might be having some connection issues. You might have to leave the room and come back. In the meantime, let's go to Mark.
Shalom
Go
leadership,
ahead,
most
Mark.
high in Christ. You see me or
Yes,
no?
sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Shalom leadership, most high in Christ bless. My topic on the opinion is not fair. And it got to be reevaluated. In my opinion, you should do away with child support and you should do 50-50. That means I take the child half at a time. You take the head child half at a time. When the child's at my house, I provide food, shelter, clothing, water, and you do the same. That eliminates the financial burden on one person or the other because we both require to take care of a child. I had
three children. One that I paid child support for, the other two I raised by myself with no child support. So I get some people say the father run off, but you probably should have proved him first before you laid down with him.
Hey, now in that case, if you probably should have proved them first, why 50-50?
Well, see, the only reason is if it don't work, which is that's part of the curses. If it don't work, and we lay down with them prior to the knowledge and everything else, because it's a lot of underhanded things that go on that you don't know about. Once you get to that point, yeah, you
I
should give me my
I
kid, and
I
Go,
want
go
you
ahead,
to hear
King.
what I said. I want you to hear what you're saying.
well, what I'm saying is, just paying money to a child don't raise a child. In my opinion, they need the guidance and the nurture and everything else. If I'm just paying child support, throwing some money on the kid, and I can't even teach my kid how to get money or how to successfully be a man in society, then so my daughter, if I had a daughter, they don't get the ability to know how to choose a mate before they lay down with them. You're only doing half the job if you're just throwing out money. That's just what I'm coming from with that angle. So the 50-50 ain't a money thing. The 50-50 is when you spend time, when I don't have you in my household, which we split custody of the kid, when the kid's in my household, I take care of everything financially. But when they go back to you, you take care of everything financially.
I don't think you catching what King is trying to say.
What'd he
King,
say?
you want to
I'm sorry.
elaborate?
It's far okay, so
Let's read the scripture you pulled. That's why I had stopped you.
okay, go ahead.
That's why I had stopped you. Let's go ahead and read that. Sirach 6 and 7.
Sirach chapter 6, verse 7.
Because there's no 50-50 if you prove a friend righteously according to the laws of God. Go ahead.
If thou wouldest gettest a friend, prove him first,
Uh-huh.
and be not hasty to credit him.
There you go. That last part. Be not hasty to credit. You understand? That means you took the time, you examined this individual according to the word of God to make sure, all right, this woman, is she looking to be a wife? And according to the laws of God, you understand, is she going to be submissive? You understand? What are her viewpoints towards 50-50? What are her viewpoints towards, child support, how to rear up a child? That's what it goes into proving, into applying the laws of God. Remember, the scripture says, there's no grounds of divorce unless the woman commits adultery. So that means whatever issues that we come across, we should be able to, if we prove a friend properly, resolve it in the word of God. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
What
I'm,
it
I'm
say?
sorry about that. I divorced because of adultery by my wife. That's what I was. I'm sorry, I didn't explain that, but yeah, um, but in that divorce, because she committed adultery, I had to raise the two children by myself. There was no child support system, but I didn't take away the right of honoring your mother and father away from her. Like I said, I ain't been in the truth but so long. I only been in the truth about maybe still a newborn, probably since like early December. But like and my kids are grown now. Uh, but in that time frame, even with going through paying child support for one and then not getting the child support for the other two, you never get a chance to raise your child under your guidance when they're not under your household. But I understand what the scriptures are saying. But like if it's adultery, it's adultery. I mean,
Exactly. But now in your case, did you apply Sirach 6 and 7? Did you go through a proven process?
oh no, I had no clue. I didn't even know the book of Sirach existed when this happened.
There you go. So that's what King is trying to get you to think about. Go ahead, King. King.
I think he in the matrix.
Yes, sir. It's hard to hear you. So in that case, if you had gotten the opportunity, and that's why, like we hawking so much on applying the word of God, so that's Sirach 6 and 7. It's there for a reason. It's there if thou wouldest get a friend. You understand? That's the foundation of every marriage. Any marriage, the foundation is a friendship. You understand? So you want to
Yes,
make sure
sir.
that that foundation is, Um, let me get Amos 3. You know, that foundation is according to this. Read it, you there?
Yes, sir. Amos chapter 3, verse 1.
Nope. Verse
Verse
3.
verse 3. Can two walk together except they be agreed?
That's the proof of friend right there. Can two walk together except they be agreed? You understand? And that's what we're trying to change. You know, whether you're single or you come in with a child into the truth, you know, and you looking to establish that union of marriage. The foundation is proof of friend, so that you can understand that the person that you're gonna walk together, y'all gonna be in agreement. Y'all gonna be in agreement. That way, we don't have to run to the white man's court. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Except it be for adultery. But the proof of friend is supposed to help minimize that case of adultery. You understand?
Oh, yes, sir. Like I said,
Absolutely.
I'm in the, like I said, my kids are adults now, so that Ciroc 6 and 7, when we go to prove, even to the point where who you choose to marry with, God looks at that, they must be in the nation, they must be part of our bloodline or our nation. So I understand that now, hindsight. Like I told you, I haven't been in the truth, but since early December. But now
Yes, sir.
I'm teaching my boys to prove their friend before they get to that point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not faulting you. You know, I'm just bringing some correction. You know, because like you said, you're a baby just coming in. You know, we got to start reconforming our mind. There's no mixing the world, the ways of the world, with what the God established in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So the styles.
Shalom, shalom. What's up, Christ bless you? How you doing,
What's
sir?
up, Chris? Bless. All praises. Good to have you on. Kunte, I don't know if you wanted to bring some more points on that before we move to the next person or solo styles.
Hey, see, yeah, just I mean, the brother spoke. You dealt with it. I think the sister Talia maybe want to say something.
I think Star is next.
Um,
Um, Sister Tamia can go, and then I can go.
Go ahead, sis. Tamia.
Shalom, leadership. Most High in Christ bless. Sorry. Um, so at first, when I was gonna join on the topic, I was gonna say that I think it's fair depending on the situation. But now that I'm listening more and getting more insight on like what some of the brothers have to go through, um, I don't think it's fair for the men mainly. And then like also the system and how Esau is mainly profiting off of our sin. That makes sense to me because when I have my kid's dad on child support, and when I went to the court to lower it because I don't want him to go broke, I just wanted help. So I went back to the court to lower the amount so he can be able to, still take care of himself but still help because he's not gonna willingly help. So when I was trying to lower it, they was like giving me attitude, and the judge was like, you lucky because this is like very uncommon for the mother to lower the child support just to accommodate, you. And then the lady, the lady, which was also, I'm pretty sure she making money off of it too. She was like rushing me when I was trying to explain why I'm lowering it because the judge just genuinely wanted to know. And it's crazy because I never really put too much thought in it. But like when I did lower it, it was 500 a month, and I'm only getting 460. So I know they getting something out of it, and I was just wondering like where is that extra money going? But it is crazy, and given my circumstances personally, I feel like it was necessary that I put, him on child support. But if I could go back in time and avoid even choosing him to even go through all these things, then I feel like we do need to do away with child support because it'll break the black man. That's all I gotta say though.
Hey, with that, Romans 13, because we got to understand, like, like the powers that be are established of God. Child support was set up by God for the Negro. You understand? Because we the children of Israel and we rebellious to the core. You understand? Just to make sure that you're able to provide for your own. You understand? Just to make sure that you're able to provide for your own, because a Negro will hire and leave his children dry. You know, and that's unfortunate to say. You know, let's go ahead and read that.
Romans chapter 13, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers,
Read.
for there is no power but of God.
It says these nations that are established, you understand? They're established of the Lord. The Lord set that up for that time. Go ahead.
The powers that are ordained of God.
Read that again.
The powers that be ordained of God.
The powers that be are ordained of God. Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the powers, resisteth the ordinance of God.
So that's why, like, you don't want to pay your child support. Guess what? Like, you outright choose, like, not because of your circumstances, like, you down, you on hard times, you can't find a job, whatever. You just, I don't want to pay my child support. I don't want to provide for that child. Well, guess what? Your driver's license gonna get suspended. That's that. Whosoever resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God. The Lord set them up for your behind to keep you in check. You understand? Now your driver's license is suspended. And guess what? That child support keeps on accruing. Now you got a warrant out for your arrest. Now you're locked up. That's what the scripture's saying right there. Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the powers, resisteth the ordinance of God. And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Now you in jail. Now you locked up. Now you can't find a job. Because you don't have no valid driver's license. Because you have this record now, that you got to contend against. Go ahead.
For rulers are not a terror to good works,
So what's the good works? Romans chapter 7. It says rulers are not a terror to good works. Romans chapter 7,
Romans,
verse 12.
Romans chapter 7, verse 12. Wherefore the law is holy,
Uh-huh.
and the commandment holy, and just, and good.
So the rulers, the nations that are established over us, they're not a terror to you when you are applying the laws of God. You understand? When you honor marriage, you're not out here whoremongering, committing adultery. When you honoring the laws of God, you don't got to worry about arrest warrant. You understand? If you're doing the speed limit, you don't got to worry about the cop getting behind you, unless maybe your tail light is out. But most likely they're gonna let you off with a warning. They're just gonna let you know, hey, your tail light is out. But you don't got to worry about when you are keeping God's commandments. You understand? He says he gonna make your enemies to be at peace with you. Read on. Let's go back to Romans. This says that the rulers are not a terror to good works.
Romans chapter 13, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil
But to
will
the
not.
evil, they it's set up for the evil. It's set up for that Negro that don't want to conform to the laws of God. That want to be a whoremonger, that want to be an adulterer, that want to be a thief and a liar and a robber. Read on.
But to the evil will thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
It says, do that which is keep the commandments, and you don't have to worry about the rulers coming after you. You understand? And ultimately going back to what the sister said, the Lord set up child support exactly the way he set it up, you know. Now, is it fair? You understand? Have the nations taken it to another level? Absolutely. You read about that in Ezekiel 35. When the time of our iniquity was at end, they perpetuated. You understand? They made it so that now it's a trap. There's no way to get out. Even brothers that want to take care of their children, if God forbid they fall on hard time, that's a record right there. Like, make it make sense. I think SEO was talking about it earlier. You want me to pay child support, so that means I need a job. You understand? Okay, you suspend my license. I can't drive to work. And now when I can't drive to work, I lose that job that gives me the finances to pay child support. Now I get locked up. Now you put a warrant out. You see what I'm saying? You see how the nations, that's how they make it unfair. But as men, we're commanded to provide for our house. First Timothy 5. See if we get some more people on stage. Gonna get to y'all. Rafia, Naomi, Star, Big, CC, Tana. Let's build on this topic is child support, and let's not look at it on the surface level. Let's look deep down to see, how this thing is affecting our community because it's ultimately about sin. Go ahead and read that.
First Timothy chapter 5, verse 8. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house,
For his own children, you don't provide for your own, especially for your own kids. Read.
he have denied the faith, and is worse than an infidel.
It says you're worse than a non-believer. You worse than a heathen. That's why the terrors are set up. Let's start back over to you. What you got on the topic?
Yes, sir. And we was talking about it in biblical smoke at the end. And I just want to get a disclaimer again that fathers who provide for their children should not be on child support. But with that being said, I got a couple of things I would like to add to it. So, first, there's nothing to verify that the money that you receive, the parts that you actually don't receive, is going to a retirement fund or somewhere else. But what you can verify is that if your child is receiving welfare, they're going to take part of your child support to pay back the welfare. The person that's paying the child support and the person that's receiving the child support can audit those expenses. So those, if you're receiving child care, housing, food stamps, insurance, all of that stuff from the state, the part that the parent is supposed to be paying for, it's going to come out of your child support. So I think it's important that we make sure that we put out the right information. And that's not no shade to nobody because a lot of times we don't know. And so we just try to figure out where we try to fill it up with whatever we think it is. But there's nothing to verify that it's being used for these other reasons. There are some administrative costs because we shouldn't even have to be in child support court. So somebody got to pay for that too.
Hey, I
And
gotta interject. Excuse me, Star.
oh,
You know what I'm
okay,
saying? How you doing, sis? But
hi.
there it's a little bit more to it than you know what I'm saying than what you also understand as well. As a matter of fact, there's a class that Captain Zakai actually did, and it talks about the criminal inner workings of child support. So there's a lot of people that are getting paid behind the scenes. So it does go a lot deeper than just that. So I mean, what you're saying is correct. They do want their money back from what they're paying, giving the parent and the mother and stuff like that, the primary custodial parent. This is true. What you're saying is true, Star, but it is a lot deeper than what you're saying.
Oh,
And I really employ everyone to go and watch that class. That was
okay.
a heavy class
Yes,
that
sir. I'll
Captain
I'll watch
Zakai
it.
did. Okay?
So also, like me, I received every dime of my money. So but I'm just saying, if I'll check out the class, but for the most part, if you're receiving any type of government assistance, they take it from the child support, which is one reason why they force you, when you go get welfare, they force you to give up the name of the father so that they can recoup their money back. Or in the case of a man receiving child support, they'll force him to give up the name of the mother to get the money back. So that's the one thing I wanted to point out. The other part is, now that I know where I went wrong in my life, as far as what the law says, what the Bible says, I think that taking on the attitude of just give the child, just take care of whatever the child needs and that's it, that is why there are so many different children being made in different households, because even the men who take care of their kids think that all you have to do is do this and that and you're taking care of your child, and then they go and create other children and other children. And so now that I fully understand what our role is as man and woman, and what God commands of us, and what the law is. The law says that the man is supposed to provide for his children, period. And that means marriage. That means you raise your children, period. So if everyone understood that, then you wouldn't have the attitude that I could just give my child $100, $200 and that's good a week. No, because then you go and create other children as long as you can pay for them. No, that's not enough, because who pays for everything else for them? And then it's like, oh well, if you can't afford it, then just give it to the father then, who got the money to. But as we already know, you guys teach this, that the mother is just as important as the father is just as important in that child's life. So the father just taking the kid so he don't have to pay child support. No, that child still needs to be nurtured by the mother. Just because she can't afford it and she wants child support to help pay for her kid, you don't take the kid from her. I mean, so I just think just having this attitude about, well, I do pay child support, so I'm good. I'm a good father because I pay child support, but you're not paying for their medical. You're not paying for their housing. You're not paying for all this other stuff that you just think that the mother is supposed to just figure it out, and you just give them 300, 400, $500 a month. Okay, so that's why there's the attitude of, okay, I take care of that child. Now I'm finna go make two more over here and three more over there. So I just wanted to add that. Um, and also, there are some trifling women out there who they got a good man who wants to take care of his kids, and she know that, and she gonna use it. But that's not for the most part. The child support system was created because there was a lot of children being neglected. So a lot of
Hey,
children.
hey, store. If a man give up the rights to the children, oh, let me ask this. Okay, I've said brother, sister, they split up.
Mm-hmm.
They keep the kids.
Mm-hmm.
How can he avoid paying child support?
They do have a way. It's a parenting plan.
Okay,
Like,
so um,
are you talking about now? If there's no welfare, they don't have to. Are you talking about marriage?
no, I'm saying it's over with. They broke up. They wasn't married because
Oh, okay, they weren't married.
everybody complain about a lot of people who saying they pay child support. It's a result of not being married for the most part.
Right.
But so how can he avoid the rights? What could he do to avoid child support?
Make sure that if so, you're saying the child is with the mother,
Right, and this
and
is
make
why I'm
sure that
saying
she
it.
doesn't go on welfare.
Okay, cool. And this is why I'm saying it because you probably have men who paying child support, but say like you say, well, I think my kid should be in private school, but private school probably costs what 100,000, whatever, depending on what school it is.
Yeah,
It could be expensive, but he could be like, well, I don't want my child to go um to a school that costs that much. What's cost efficient
we got a
because
dilemma.
what's that? What's the dilemma then? I'm saying the expectation is for him to do all of these things, but he has no authority or right over that child.
Well,
Um,
no, he can get his rights. He can
okay,
petition the court for his rights. If a man has a right to have rights to his kids.
okay, because if I'm gonna be paying child support, I'm gonna give you so much money. I'm gonna want my child to be raised a certain way, even though we're not together. Like you might feel like he needs 40 pair of shoes. I might feel like he only needs 10 or 5, depending on what he's doing. And I think it was a situation where like 50 Cent son, his mother told him, "Hey, go ask your father for so much money. Why? Because you ain't got no shoes. You ain't got enough shoes." And it be
Hmm.
stuff like that. Cause like, what the hell? Why is it so expensive to raise this child? Not saying that he got to be a bomb or have poor education, but things
I
like that happen.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that it's good to look at those type of outlier cases, and they're outliers because these are celebrities or wealthy people. But I think
Hmm.
it's best to look at everyday cases that all of us go through, and um in that case that may have happened and we know why she did that. You know, but in the everyday cases, um a lot of people can't even afford that many shoes in the first place, you know. So but that's just
Well, that's a problem because I mean, I've heard you speak about it earlier. They
mhm.
say women take the child support money, and what they say, what do guys or what's the thing? What's said about women who using the child support? Are they saying they're using it for the kids or themselves?
So yeah, I did talk about that earlier, and one of the things that I pointed out was that a lot of times you'll hear men saying that, but what they're not saying is that their child is well taken care of, all of the bills are being paid, and the child is doing good. There's going to always be cases where the mother is trifling and neglecting the child and using the money to take care of herself. There's always those cases, but most of the time when men be running their mouth and saying that stuff, they not saying the part where she's already taking care of everything else and your little $300-400 a month, and you want to complain about that because you seen her get her hair done or something.
Yeah, you
You
say
see what
your
I'm
little
saying?
three. I hear you say your little $300-400, $300-400 a month. And that ain't nothing, but damn, that ain't
I mean,
nothing.
think
But
about it, you can't even take care of yourself off $300-400.
no,
Your
I get.
housing and all of that, your food, none of that is gonna be taken
Okay,
care of.
okay. So if a woman in that position, because a lot of women will are comfortable on child support, and like you said earlier, government assistance. Is it better to say the hell with the child support and get married and have another man to raise that child, or is it, or what should a woman stay on child support? That's more so what I'm asking. Should she be trying to stay on child support? Because a woman has the option to get married again and find a man who can help raise that child.
So a
Or
man's
she,
supposed to get a free pass and not take care of his child because she get
no,
married to another man.
I'm not. Well, if another man pick up and he take responsibility of that woman, you saying he shouldn't take care of the children either?
I mean, yeah, he gonna be taking care of what she take care of already for the child.
Okay,
She
cool. So,
already see, so he taking on all her responsibilities that she's already taken care of for the child. So that does not give that other man a free pass to not provide for his. I don't really know too many men who don't want to provide for their kids. There are some,
but some women make it hard. That's why I'm asking because the point is
yeah.
a lot, and I hear it when some people talk. Like you can hear like the bitterness. That one, you got the man who's saying the woman, and the woman saying the man. It's like nobody's right, you know. And there's nobody. You don't hear people. You rarely hear people saying, "Listen, uh, this is what I did wrong, and this is what I could fix." To avoid this problem.
Can I
So
tell you a story?
because you said right, because you said you feel like man shouldn't be on child support. It's not fair if he's taking care of his children. So your stance is about child support. So is it fair? Yes or no for you, or it is yes and no?
It's
Trying to see
both.
what your
I mean,
stance
like I
is.
said, it's a case by case. And you know, like I haven't changed what I said, that there are trifling women out there. But most of the time when you hear men complaining, most of the time they only paying a little bit of money. And I see that, you know, I'm a paralegal. I do get sent divorce cases from the attorneys that I work for. Most of them don't pay that much money. Most of them. And I feel sorry for some of the women who are on child support, because some of them only receive like 20 something dollars a week.
Damn.
Yes, it's very hard for men who provide for their children to understand that there is a problem out there with men not paying and taking care of their children. There's a problem out there. And so when you are a man who do provide for your children, you can't really see it that clearly.
Right, right. I get what you're saying. I'm not taking that from you. Go ahead, Solo. You want to say something? Solo laughing. He like this shit ain't this ain't because it seems the way she's saying it, it could be like it's biased. But till you have another man who paid child support and he like listen, he's saying it from a different point. Go ahead, Solo.
Exactly.
Solo.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
what you saying? Go ahead.
No,
You
man, you
gotta
was
respond.
spot on, man. Spot on. Dang. I didn't even say nothing yet. And you just figured it out.
What's
Yo,
funny so I can laugh? I don't get it.
because see, stuff. One of the
Yes.
things with women, all right, and I'm going to be honest with you and tell you the truth. Women are so biased for other women. Even the women who do things that's trifling, like tell these men that this child is yours, and they know that that child is not that man's, right? Child support is such a criminal racket now to where it's affecting a man's livelihood. He's supposed to pay child support, but now he doesn't have a driver's license where he can't go and get to the job, right? He's supposed to pay child support and everything. Now, the having the money come out of his check, okay, that's fine, well and good. But a reasonable amount of child support. Just look at these athletes that are on child support. $5,000 a month. I mean, and that's a small number. What I mean, is that child going to the doctor every day? Are they living in the hospital? We know that the hospital they're charged. You know what I'm saying? The hospital will charge for like what? You know what I'm saying? $900 for aspirin, one aspirin. Okay, we know. You know what I'm saying? The hospital is ridiculous. But we're talking about medical bills. You can pay your own medical insurance and still don't pay that much. You can get on Obamacare. It's ridiculous when you know what I'm saying, when you talk about how, providing for the child and this, that, and the third. How many women are actually now there are some women, there are a lot of women, but there are the majority of them that are not, you know what I'm saying, taking their children's health that seriously. Because you know why we can look at it like that? Because of the obesity rate that's going on in America. And not just with what I'm saying, with the people themselves, but with the children. The children don't go outside. The women need money to buy a video game to keep the child out of their damn hair. That's what they worried about more so than anything else. As far as medical care and all this other stuff, who is that? Naomi?
Well, can I respond to you?
That's
Hold on,
Naomi.
I wasn't finished yet. What you
Okay.
say, Tuta?
Let me mute her. That's Naomi. Let me mute her real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead, Solo. Finish making your point. Solo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I was having a hard time unmuting. This daggone app is getting worse over time. Um, what was that? So, oh, I cannot remember exactly what was the last thing I said.
Oh, you talking about medical
Yeah,
bills?
yeah. Medical bills. So, yeah, medical bills. I mean, that all of that stuff can be shared. It all still comes down and boils back down to the fact of, excuse me, proving a friend, right? I mean, that's going to be the main point when we come back to the Bible. It's proving a friend. But I'm gonna give an example. Example. I was paying my ex-wife
I was paying her $200 a week, right? She was getting $800 a month for two children that
Right.
I volunteered to give her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, trying to, we were in different states, but still calling and talking and speaking with, what I'm saying, my children. Okay. Now, he goes for assistance, and the system tells her that she has to put me on child support.
Right.
And now the rate goes from $800 a month to $1,600 a month.
Right.
Why?
Because of the welfare.
What are they paying for that $800 a month can't take care?
Well, I mean, I don't know what she applied for. You didn't say.
But see, the point of it is it doesn't. And we had a really good arrangement. She was getting that $200 a week. You know what I'm
W-
saying? Consistently.
Why did she need to go get welfare?
I don't know.
And
I
that's the
don't.
problem.
I really don't understand why women, what I'm saying, want to what I'm saying, to do these certain things.
Well, some women need
You
it
know what I mean?
because
Some women will
some women
say,
need it.
well, I'm oh, I can't do this or I can't do that. They lazy as hell. You're
Hey,
right.
I
let me
mean,
tell
people
Star,
go
Star,
through different things. You know what I'm saying? People go through
Star,
different things.
Star,
So.
Star,
Yes,
Star. You
sir.
make a. I wanna let you talk. You make good points, and they hard. You know, some of them hard to deny. Um, because you asked like, where would she need to be on welfare? Why she need to get on welfare? Because I mean, think about it. If a man get with a woman, come on, y'all. It's hard already for us to survive in America. Now you say if a man he got his own house and a woman got her own house because they didn't both divided now. Now that money y'all had together, what you think gonna happen when y'all split off? Now y'all paying twice the rent. Y'all paying what y'all used to go half on. Y'all gotta pay full now, and so we gotta look at the dynamics of things. Now it costs more money, you know, and then the hell, I'm just thinking about on top of the mother expenses of living and the father expenses of living, for them
Hmm.
both to stay afloat and also take care of a child on top of that. So I think what I'm saying is divorce. What you ever heard the saying? It's cheaper to keep her.
Oh, I don't, I'm in the 40 up club. I
Okay,
know all
cool.
about that.
So that's where I'm going with this story, and I know you gonna speak on it, but it's cheaper to keep her is because you got to think about things like that. And so, a lot of time, and what I'm hearing now, I can see where the bitterness come from, the anger between the man and the women. Because damn, if a brother leave the women, shit, how you think she's a woman? The Bible, we all know she the weaker vessel. Yeah, whether you in the scriptures, some foolish niggas they be talking, but whether you know the Bible or not, women are weaker. They not as smart. They don't make the best decisions. That's the point of having a father or a husband. So if a man just say to hell with this, she stressed me out to the point I'm done. I don't want to deal with her or whatever. What kind of lifestyle you think she gonna live when you gone? She gonna be on the street with the kid? She gonna need a place to stay? Something like you know what I mean? That shit costs. Like you were saying, so the welfare or the white man gotta pick up where the black man left off. You
And they
see
want
how
their
it
money
goes?
back.
There you go. And then, of course, the white man gonna rob us. Like, what can we
Hmm.
expect? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He don't do that. So this is what I'm saying, Star. Now, and I'm gonna let you speak. Read Isaiah 58 real quick in verse 9. This is what I'm saying between man and woman. And I don't want us to get caught up in the of the spiral of saying it's his fault, it's her fault, it's his fault, it's her fault, because that's what you see on social media all the time. The woman wasn't no good. She was a hoe. Well, nigga, you knew that. Or she could say the man wasn't no good. He was a whoremonger. Well, you knew that when you got with him. It's things you just ignored. And I guess when you find out that responsibility ain't what you thought. And when you avoid responsibility, guess what else you start avoiding? Accountability. Now read that real quick.
Isaiah chapter 58, verse 9. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer.
Mhm.
Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from if thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity.
Right. So this the point. The end is what I want. If I take away from you the yoke, what it says, the pointing of the finger and speaking vanity, vanity, vanity. Because what we hearing is all these reasons for why it's the woman fault or why it's the man fault. The Lord said it's all vanity. The point is, we was never supposed to be divorced in the first place. We never were supposed to have children out of wedlock. And now you got both parties. At the end of the day, when you disobey God's laws, whether you know it or not, guess what? Is you got to pay for it. You have to pay for it. Men are paying for it on one end, and women also are paying for it on the other end. And that's what I see. So now, instead of pointing the finger, guess what we got to start taking? We got to start taking accountability. What could you do now, or how are you living? What example are you setting now so the generation after you don't fall into the same snare or the same trap? What are we doing to fix this issue? And I say this because I just seen some of y'all probably seen it. It was a podcast, brother named Charleston White. Some of y'all know, and he was on there. He was saying, "Listen, this is what we should do to fix the community. We should apologize. You should go get your children, and you should get them your last name." He was telling the men, "Step up and do for the community and apologize to the women." And then you heard a bunch of men said, "Hell no, F that. I ain't apologizing about, you
I
know."
saw it.
But and I seen that. That's why I'm thinking like, because a lot of times it is the woman's fault, but guess what? It's also the man's fault. It's both of our fault. So we gotta fix. We gotta fix what we broken at on our end, and the sisters gotta take accountability and fix what's broken on their end. Because again, this would be a never-ending argument. What the hell are we doing now to fix it? Are you raising your daughters, your nieces, whoever? Are you telling them to stop being whores and look for marriage and stuff like that? How are you living your life now? And I think we either part of the problem or you the solution. But go ahead. I said a lot.
Yeah, so like I was saying, now that I know what the law, how the law requires. Hold on. Hello? Okay, so
Yeah,
I don't know. Did it cut out when my phone rang? Okay.
you did it. Go ahead.
Okay, now that I understand that we, what the law is and how the law is set up as far as that, I can look back and see where I put myself in that situation. Now, I don't want to never take away from what he does now, but I did put him on child support and I had a good reason to. So, but she's grown now and he still provides for her. He provides, overly provides for her. Too much now at this point. But he still had an obligation to me to provide for her expenses, and I made sure he did. I held him responsible for it. But I have brothers, I have people in my family, like just cousins, everybody. They are responsible for their children. They take care of their children. I know plenty of men who take care of their children. But if a woman is being trifling and low down just to get at him and he wants to take care of his children, that's just wrong. And I wanted to make sure that y'all heard me say that, because I said that like two or three times. But the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of situations where men have to be put on child support, and women, because when anytime I had an appointment down at the courthouse, I saw women down there too who were on child support. So and it's becoming more common for the men to raise the children. Marriage, I definitely see where marriage, long term marriage, cheaper to keep her, and all of that. I understand that now. Like I understand it so much now. And I understand why you would hear our grandparents and great grandparents say that it's cheaper to keep her. So, um, yeah,
Yeah,
I
so with
understand it.
no. You, hey, store. You got a lot of more stuff gonna come out. You seem knowledgeable, as I've been hearing you speak, and you speak with a more you're more rational than most women, from what I heard, or realistic, or some. I ain't gonna say more realistic. Well, yeah, on your end, I guess your experience,
Mhm.
is good because a lot of women might not come from your background, and the way you speak, a lot of women probably didn't come from your background. So let's move to some other sisters real quick, and I just want to hear all brothers, and let's hear them out. Just stick around real quick. Let's move around. We got who didn't speak? Naomi, are you there?
I think we on Tana next.
Say it again.
We on Tana next.
Okay, go ahead, Tana. I'm sorry.
Shalom, leadership. Most High in Christ bless you.
Hey, shalom, sis.
So the question is child support fair?
Yes, that is the question.
Okay, so I would have to say it's not fair. Only because with my experience with it, at times the amount might be taken out, but maybe the children won't even see the full amount that was taken out. As well as with child support, like say like welfare and things like that. Like being on programs and things, usually they make like the father, for example, pay child support just for being on a program. Um, but there has been ways around it. Excuse me, like for example, they usually ask for all the information of like the father and things like that. But there's a portion on there where you can like somebody could claim like a good cause, and in that good cause it'll be like what's the reason why you don't want to put the person on child support. So there could be ways like that to get out of child paying like child support, or having to like not put somebody on child support, just so maybe they can pay like on the side and everything if they're reliable enough to do such a thing. But I do feel like child support itself isn't fair because I don't think that the children see all the funds that's even getting paid by the so-called
So,
parent.
so, so, Tyler, I heard you right. So, let's say I'm gonna ask you a question. A man and woman get married, have a child, and the dude, I guess the relationship don't work out for
Mhm.
some ungodly reason. It don't work out, and who should the woman got the child, right? You said it's child support shouldn't be there. So who's gonna take care of that child? If the man say I'm done with it,
Oh, if the man say that he's done with it, could like
and,
pos.
and there's no child support system set up. So what happens with the mother and that child?
Well, is welfare still in the picture, or is welfare out the picture at this point?
Well, welfare. You could say welfare. It's just no child support.
Well, I mean, the mom could get on welfare and then just do a good cause for while she doesn't have the child's father on child support. And that could just be like a little stepping stool.
Yeah. So are you saying it's possible for a woman to raise women to raise children without the man involved or giving child support? You saying it's possible for a woman to raise children on child support? I mean, without child support on welfare.
Am I saying it's possible?
Yeah. So you saying women don't have to have child support? Is that what you saying?
I mean, it's true, yes.
Oh, you see that, sisters? Y'all don't need no child support. Yeah. So all you sisters who got children, you on welfare. All you need is some welfare. You don't need child support. Is that what you saying?
Hey, Coach.
Go ahead, Solo.
Hey, look, I saw a lot of sisters.
mentioned that the $800 a month wasn't enough for two children, right? So
Hmm.
if you itemize, right, $100 per child per week, what are they spending $100 on per week for that child? You know what I'm saying? To where $800 is not enough now, because is that including the rent, the lights, and the water? Because it's supposed, you know what I'm saying? I understand that this is supposed to go towards the child, and that custodial parent is supposed to be providing those things for that. You know what I mean?
So Solo,
So,
what you said, Solo, if you giving her 800 a month, the rest of the responsibility is her fault. When she leave that man, when she make a decision and they depart, she should have the understanding that the light bill is my responsibility, the gas, whatever I need is my responsibility. And the $800 should solely just be for the child. Everything else is her responsibility.
I mean, that's why it's called child support. That's what I'm
Ah,
saying. You know what I mean? Hey, maybe I'm wrong,
that's hey, that's different. That means she lazy. Then she ain't no. That means she. And you got some sisters. Hey, I see your point because some women are like that. Like the sisters was saying, they trashy. They don't want to go get a good job because they don't want to get up every day and they don't want to better their lives and stuff. But then you got to think. Well, if she go to work, right? Who's taking care of that child? That costs. You know. Daycare. Is child support cover daycare, food?
but if
It's a
they're in
lot.
public school,
Okay, if they're in public school, so she would have to get a job that fits around the schedule of that child. Is that what you're saying?
I
Hey,
mean,
Shalom.
they taking care
Go.
of for $800. I mean, 8 hours a day. You said something, Buka?
That's a Shalom, Jared.
Hey, what you at? Oh, Shalom, Jed. Okay.
Ju- Yo,
Jed. Big Jed. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's a hey, that's another point. So Tina, your stance is the woman. Let me just be clear. The woman don't need child support if she got government assistance. Is that your is that what you're saying?
From my experience, yes, the woman does not have to put the men on child support all the time. They could claim a good cause and still receive welfare benefits.
Mm, mm, It's different. It's different. All right. Yeah, I heard what Tina said. Let's move on. Let's see. Who else who was after Tina and Booker? You remember?
Who we got next?
Naomi.
One moment. Star. We got. Let me take a look. Naomi. Naomi, you there? Naomi, Liz, or Lizzie.
Most high in Christ bless. Can you guys hear me?
What's your thought on the topic, sis?
Um, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, okay. Um, so I don't have kids, but I've always watched the system of child support, and I think a lot of times people are not honest that yes, you might have both men and women, sleep together, do stupid stuff, have a child. But then you also have, which I don't see happen a lot, people, really be honest and call out the fact that some of these sisters are grimy and they make bad decisions instead of always just focusing on that the man. And I'm not saying that men don't do, grimy stuff themselves and, being, going from woman to woman and that whole thing. But the system in itself of child support is unfair. Like I've seen, and I've even seen this within my own family. And most of my aunts had
were single moms. And I had aunts who got child support and didn't work. And it was like, oh, well, I'm getting all this money on child support. And I'm looking at them like, well, wouldn't you still have a job for yourself? So that money is supposed to be for your child. And even if that, because that, just because that man is able to pay out a lot in child support, the purpose of the money is for child support. You are not a child. So you should be able to go to work and still, have money. And from that, what I've seen is like my aunt that did that once her child got old enough, she had to go back into the job market. And now she's having to work longer because all those years of allowing that child support to take care of her and her son, once he got became an adult, now you have to just try to figure all of this stuff out, and now you're working longer, and you don't have the money and the time in your job where you can retire. So it turned around and bit her on the butt for doing that instead of her actually working during that whole time. Like I understand in the beginning when you first have a child, as a woman, you might need to be there with your child, education, that kind of stuff. But at what point, when your kids start school, you should have been out there getting a job and grinding yourself. That's money that's supposed to be there for the child. So a lot of times women don't look at the big picture. And the system, I've also seen where I had a cousin who got his girlfriend pregnant in high school. So yeah, they were young and dumb. But later they got married, and through their entire marriage, he was still paying child support. You got the child living in the house. She's still getting child support. Y'all living in the same house. That's like double dipping. And of course, when the marriage didn't work out, she never stopped that process. And so he was still paying child support. So to me, when I see child support, most of the time I see the unfairness of the system not really working for what they say it was supposed to work for. But realistically, we realize that the system was created to break the black man. It's never so much about the child, it's to try to break the black man. And that's all I got. I'm mute.
Can we get some security for Sister Lizzie?
Damn. Hey, so Liz, so you saying women don't need child support?
I'm not saying that they don't need it. I have seen times where there are women that need that help. But what I'm saying is it doesn't make sense for a woman to sit back and be comfortable on the couch collecting child support and not going out and getting a damn job. That doesn't make any sense. So yes, the when you look at the fundamental thing of what child support is that if that man is not there to help, because you should grow up in a two-parent household and both are contributing to the child. But in cases where that does not happen, that money is supposed to be to provide for that child. It's not
Uh-oh.
there. It's not there to provide for you to get your hair and nails done, to sit around and chill and eat bonbons. It's supposed to be for the child. And so if that's not happening, then that woman is grimy. I'm sorry, that's grimy because that's not what it's there for.
Okay. We heard this not the first time. What was that? Tina? Tina. I don't think she knows she unmuted. Unless she is talking, we can't hear her. If she was talking, she gotta fix her mic. Uh,
Hey man, that she sister was she it makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
Makes sense to me. I think. Child support is a system that was set up for a certain reason at a time where it was needed, but now it's a different time and we still kind of working off that system. But it's definitely not fair for a man to have to work a job, work two jobs on child support, and the woman to sit at home and do nothing. That's not right. If that's what's going on, that's not right. I think a man should take care of his kids, no matter if he's with the woman or not with the woman. But if she's sitting at home, getting $200 nail jobs, $500 wig. I don't know how much wigs cost, so it could be an insult to say $500 wig. So I'll just say expensive wigs, going out to the club, traveling all over the world, while he working two jobs, living in an apartment, or having to go back to live with his mom, all because of the child support he forced to pay. That ain't right. That ain't right.
Hey, Judge. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was gonna say store mad. Store don't like that at all.
I no, I came
Right.
off my mic accidentally. I'm actually eating. Sorry, and I didn't mean.
Okay.
I pressed the button accidentally. I'm not mad. No.
Nah, okay.
Mhm. I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, why would anybody get mad about saying that, it's not fair if the man got to work two two jobs and the woman sitting at home not doing nothing and living her life 100% off of his child support, while she fights to keep her kid away from him having joint custody. That's not fair. It's not fair at all. I know this sister who the dude that she was with, her ex-husband, he was a pilot. He had a good job. He had a mom and a dad that still lived together, and he wanted his daughter, and she fought and fought for him to not be able to have no custody of his daughter. And even when the courts was like, hey, you got to drop her off this summer, she didn't do it. She fought and went against the court orders to not do it. Just I'm like, how is that fair? And he paying child support. That's not fair. So it, I don't know. It's a messed up system, and it's a messed up mindset. So you brothers, I mean, look, women are crazy. They all of them crazy. I'm sorry, I love y'all, but y'all crazy. And a woman go off her emotions and do crazy stuff. So y'all brothers, be careful of who you picking to be your wife and who you picking to have a kid with, because it and the same thing for the sisters. They got a lot of crazy dudes out there too. A lot of crazy dudes out there, but most of the time the men gotta suffer for it financially, for a long time, 20 years, depending on what state you're in. If the kid go to college, this and that, medical insurance is expensive. And if you got a job and she like, yeah, the baby gotta be on your insurance, you gotta eat all of that. It's just it's a not fair system. So don't have babies outside of wedlock. Don't get married to somebody who's not keeping the commandments, and you not keeping the commandments. That's the only way it makes any sense. Anything else is Russian roulette. It's Russian roulette. Because I used to wonder, like, why these dudes be like not wanting to work on the table. I know a dude that'll work a job for a little bit and then go work another job, then go work another job just so he can die of child support. I was like, God, that's a bit much, ain't it? And then when he told me how much he was getting taken out of his checks, I was like, golly, bro, what kind of job you work? He's like, I don't work. I used to work a job where I made a lot of money. I don't make that money no more. They still hitting me for like if I still made that money, work that same type of job. I was like, well, that don't seem right. He's like, bro, that's not right. But ain't nothing I can do. He's like, I can go try and hire a lawyer and go to court and wait. Whole time I ain't paying none of my bills. And she don't work. I was like, golly. That's a crazy system right there. So, I think men should take care of their kids 1,000%. But sometimes when the system get involved, it's not fair. And I know some sisters that don't put their men on dudes on child support that don't do nothing, don't see the kids, don't try and send, $5 for a diaper. And I think that's crazy too. So it's like I don't know, man. It's like I'm for the system. I'm for the system of child support when it's done right, and then I'm anti the system of child support when it's done wrong. It's just like my eyes is like, yeah, I don't know. You can't win for losing with the child support system. I think the good guys get penalized, and the bad guys penalize the kids and the woman. So it's like it's a lose lose for me.
Yeah. Hi everyone. I
Can I speak on that, Jud?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was on child
I
support. I spoke earlier, but I told everybody I was on child support. Um, and when I wanted, because I wanted, she knew I loved the kids. She knew I wanted to see my children. I tried to make an agreement just between us, but she wanted to take it to court. When she found out she was getting less money than I agreed to pay her, much less, she wanted to sue me for sole custody. And guess what she put as the reason? He's a black Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, I told you. Ain't no this the Bible talk about that wickedness. Ain't no more wickedness than the wickedness of a woman, boy.
Hey, say it again, brother. Amen, brother.
Amen, brother.
You can't get more wicked than that. It's like I love my daughter. I want to see my daughter here. I want to give you $1,000 a month, and then she
Yep,
go, "No, I'm going to the white man."
yep.
Yes, he owes you $300 a month. Oh yeah, he's a
I said,
racist.
Judd, I said $400 a month for one child. I'll give you that. And she said, no, I don't trust you. I'm going taking you to court. And the court said 165 a month. And I said, and I told her, I said, they expect you to work. They don't expect for me to pay for this child by myself. That's why I came to you and said, let's be amicable. Let's handle child support between us because the court is going to screw both of us. And she didn't believe me. So she sued me for sole custody. And because I didn't have the money to fight it, she won. You
Bro,
know.
that's crazy, bro. That's insane, man. Women wicked.
Oh, let me tell you this
That's
too,
just
Jud.
you know what's
She
crazy,
paid $5,000 for a lawyer
and you
to
had to
do
pay
this.
for it.
No, she
Oh,
paid it
so she came out of
to
pocket
sue
to
me
to sue
for
you
more
to
child
take
support.
and to take your kid away from you,
Yes.
right? And then ain't nothing more evil than that. Like, what woman can sit here and say that that ain't evil? Is there any woman in here that believe that that wasn't evil to do?
You got a problem supporting your child, but you got $5,000 to pay an attorney.
That's
For
crazy.
you to have
If
light.
would I be disrespectful if I said cap?
That ain't no cap. That ain't no
I
cap
need,
at
I need,
all. Cause the attorney was
Judge,
was a mutual friend of ours. That's why it ain't
Listen,
cap.
I'm just saying the court gave her an order for 165 a month. That means you ain't had no income.
No, no. I didn't report my income. You don't have to report your income to nobody. That's private, especially a civil court. The civil court has no jurisdiction over you. Criminal court has jurisdiction over you because they can swear out a warrant for your arrest. But when they gave me the order, they couldn't verify my income. So they gave me that and I paid it. And that's what she was mad about. See, I have a problem. My problem is the vindication. You feel vindicated by taking me to child support court. I don't want to be extorted. I don't have a problem paying child support. I just don't want people. Nobody has to force me to do that. I want to sit down with the mother of my children and say, "What do you need every month? This is what I can give you." And this is exactly what I told her. I said, "This is what I can give you now, and I'll give you more later." Because, as a matter of fact, I was undergoing donor surgery because I was donating a kidney to a family member, and that's when she hit me with the shit.
But
That
that's
is
evil,
evil.
bro. That's evil, bro. She know you was down and out and messed up, and she like, I got his ass. Hey, bro, women
But I
evil. I'm
still had
telling you.
money. That was the
I'm,
thing, Jud. I still
I'm,
had money.
I'm telling you, women evil, bruh. They will do stuff like that. You know why? Because they feelings hurt. They will
Yep.
destroy. They will burn down a village because they feelings
Yes.
hurt, and
Guess
without
why her
no
feelings was hurt, Jay?
regard.
Because she was the
I got
she
put
was
on
abusive in the
bank child
relationship.
support over some shoes.
She was abusive in the relationship, and I wanted out.
Women don't believe that, bruh. Women don't believe that there's such thing as a woman being abusive in a relationship. They don't believe that, bro. I'm telling you, women, especially single mothers with ignorant baby daddies or baby daddies they in love with that didn't love them or maybe that cheated on, whatever happened. I'm telling you, they will take that pain and they will put that out on every man. That's why the when Kevin Samuels said buy a dog and die alone, that shit hit hard to them because they know they never gonna really get in another relationship to where they can feel good. It ain't never gonna happen. Like so all of these sisters, it's just they gonna be mad and full of anger and pain and this for the rest of their life. They can't get past it. And the only person they can be happy with is themselves. And that's what they're gonna be. They're gonna get ran through. They're gonna meet this dude gonna smash, this dude gonna smash. They're gonna rationalize it and say, I'm the head. I do both roles, so I should be able to do what we see a lot of men do, and which isn't right either. And they gonna rationalize like that, and they're gonna get old, and they gonna get old, and that's gonna be the life. It's a horrible cycle, but I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I see it. It's crazy. You know, you know what? I looked on Facebook at somebody I knew, and I was like, what is this sister married? I was like, shoot, she should be. Nope. Oh my God, is single, baby mama. She make a lot of money though, but I just don't see how being a single mother in a lonely home is the life that people want to live for the rest of their life. It just don't make no sense. Feminism has destroyed our community. It's destroyed it, and people don't see it.
Hey, Judd, I just want to second what you're talking about. So I think similar situation to show how vindictive these sisters can be. This was before I came into the truth, but me and my wife was together. You know what I'm saying? We had two kids. One was hers, one was by me. But it was a situation took place where when we split up, we made an agreement. I was paying her just for that one child. I was like, look, just keep these white folks out of our business. I give you $600 a month, and every month on the first, like clockwork, and that way we can just keep it amicable like that. She was like, okay, cool. But then what wound up happening was, um, it came to a point where she was wanting to get back together, but I wasn't with it. So, because I had already, semi moved on or whatever. And then there was a situation came where, I wound up going to jail for some other stuff. But at the same time, I still had money, and I still had my partner still giving her the money like clockwork. So just so happens I get out of jail. I come. I'm driving to work, and the police pulled me over. Police pulled me over, and for a registration stick. I showed him I got it right here. I just hadn't put it in. He said, okay, that's fine, but I'm sorry, sir. I still got to take you in because you got a warrant for your arrest. I was like, what? So picture they take me to jail. Come to find out, I got a child support warrant. And then the child support warrant, because she had moved to Killeen, Texas. The child support warrant was out of Killeen, Texas. They came and extradited me
from
What? They extradited you for child support?
yes. They extradited me from that. First, I sat in jail for a whole month waiting to be extradited. Then they took me to Killeen, Texas, where I go and I had my girl in, which is my wife now, but I had my girl in bring my paperwork because I was like, when did I get put on child support? So when I finally talked to her, she said she put me on child support because she didn't feel right having to get money from me without nobody else involved. So these people took me down here. They told me I was like I don't know, I think it was like $2,000-3,000 behind on child support. But anyway, I showed the people, hey man, I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even had a chance to get back out, go back to work or nothing. And these people still, if it wasn't for that judge that was looked at the attorney general was like, is this true? And he looked at the paperwork and he was like, how are we putting people on child support that's in jail? And then she was like, so long story short, still wind up having to pay that. And then none of the agreements that we made in court for us visitation, none of that stuff. I was supposed to get every other holiday. None of that stuff ever happened. And then she kept going back to court trying to get the child support raised up because I, like the brother just said, I was giving her $600 a month. The court made me pay $187. And then but I still gave her 200, you know what I'm saying, just to make it even or whatever the case may be. And then on top of that, I still sent, school clothes. I still did, other stuff outside of that. But the sister was still going to the courthouse telling these people she want more money and having me every 6 months or so, I gotta go to Killeen to a hearing. And this went on for almost the whole probably I think my daughter when we split up she was like 8. So from that point to 18 years old, almost every 6 months I had to drive to Killeen for a hearing because this woman was going to court for more money. Meanwhile, while me and her were together, she never had a job. I put her through nursing school and she went to got a nursing degree, a registered nurse. And from that point on, that's when things started to fall apart because she got that. I called it the black woman ain't never had nothing syndrome. Now all of a sudden she got a nursing degree, and she, you can't tell her nothing no more. So that was the cycle I went through for 18 years with this sister. Oh, and all I ever told her was, look, I'm gonna pay you this money, and we gonna be good, and we can, work out visitation and all that. But as soon as I got with somebody else, she, you know what I'm saying, everything went out the window. So yeah, these women will do it to you, and they're gonna try to stick it to you as hard as they can just to see you unhappy. Basically, that's all they really want to see.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Man,
Talk to them a little. I
had
want
to
to
sit
talk.
in jail for a month on a child support, get extra. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. I'm telling you, but I'm telling you, some of these wicked sisters, they love that stuff. They're like, you should have took her back, nigga.
The, there's some women in here that'll say that's cap, or you know what I mean, that didn't happen. I'm serious.
I know a brother that had 100% full custody of his son for years, still paying child support. And then when he ended up not having to pay child support anymore, some kind of way they messed something up in the system. He got pulled over. He went to jail. He went to jail. His car got towed. Crazy. And then him going down there to try and fix it. He said it was hell. He was like waiting in line, dealing with the people, this, that, and the other. He said it was horrible. He said one day he went there and it was this one lady overheard the conversation and she took him in the back and got it taken care of. But he said if it wasn't for that, he was like it was. He said he felt like they wanted him to do something crazy so they can call the police on him. He said them people in social services
Yep.
they ain't
Yep.
trying to hear nothing. You know
No,
why?
no,
Because it's a
they
bunch of bitter baby mamas that work there. That's what it is. It's a bunch of bitter baby mamas that work in them positions, and they hate men. They hate men. Telling you, like they hate black men.
come
Period. Point blank.
in. Yep, yep. You can
If I
feel it
may
when you
elaborate
walk
on
into
that,
place. They don't be wanting to hear nothing you gotta say. You can
Nothing.
feel the tension when you because I went to a while back when I had to go to child support court our first meeting. When I walked in, automatically they look at you like they surprised you even showed up. You know what I'm saying? So they were surprised that I even showed up. You know, I had to drive like 2 hours. You know what I'm saying, just to go to court. So when I walked in on time and everything, they looking like dang, like they were looking like damn, he showed up. You know what I'm saying? Like they had that look like damn, he actually showed up. So we agreed to medical child support. It's not like a full child support. It's like you only paying the insurance or whatever. Um, so that was gonna be the agreement. We was gonna pay medical support, and the next court case we was gonna solidify what we agreed. In between that time, I was with a chick at the time, and her daughter had a basketball game, and it went into overtime, which caused us to be late for meeting my baby mama with my kids. So when I finally she was mad. She was cussing me out, and I was telling her, I said, hey, I just bought them these all white shoes. Make sure when they go outside or whatever, take them off. You know what I'm saying? Make sure they take their shoes off. Do you know that she took my kids' shoes off right off their feet right then and there, and threw the shoes in my car, and
Bro,
the day,
that's
yeah,
crazy, bro. Hey,
and and
listen,
and, and then and then when I
I
got to
believe it
court.
all.
Yeah, then when I got to court, judge, guess what? I'm talking about I was on full blown child support. I was all that medical stuff was out the door. I was on full blown child support, and she put me on back child support for 3 years because she waited 3 years to even put me on child support. So
Look,
I'm automatically like $17,000 behind on child support just for her going down there and asking for back pay, and she don't even get that much from this. But like they be doing some
I'm
wicked stuff
telling
with
you,
child support.
I'm telling you, they tell this the Bible does not lie. It's like,
And
give me
then
any wickedness than the
yep, yes,
wickedness of
yes.
a woman. The Bible
I
ain't
was
lying.
I was just about to say I would say, man, when we think about it, it's like you gotta let that resonate because it said there is no wickedness more wicked than this. So you gotta think about it. Like you gotta let that marinate. Like no matter what you think, it's a woman is thinking 10 times worse of how to do it to you like that. And a lot of times, a lot of instances of these cases of child support come off of bitterness. You know what I'm saying? Like or just because they know that they baby daddy has got some type of money and they will have some type of influence or control in their life. They want that power and they want that ability to be a nuisance in your damn life. You know what I'm saying? So like I agree with you, Judd. I think child support is a good idea. I just think the structure of it is flawed and it's scam. It's a scam because at the end of the day, the government gonna get a piece of everything. That's why everything that we do is a scam because the government wants a piece of it. You know what I'm saying? And the child support stuff, they don't even be spending. They don't even be spending the stuff on their kids. Like my baby mama, she has dreads and she got a girlfriend now. But that's a whole other story. Um,
Damn.
they her is always uh she got a
Done. Twisted
retwist,
up.
yeah, retwist fresh every time. But when I get my time to get my kid, guess what? Guess what I gotta do the first day I get them. You gotta go get haircuts. And I don't mind, but because my boys we go get haircuts. But my two kids they live in Washington, so you know what I'm saying. I can't just make sure they get their haircut every week. You know what I'm saying? But when they came down here, I'm talking about they down there had a wavy fro, a nappy ass wavy fro, because they ain't been getting their haircut. But for some reason, your hers retwisted, your girlfriend hers done, but they don't be doing what they don't be doing right with this child support. I feel like they should do the same thing that they doing with these food stamps because they knowing that these black women been abusing food stamps. I hope that they do the same thing with the child support and make limitations and you can only spend it on this and your car to only work here. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think it should work at a damn gas station. Like it should work only on a bill portal, clothing store, some stuff like that because it's being abused. It's being abused. And I remember, I think that was King said something about that a long time ago about we do have to use government stuff sometimes, but it's about no Bishop was saying it. We abuse it. You know what I'm saying? We abuse the things that's set up, and women for sure abuse it off of their emotions. And this child support thing, man, it's ridiculous, bro. Like it's ridiculous. Like I'm 3 years behind from just based off of emotional decisions. You know what I'm saying? I took care of my kids. I was with him all the way up until she left. I call her with another man. You know what I'm saying? That's why you know what I'm saying? So you broke up the family and now you mad that you broke up the family and you gotta put me on child support. Nah, like that's crazy.
Hey,
Women
Kai.
is wicked as hell.
Hey,
Hey,
Kai.
let me read the scripture real quick. Read First Corinthians chapter 7, read verse 7.
I ain't hit a verse, sir. I'm sorry, you broke up.
First Corinthians 7 and verse 7.
Yes, sir. Book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 7. For I would that all men were even as myself.
He says, I would that all men were like myself, single, unmarried. This Paul. Paul letting you know, he's like, man, listen, I wish all you men was just like me. Read.
But every man hath his proper gift of God, one after this manner, and another after that.
He says, but everybody got what they got their proper thing. Some gonna do this, some's gifted to do this, some gifted to do that. Read.
I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I.
He said, for the people that's unmarried and for the widows, don't get married. That's what Paul said. He's like, listen, I'm telling you, don't get married. If you unmarried, don't get married. So it's telling the brothers, look, y'all should stay single. And for the sisters that's widows, look, don't do it because you're not gonna be able to find somebody that's like the man that you had before. It's just he just giving wisdom, right? He's giving that good wisdom, right? Drop down to verse where I want. Virgins. Read verse 26.
Book of First Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 26. I suppose therefore that this is good for the present distress.
Wait, start at
I
verse 25. 25.
verse 25. Now concerning virgins, I have no commandment of the Lord. Yet I give my judges as one that have obtained
Slow
mercy of
down,
the
slow
Lord.
down, slow down, slow down. Let me read it. It says, now concerning virgins, I have no commandment of the Lord. So Paul's saying, listen, this ain't a commandment of the Lord. This ain't from God. He says, yet I give my judgment. He said, but from what I see, this is what I say they should do. As one that have obtained mercy of the Lord to be faithful. He's like, listen, me being single and not having to deal with a wife, I have obtained mercy from the Lord. Verse 26 says, I suppose, therefore, that this is good for the present distress. I say that it is good for a man so to be. It's like, listen, it's good for a man to be single. He's like, that's what Paul's saying. And the reason why he's saying it, he's not saying it because he was a homosexual. He wasn't saying it because he was a he-man, woman hater. He understood to be able to really do the work of the Lord, a woman is gonna come in the middle of that. A woman is gonna come in the middle of that. She, we listen to all these stories. Some people are probably sucking their teeth at it, not believing it or saying, "Well, what you did, and this and that." But it is what it is. This is in the Bible. This was the Bible saying, right? Verse 27. It says, "Art thou bound unto a wife? Seek not to be loose." So if you got a wife, listen, don't hear this and say, "I need to get rid of my wife." No, don't seek to be loose. Do what the Bible says. Provide for your wife, protect your wife, teach your wife, right? Do what the scripture says concerning a man that's married to a woman. So it says, "Art thou bound unto a wife? Seek not to be loose. Art thou loose from a wife? Seek not a wife." He say, "Don't seek a wife, bro. I'm telling you." It says, "But if thou marry, thou hast not sinned. And if a virgin marry, she have not sinned. Nevertheless, such shall have trouble in the flesh. But I spare you." He like, it's gonna be some bullshit. You're gonna have issues, you're gonna have problems. That's what it's gonna be, and it's gonna stop you from being able to do this work. That's why when you read in Revelation about the 144,000, it goes that these are they that are not defiled with women. These men that either they don't stayed away from women, or they rule their households like God says to rule the household. To be that leader, you have to be able to what's that movie called? Train a Dragon. To be that 144,000, you got to be able to be like, "Nah, I'm doing this. This is what it's going. This is what it's going to be. It is what it is. Okay, you mad? I don't care. Call your mama." But we see this in the Bible. So I mean, we listen to these stories, and we can say, I'm sure these men was wicked men for that to happen, or some of these things are unbelievable. But I just, man, I never forget the brother. I told this brother, I told him, I said, "Bruh, do not let that woman come back to your house." I said, "You let that woman come back to your house, bro, it's gonna be trouble." He was like, "Yeah, but her mom and dad kicked her out." Think about that. They got a divorce. She moved in with her parents. They kicked her out. They mom and dad kicked her out. This is a grown woman. Kicked her out the house. And he like, she just need a place to stay for a little bit. I said, "Bro, don't do it." He did it anyway. He ended up going to jail, losing his house. I told him not to do it. He didn't listen to me. I was like, "Bro, women wicked, bro." I told him, bro, I said, "Bro, get everything out your name, bro. Get the bills out your name." He's like, "Well, it make it easy for her." I said, "Bro, I'm trying to help you." I was like, "You better detach, bro. This sister bitter, bro. She bitter. She mad. She angry. Just go ahead and take all the everything, all the negativity you can get it right now." I say, "But you keep pushing it down the line, it's gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse. She gonna talk to another bitter person, another bitter baby mama, and she gonna be like, 'Oh no, sis, let me tell you, you can do this, and this, and you can do that, you can do that.'" It's evil, man. Evil, evil. And that sister didn't have to do nothing. That brother bought that house. He worked. He took care of everything. That sister ain't had to get off her ass. It's crazy. It is crazy. Oh well, these brothers. If y'all got a good wife, man, go give her a hug. Give her a hug, man. Give her a hug. Be like, "I love you, baby."
Thank the Lord for my wife.
Yeah, you give her a hug, man. You might get into an argument here, argument there, but some people going through HE double hockey sticks. Some brothers going through hell. Some of y'all sisters going through hell too. Y'all better make a good decision. And I say it all the time. One of the biggest decisions you're gonna make in this truth is the person that you pick to spend the rest of your life with. It's like you better make it right. You better not be sitting around horny talking about something. "Yeah, you look good. I want to marry you." Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Some dude meet you up on social media, and you up there talking to him and let him game you. I'm telling you, it ain't gonna end well. It is not gonna end well. But I digress. Whatever digress mean, I do it. Be my mic.
Yeah, all praises. And there's a lot to this child support stuff, man. Is child support fair? You know, hey, that's a very good question. I agree with you, Judd, in regards to how you say that, yeah, you agree that child support is fair because of the fact that, you know, um, the man and or the woman, because there are cases where women have actually had to pay child support. Um, that yeah, they pay the money, hey, take care of the child. That's fair. But is it fair to have to pay an extreme amount of money for, something that's for a child that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they're not even going to see that much money. If that mother was taking that money and putting it into an account for that child, right? Putting it into an account for that child. And that child, once they grow up, during the time that child is growing up, that parent is teaching them how to build their credit, teaching them about how to write checks, teaching them how to save their money, teaching them how to be responsible so that way when they do reach a certain age that they have a head start. I mean, hey, that's something totally different.
I'm just say this. Listen, I'm not. It it's a like I said. The good gonna suffer from the bad in all of these cases. I say that's just the thing about it. You know. I don't think that um, child support should be money just set in an account, and when the kid get a certain age, then he get it. I don't think that. I think it costs money to take care of a kid. So it's all based on who's taking care of the kid. You know, what's the operating cost to take care of a kid, this and that, what's getting taken out of checks, what tax benefits are getting allowed it to a parent, and then we just split it down the middle based off of that. I mean, I think that's easy. That's what it should
It
be.
would be wonderful if everybody did it that way. It really would.
I just think that should be that's the fairest way to do it. That's just
Uh,
fair. It's fair. That makes sense. And that's why voting is stupid. You know why voting is stupid? Because I'm not an elected official, but I'm sure I can solve the child support problem with that right there. It's like, hey, look, this is what we're gonna do. Who the kid staying with? Sir, do you want the kid? Yes. Ma'am, do you want the kid? Yes. Okay, so y'all gonna do 50-50 custody? Yes. Okay, bam. Okay, let's get the expenses for the kid. This is what it's gonna cost. Bam. Okay. Um, y'all split that down the middle. There it is. Who got insurance? I got insurance. Who gonna cover the insurance? Okay. How much money is that to add the kid? Okay, it's $300 of this. So that times a year is that. Okay, add that and that. Bam, cut it down the middle. Floop. That's it. That's fair. Nobody should complain about 50-50 if the kid is 50-50. Okay. The kid is 100% with the and plus you gotta be expenses added for the kids staying with the parent, one parent. So you got to come up with some kind of percentage for that. I don't know what it would be. We could figure it out. We sat down, you know. If it's a hundred, if
Fair,
it's
Judge. They want to be up. They don't want fair. They don't. They want to be up. They want to be. They want to be in the winning seat. They want the man to be hurt and
Hey,
to be below him.
because
Con.
because they hurt, and that's
they
what
need
it
to
Hmm.
grow
is.
up.
They
Yep.
because
They
they
need to grow up, get over it.
because they hurt. They hurt. They don't want you to be happy. And I said to the brother, I said, listen, bro, I said everything good right now until she see a picture online of you getting married again. I say, when that happened, I'm telling you, you up here talking about something. We got an agreement. Shit. Yeah, you got an
Go
agreement
out the
right
window
now.
as soon as she get mad.
You got an agreement
It's
to pay
gonna.
that
Yep.
child support for 8 years while y'all was
Yep.
when while she thought that y'all could get back together. I was like, okay.
Yep.
It was
That's
women
how it
got a
was with
new
my baby.
car.
That's how it was with one of my baby mamas. Do it like we had a meeting. She was like, I want to put him on child support if he get him for a week every other week. And they was like, ma'am, it don't work like that, And she was like, well, they was like, well, we can do it like this. She was like, no, if we gonna do it like that, I want to put him on child support. I was like, dang. I was like, so basically, if I gotta be on your terms, and if not, I'm gonna be on child support. But if I submit to you, I'll be good. And they was like, well, we gonna have another meeting next week. So I end up getting my son. We think we had another meeting about child support? Nope. But I said, do I think there would be another meeting? Yep. Soon as she have a disagreement or I say something she don't like, it's over with. It's over with. I'm just waiting on it.
That middle one opens.
Crazy,
That's
Yep.
so
insane.
unfair to the child. It really
It's a
is.
hustle. It's a hustle to some of them. It's a hustle. Some
It's a
women, some
come up.
women, yeah, some of them get
Hey,
pregnant just so they can
like
do
that
that.
sister, they just tried to take Stefan Diggs.
Yes,
Yeah, she up there
yes,
talking about so look, this evil. She's sitting in there talking about
yeah.
something. It's like, well, you're saying that he gave you 10 out of 10 force around your neck and didn't leave a mark. She was like,
Over a
yeah.
hot dog.
He said, he said, well, do you know that he gets tackled by 200 and 300 pound men? She was like, I don't know what he does. She's like, you ain't never been to none of his football games. She says, I don't know anything about football. I'm just there for the vibe. I'm like, you lying. This chick sitting up there lying.
Dry line, boy.
Now,
Dry line.
this brother lost endorsements. He lost money because this woman lied and said that he choked her out. Right now, she get to
Mm-hmm.
do all that. He had to pay this money for lawyers and everything, and now she just walk away.
Yeah. Did you
That's
did you see did
awful.
you see her on the stand, Judge? Did you see her
Look,
on the
yeah,
stand?
she's looking crazy.
I'm talking. If anybody know liars, you can tell a liar by their body language. That
So she
that
lying.
nothing was believable about that. Nothing was believable about that. She saw the opportunity and she seized it. And that's what a lot of these women do. They are
Yeah,
opportunists. They are
she
opportunists. That's what.
She in there. She in there. She
Hmm.
get a job working for him. She knows she look good. She having sex
Hmm.
with him, probably poking holes in the
Hmm.
rubber, trying to get pregnant. It ain't work. So she's like, okay, I figured this out. Let me just say he beat me. And
Yep.
she
Yep.
tried to get $5 million for him to just settle.
Yep.
That's what the hustle was. The hustle was
Yep.
is listen, you pay me $5 million, or I'm gonna say you did this, and
Yep. Yep.
everybody's gonna believe me. And most of the
They
people,
probably.
like, they tell them, look, just pay the money, bro. That's like Mike
Hmm.
Tyson. Mike Tyson
Hmm.
should have just paid the money. He would have never went to jail. But Mike Tyson was like, I didn't rape this woman. I'm
Hmm.
not going to jail for rape and have to deal with that for the rest of my life
Yep.
and
Yep.
say I did it when I know I didn't do it. I'm not settling. And then next thing you know, what
Hmm.
happened? He ended up trying to
Yep.
fight it. Nobody believe him. Believe black women.
Yep. Yep.
And
And
he
she
ended up
been she
going to
been and
jail.
she been his shelf for a minute too. Was crazy. Was I thought she was kind of like new, but she been his shelf for a little while. I'm like, like all of a sudden now you know what I'm saying. I'm like maybe me personally, I think they was already, you know what I'm
Nah,
saying.
it's Stephon Diggs' fault. I'm gonna say this.
Yeah,
It's his
that's
fault
what I'm saying. I think he
because
was smashing her. I think he was
you
smashing
can't
her.
yeah, he was smashing her. It's his fault
Hmm.
because my dad always told me this. He said, don't shit where you eat. He said, don't ever mess with a woman where you get your money at. Anything that got to do with your money, do not have a woman involved. Don't do it. He was like, it don't matter what she look like, what she say. If you her boss, your boss. If y'all work there, do not mess with a woman where you work at. Don't do it. He instilled that in me. He
Is
said,
the word.
it'll destroy your life. Don't do it. And I'm
He
glad
say
I can
for
say,
sure.
I ain't never did that. My dad said, don't do that. I was like, nah, I ain't doing it. I ain't messing with no one where I work at. Hell no. And some of these brothers, he got a chef. You famous. Don't have no woman chef. You know, be like 50 Cent, have
Anyone that
cameras
you're not attracted
everywhere.
to.
Be like 50 Cent. Have audio recorded cameras throughout your whole entire house and make people sign waivers. When they come in,
Uh,
they sign it, they agree to being audio and video recorded everywhere in the house. Then you ain't got no problems. Make them sign waivers. Make them do this. Make them do that. You just at the end of the day, you just got to do it,
Get an old lady to be your chef or something.
man. Just be like Rick Ross and just do it yourself, man.
Yeah, cook your own food.
Man, just do it yourself, man. You know why you hired that lady that looked like a stripper. You hired her because she was fine, she was thick, and you wanted to get some. That's all it is. You made a bad move. You're paying for it. But all right, y'all. I gotta catch a flight. Y'all have fun. Maybe I'll jump on later or something like that. I'm last minute shorty.
Safe.
Yes, sir. Godspeed. Godspeed.
yes, sir. Godspeed, Godspeed, Judge. Hey, more time, Christ bless you, sir. Yeah. Oh, praise it. Oh man. Hey, look, we have gone all over the place. We got people that's been on the stage that have not even had the opportunity to say what they wanted. We have people that's been trying to come up on stage. There's a queue. So let's get some order back. All right. Let me see. Star has spoken. Uh, uh, Tana, Lizzie. All
Has
right.
Anna
So
has Anna spoke?
uh, I'm not sure. She was on stage by the time I came on, so I think so.
I spoke already. I'll move myself down. Come
All
on.
right. What about Eli? Has Eli spoke?
I'm not sure. His mic is unmuted, so we can't hear him
What
saying
about
something.
Tana? Did Tana speak?
Yes, Tana and
Did
Lizzie.
Lizzie speak?
Yes, sir.
All right. What about Tina?
No, we haven't spoken with Tina. Um,
Okay, I know we spoke to Ezekiel.
yeah, Ezekiel,
We
we
spoke
spoke.
to Chai.
I spoke.
Um, that's all I can remember. So
Yes, sir.
just
That's
after everybody speak, just go ahead and move them so we can keep you
yes,
know.
sir. Yes. All praises. All right,
Shalom.
Avaya.
Yes, shalom. Most High Christ bless. I didn't
Shalom.
mean to
What's
cut
up?
in, but y'all could put me in the audience. I'm not feeling well right now.
Hope you feel better, sis. All right. Um, Fitzroy.
Shalom, Most High
Fitzroy.
Christ bless.
Shalom. Shalom. What's on Christ bless. So, what are your thoughts on the topic, man?
You hear me okay?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, yes. Um, I'm in the middle, you know. If if the family support, child support is done properly, I think child support should be paid. But here's where I'm leaning to that it's not fair because the welfare system is set up against the man. Family court also, it ain't no joke. It's set up to bury the black man, cut off his balls. The issue is, first of all, statistics shows that if the man is given the child to raise, they usually end up turning out better. But the problem is when someone is on welfare, the woman automatically gets joint custody. So I believe the issue is custody. If it was being done fair, they should automatically be given joint custody and be forced to come up with a parenting plan. for the child throughout the years from, when they reach 10, 12, 15, high school, whatever, till you're off support. And also be forced to be given a shared parenting plan so that, it becomes 50-50. The father gets the child 50% of the time, the mother gets the child other 50% of the time. And that avoids the control um, of one parent sitting on their ass, not doing anything, and having kids. My situation, and knowing what I know now and learning about the truth, I can definitely see my mistakes. I didn't choose wisely. I never approved. I had children out of wedlock, not once, twice, and ended up in support both times. And I've always been working, and I've always supported my kids. My issue is that I became a weekend dad. It all became about the money. Um, and I didn't get to see my child. It bankrupted me fighting in court for my kids, while the other party sat in their ass, had more kids. When I had a second child 10 years later, my name came up in family court. I was 10 years behind in child support. I almost lost my mind. The arrears that I was in was crazy. And like I said, I've always supported my child. And I didn't go through it once. I didn't go through it twice. I didn't learn my lesson, having kids out of wedlock ain't no joke. And being with someone that you don't approve and that's on the system is even worse. So I think, we need joint parenting plans. So then the parents are forced to raise the child together. It doesn't become about money, because you'll end up paying more to support your child because you're going to give them the things you need that both of you agree on. You can talk about their faith and where they go to school and where you're going to live and those things, and then that way the black family can have a chance to grow, not being in the truth. In the world it's just anything goes, and the system is their man. And that's what I got to take on it.
Okay, okay. Oh man, there's it's a lot, but how many other men out here, can relate to that same situation, especially with the situation about the arrears, you know? Um, you know, somebody about to say something? Yeah, especially about the arrears, you know, how people, you know, you get blindsided. Like, wow, wait a minute, what? Hold up, what? Where's all this coming from? And then if you were doing something, they may count it or they may not count it. Some may say, well, it was a gift because it was not
Mhm.
officially documented,
Right.
because you can't prove how much money you've given prior to that they're going to give you credit
Right.
for, you know.
Yep.
So yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. But hey, thank you, Fitzroy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shalom.
Hello. All right. Let me see. Hey, Chuck, are you the reader? You reader?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Right now. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So, Uzi, Uzi.
Hey, Shalom, most high in Christ bless. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It sounded like you about to start to go out though.
All right, hold on. Let me take off my headpiece.
No, well, both you. I mean, it sounded as though that you were about to
You
start
can
to
hear me
break
better
up.
now?
I mean, that's clear. Yes, that's
Yeah, for
clear.
sure.
Yes, sir. So, what's your thoughts on the topic, Drew?
Man, I understand child support. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been on it since I was 17. So in Texas, whenever you turn 17, you're considered an adult in most courts. So as soon as I turned 17, I got put on. I'm actually, and I had my son since he's 3. He about to be 16 this summer. So, but I don't have. He lives with my mom right now. But she ain't never took care of him, none of that stuff. But she always had me on child support. I tried to fight it, tried to go to court, set court date. She never showed up. Uh, I recently seen her, and before I said I recently seen her, I owe like 29 G's worth of child support. So I'm just glad they changed the laws where at least you can get your license and registration on your car and stuff now in Texas, but you can't get a passport. And I'm in the body, so uh, that's one thing I'm trying to work on. I think I'm just gonna offer her like $800 and just tell her to go drop it, meet me up there, and just drop the back pay. So need prayers on that. But as far as child support, I mean, dudes who don't take care of their kids, I don't have respect for that myself. You know what I'm saying? My dad didn't really raise me. I don't hate my dad. I got a good relationship with him, but just the obstacles I had to go through without having my dad there. I had stepdads. I had guys who stepped in that were my mom at the time, but it ain't nothing like having your biological father in your life. So I just pride myself in raising my kids and doing what I'm supposed to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, it goes back and forth. It's good and it's bad. You know what I mean? Guys like Judd was talking about bitter. You got bitter women out there. You know what I'm saying? That just do shit out of spite. Then you also got niggas that don't take care of their kids at all. So uh, that's kind of what makes it bad. It really just hinders somebody's life either way it go. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what state you live in, I can really only talk for Texas, but it really puts a hindrance on your life, especially when you're trying to do things that you want to do and do things that you need to do for yourself. And I know in Texas they put that to your credit. So I got $29,000 just sitting on my credit, like, and it's like, man, it's hard to get approved for things whenever you got this debt that I know I'm not about to pay. I'm not gonna pay it. Like, all praise to the Most High. I never went to jail or nothing, but I always wanted to, so I could actually step in front of a judge and prove my case. I got all the paperwork, got all the proof. Me enrolling them in school, me putting them on. Having insurance on them, all that, but they just don't give a damn at that child support office. You know what I mean? Especially if she don't show up either. No matter how much you really do, if they don't show up, it's nothing they can do, especially in the man's favor. So it's just messed up. But it is because of our sins, though. I did learn this before I was in the truth. Like I said, I was 17. I'm 33 now. So uh, just looking back on it, and I remember my stepdad at the time telling me, because he knew I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. I guess he seen me smelling myself, a little bit too much around that time. So he knew. And he had a conversation with me. But young kids, even these kids now, they just think you just old fashioned and stupid. You really, I know what I'm doing type stuff. You think you know everything. But yeah, it kind of bit me in my ass now that I'm older. So, and then I tell my kids now, I'm all like, since they was little, I'm all like, you get everything that you need, and then a woman will come. And I said, then at that, now that I'm in the truth, I said, it ain't no girlfriend. I said, just wait. So I said, get all the things that you want out of life, or the cars you want, the kind of house you want, the clothes, whatever. Keep the commandments within all of this, of course. But I said, do the things that you want to do for yourself to make yourself successful and stable in life. And I said, a woman will come to you. You'll find you a woman, bro. Especially like I said, we in the truth. I said, it's plenty of sisters coming up. I said, stay a virgin. You'll get married in the church. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that's really my opinions on it. I will say one more thing. It's just crazy. I mean, I respect it, and it's bad and it's good. But how Anthony Edwards, the basketball player for the Timberwolves, did, yeah, that was a kind of smart move on him. But at the same time, he ain't trying to be in the kid's life at all either. But the woman trying to go back and he paid out over $1 million for the total of the 18 years of his daughter that he had, and she blew that money. Now she's trying to take him back to child support court, talk about that wasn't enough and all that. And it's just a lot going on. But I just don't understand Hollywood anyway, because his baby mama is little baby, the rapper's baby mama. So it's like, why would you have a baby with? I don't know, man. It's just all crazy shit. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the topic.
Okay. Hey. That situation right there goes back to Judge's point about how he figured how much money it would take over the 18 years, right? Paid it, and now it's gone. What 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 money did she spend on that child? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Within
that baby
that
only
time
like
frame.
that baby ain't even a year old yet. She
Exactly.
might be one now, you know what I mean? But that bread is gone.
But see, the point of it is the point that I was going back to. What are they really applying to the child or for the child?
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? Now,
nah. She
are
talked
all
about she
women like
started a
that?
trucking business or some other stuff like that. But now she broke.
Are all women like that? No, all women are not like that. Are most? You damn right. Most of them are. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
The wickedness of a woman, bro. As a matter of fact, what's that at in Ecclesiastes? Solomon said that, um,
Yes, sir. I got it.
uh, yeah.
Yes, sir. 7 and 26.
Yes,
One second.
sir. Thank you. You all right, Chuck, my man. I don't care
Sir.
what they
It's
say
the book.
about you. You all right with me.
Shalom, sir.
Come
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 26. And I find more bitter than the death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleases God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her. Uh,
So he said, the woman whose bands of snares and traps. I'm telling you, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know, for just trying to be for whoever's listening. You know what I mean? The WAP. It's like wow, right? Or you know how the Bible says that all bread is, you know what I'm saying, sweet to a homemonger. Because men, the men are responsible as well. You know what I'm saying? It's not just on women. We as men, we have to be responsible as well. But that you know what I'm saying, with bands and snares and traps and all of that, hey, I'm telling you, yeah, woo, man, beat it again, beat it again.
book of Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 26. And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets.
He said he finds what is more bitter than death. Death is sweeter. Death is sweeter than the woman. You know what I'm saying? Than being with an evil ass woman, man. That's basically saying, yo, I'd rather be dead. I would rather die than to deal with a woman, you know what I'm saying? A bitter ass woman. Come on.
And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Who seeketh, whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her.
Only God can deliver you from this woman. That's what the Bible's saying. Only God can deliver you from this woman. If you please him, he will deliver you out. But the sinner, you stuck. You stuck, man. That's basically what it's saying. You know what I mean? Ooh, Lord Jesus. Mm. But hey, we gotta learn, man. We gotta learn. Hey, thank you, Uzziah. I mean, Uzi. It's my brother Uzziah, man. Hey, sister Abiel. Hold up, wait a minute, wait. Abiel came up after. Maybe, I know Sister Tina was up here. I don't know, maybe she fell off and came back up. All right, it's all right. We're gonna go in order. Sister Gabrielle, go ahead. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Shalom. Shalom, sir. Shalom,
Hello, my
family.
sister. What's on
How you
Christ bless you?
doing? Most High in Christ bless. No VA today?
Nah, nah. I got to check to find out when my next appointment is.
Yeah, me too. I've been missing a few. But anyway, all praises. Is child support fair? So I have a few opinions. It's it's fair for the taking care of the child. It's unfair from the standpoint that the system is ganking people. And I wanted to go back to what Judd was talking about when he was talking about the 50-50. And the reason that will never work is because the system is designed to gank people. There's no way they would ever agree to allow people to make a 50-50 agreement, because then they lose out on all the quote unquote administrative fees. So y'all know I always have to check stuff. And so I Googled, and it's funny, the brother that was talking earlier is from my state. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna check this out. So I went on and looked and Googled about the fees. And I remember a while back, I actually Googled this topic. I don't know if it came up here, but something made me look. And online, I actually found an article, and it may not have been my state, but it was right there in black and white, where it said that the fees and a portion slash percentage of what they get from the child support system was directly tied to the judicial retirement system. Basically, it part of the funds went into the judge's retirement fund. When I went back to find it, obviously it wasn't there, but this is what I did find. So it said administrative fees collected from child support, often called poundage or processing charges, goes toward covering the operational cost of state child support enforcement agencies. These fees finance the tracking of, like when they got to track down the person, when they have to do establishing paternity and all that kind of stuff. So that's basically why they say, or what they're putting in black and white, is the reason for all the extra fees over and above what the people get. So, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to judgment from the Most High. you know the man, obviously, it's his seed. When the woman only carries the child, the seed comes from the man. And when you do things outside of the Most High's order, he establishes judgments that go along with that. And every person, and I'm not even just talking about the men, because as everybody's been saying, there are women who get put on child support too. When you go outside of the Most High's plan, have children outside of wedlock, this is part of the judgment that's attached to that. And the last thing that I was going to say is that as I was kind of listening, I kind of drew a figure of the eugenics tree, but concerning this particular issue, the child support thing. So at the end of the day, we know how, everybody that's in the body knows about the eugenics tree and how that image is. But what I did was I attached it to the PIC, to the prison industrial complex. So the prison industrial complex is the tree, is the big tree with the trunk and all of that. And so I drew like little roots from the tree and follow me. So you got the child support. If the person doesn't pay, they end up, or if the person takes the person, they end up having to pay child support. If they don't pay, they get hit with the rears, or the back poundage. That's another route. Then you have the loss of the driver's license. That's another route. Then you have, if lose your driver's license, you can't work, which ultimately ends you up in jail. That's another route. And then the fact that you go to jail is a body that fills the beds for all these prisons that they're opening up for the prison industrial complex. So back to what I was saying about Judd's point about why it will never happen that they'll just let you make out a 50-50 agreement. It all comes back to this, because no matter what happens, they are going to keep the prisons full. They're going to keep their administrative fees coming to them so that they can pay for whatever it is they use that money to pay for, and they're going to keep the beds full. So the bottom line is, keep it in your pants, keep your dress down and your panties up, unless you're married, and then everything will be fair. And with that, I mute my mic. Shalom, Most High in Christ bless.
All praises, all praises. Very well said, sis. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, I like the idea about the tree and the roots.
All praises.
All praises.
Shalom.
Shalom. Hey, we have Bank PY on the stage. Hey, Banks. Shalom, welcome to the stage, man. Definitely welcome you to Upload God's Laws. So, Banks, you there? Hey, maybe it's at work. Man, at work. Mm-hmm. How you gonna make him an excuse for this guy? Do you know him? No, I didn't. So how you gonna see if he at work or not? I don't know, bruh. All right, can y'all hear me? I don't know what happened. Everybody can hear you, bro. Chill out. All right. So Banks is not able to answer right now, so we just gonna continue. All right, Sister Charity.
Shalom. Most High in Christ bless.
Shalom, shalom. I'm sorry, Christ.
It's funny because I was just leaving the child support office when this topic came up. Like literally
Wow,
just left.
that's
Like
crazy.
yes. I've been a mother for 23 years. And I've dealt with a lot when it comes to not getting support, consistent support. And so while I definitely empathize with some of the men, because I do know there's a lot of misuse and abuse. But as a mom who's experienced even homelessness, because men go under the radar, they don't want to help if they don't like you anymore, they don't want to support. Um, they just decide when and where, and that's not how life is. Children need ongoing care. Children need ongoing support. I mother disabled children, so the expenses are even higher than the average child. And so a person, if I treated my children or took care of them on the basis of how I felt about the other parent, they would be in a very bad way. But I don't treat my children or take care of them based off of how I feel about the other parent. And that's what I've experienced. I know other people have different experiences, but my experience has been one of being child support being avoided because the other parent does not like me. And that just means you don't want better for your children. Child care costs money. Children have incidentals. Children eat a lot. and we shouldn't be depending on the state to take care of our children. So I'm a parent that has forgiven arrears. I have tried to come up with, verbal agreements. And the moment you don't say something that they like to hear, they're not giving you any money. And it's like, what? That's not how this works. So while I do think it's bad, like the pipeline that Sister Abrielle brought out, I think is evil. It's wicked. But Romans 13:13 gives us some really good guidance, right? Like if you're doing right, you won't be subject to that. So I do think it's fair because, especially in this walk, we're told to uphold justice, get things in writing. We're supposed to Leviticus 5:1. So I don't see how it's not fair. If you don't get yourself in a situation, and it goes for me too. Like if I was keeping the laws, I wouldn't be in this situation. But my children have suffered greatly and gone without a lot because they're, because of people going under the radar and dealing with money as if it's based on emotions, and that's not what it is.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, sis. I mean, ooh, the headache and the stress, man, that could have been avoided, but we have been destroyed. We have been destroyed through the thoughts and opinions of, you know what I'm saying? Well, not even thoughts and opinions, but you know what I'm saying, the ways of Esau and his sister. And they're still trying to keep us there. That's why it's important for us as men and prophets of the Lord to go out and teach. And it's important for our sisters, the princesses of God, to be that example. So, all praises. Thank you, sis.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me share.
Shalom. All right, we got, let me see. We got Sister Ethel. Sister Ethel.
Shalom, leadership.
Shalom, sis.
Most High Christ bless.
Most High Christ bless you. Getting a phone call while she's trying to talk. I understand.
I don't know why it's showing that I'm on the phone. Can y'all hear
Nah,
me?
I was assuming that you was getting a phone call.
Oh, maybe I was. Okay. My thought on the question is what it is. Child support.
It's child support fair.
Uh, no,
Okay,
it's not.
why do you say it's not fair?
Because my brother he got a girl pregnant and she put him on child support. So he wanted to see his child or have visitation rights, and they wouldn't let him. And they kept him on child support. He fought it for a long time to see his child or have visitation rights. The woman moved to another state. He couldn't find his son for a while. And when he did find his son was like 14 years old. And so she had he tried to get custody of him, but he still couldn't get took because she ran again. So he went to the child support court and told them that since he can't see his child, that he need to be taken off child support. And
Okay,
they
that I
did.
was that was a long pause. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I was still listening. You know what I mean? And I didn't know if you was finished or you know what I
yeah,
mean.
I was
So
finished.
okay, okay. Okay. I didn't want to cut you off if you wasn't. You know what I mean? Man, yeah. Hey,
But on the other hand, though, I was thinking, when me and my husband separated. Um, and, you know, I was so bitter, you know, and I was like, man, I'm gonna put him on child support. I'm gonna do this to him, you know. I was so bitter with him, and I found out. I'm like, cause my kids were like 20 and 19 at the time, and I found out. I was like, God, I can't even put him on child support because he done waited till the kids got grown. So I was like, okay, that's over with. So I came into the truth and I started learning a little more. I got rid of my bitterness, but I was bitter for a white reason. Um, I was bitter because I had put a lot into our marriage, and then he just walked out and said he didn't love me no more. That he loved me, but he was not in love with me. That's what he said.
Damn, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So now I am. Now I am still. I'm still here waiting on him because he left when he left me, he went to his other woman. And so now I am just sitting here. They got a house together and everything, but I am just sitting here. He keeps saying he gonna file for the divorce. So we've been separated almost 2 years and 2.5 years, and I don't see no divorce papers.
well,
And he walk
um,
and,
go ahead.
and he's walking around, with this other woman saying that's his wife.
Man, well, look, this is what you do. Go to your because you're congregating, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go to your leadership, all right, and get counsel on your situation. Okay.
Yeah. hmm
All
Well,
right.
when I first joined, first started congregating, because I known about the truth for a minute. My husband, he brought the truth to me, but he fell off, and I stayed in. But I when I first got in, I congregated, and they said to me that don't do nothing right now, just wait and see if he'll come back. So I did that. So now I'm ready to just go ahead and make another step.
Okay. Well, don't do anything without counsel. Okay.
Mhm.
Make sure you counsel with this. As a matter of fact, just for the sake of let's read the scripture. What's that? 16?
I can't hear you. You breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, I couldn't hear
Wow.
you.
Okay.
Now I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Uh, let me see. Where is it? Man, what is it? Proverbs. Hold on. Hold on. I can't. I'm having a brain fart right now, and it stinks. Dang it. Let me see. There's so many. 19. Proverbs 19. Who's reading? Thaddeus, are you reading?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Read. Read. Yeah. I don't know. That one without. Yeah. Read the Proverbs 19 and 20.
Yes, sir. Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 20. Hear counsel and receive instruction. that thou mayest be wise in thy latter end.
So what you want to do is let the leaders counsel you in this
Mm-hmm.
situation. Okay. So you know what I'm saying, you will receive the instruction. And then that way you're not moving based off of, you know what I'm saying, your own emotions. Okay.
Right.
Let the Bible guide you. Go to Proverbs 11 and 14.
Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 14. Where no counsel is, the people fall.
So if you don't counsel and you do things on your own, then you know what I'm saying, that's when we make our, you know what I'm saying, we make mistakes and we fall. Right?
Right.
Keep reading.
But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
So there's safety in the multitude of counsel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know,
So,
make sure you counsel about that situation. Yes,
let
go
me.
ahead.
Can I ask another question? So, my two sons. I have a son that is 20. He's 20 now, and I have one that's finna be 23. So they see how things things fail between me and my husband. They see like he brought he brought the woman around him, and he brought the woman around me, as saying that they were friends. And so now my sons are like, one of my, especially my baby boy, he's like very bitter towards his dad, and I try to tell him not towards him, and he said he see the woman he want to shoot her and all this stuff, and I'm like, no, don't think like that. So what can I say to him to because he got like a hard hard now. So what can I say to him to make him not feel so bad about his dad, which I always tell him his dad did good things. He wasn't a bad person. I mean, he was always there for them, and he was there when I had my two boys. He was there when they for both of their births and all that stuff. But my son is very bitter, so I'm trying to get him out of that.
Well, um, let him know, you know, that he needs to respect his parents, right?
Yes.
You know, because we all make mistakes. We all mess up. We do things, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
uh, let's start off with Exodus 20,
It's just
verse 12.
Exodus chapter 20 and verse 12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
So, what you want to do is you want to tell them that, you know what, hey, honor your father, you know, and your mother, okay?
right.
Because, you know, the scriptures tell us not to hate our brothers, okay? Yeah, it's your father and your mother, okay? That's not your, you know, your brother, your sister, but at the same time, it's still your family. That's your kindred, okay? Let them know they can't have hatred in his heart, you know.
Okay.
Um, let me see, where's that one? Forgive thy neighbor the hurt that he has done unto thee. That's the rock.
What did it say, sir?
Says, forgive thy neighbor for the hurt that he have done unto thee. It's in Sirach.
Sirach 28 and 2.
Sirach
I'm going to see if
28.
that's one. 28 and verse 2.
I think so.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 28 and verse 2.
Hold on, hold
Forgive.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yes,
Start at
sir.
verse 1. Start at verse 1, because this is very vital in, you know what I'm saying, in the case of what we're talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
she also stated that her son, you know what I'm saying, wants, he's like feeling like doing some type of harm to this lady, right? But this is something that he needs to understand. Read.
Sirach, chapter 28 and verse 1. He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord.
So if he takes it upon himself to do something to this lady, you know what I'm saying, based on the fact that he's hurt because of what something that his father has done, right?
Right.
Then he's basically condemning himself. Because read that again.
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord.
So if he revenges, if he tries to take the matters in his own hands, the Lord is going to do something to him. Come on.
And he will surely keep his sins in remembrance.
And his the things that he's done when he will not be forgiven of, right?
Right.
Come on.
Forgive thy neighbor the hurt that he hath done unto thee.
So he has to forgive his father for the hurt that he has done. Come on.
So
Okay.
shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest.
So I'm not sure if your son, you know, you know, he believes in God or how he feels about prayer and things of that nature, and hopefully you are, being an example for him, you know, but just
Well,
even in our
my
sins,
kids, they
we're
they
able to focus on the scripture. Go ahead.
oh, I was just, excuse me. I was just saying, my kids, they know about the truth, but they don't practice it. Because we taught them at a younger age about the truth and everything, but I'll be trying to get them to come with me to the Sabbath classes, but they're not wanting to come. So I don't force them because I feel like that they they might decide to come later or something like that. So I try not to force them or try not to, put it in their face. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, yeah, they grown now, so you can't force them.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
um, but they do have a foundation of believing that God exists, right?
Right.
So with them believing in God, and let's say, for example, if you take this scripture and you share it with your son, and if he, it's like, okay, well, God, if I do this, God is going to do this to me. Okay, well, let me fall back. Let me try to fix my spirit. Lord's will, that's the case. If not,
Right.
you know, um, uh, that's enough prayers to ask the Lord to, what I'm saying, to soften his heart, you know.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, just praying for him. I have forgiven. I have when I went to Tabernacle last year, my first Tabernacle, and they said that you're supposed to forgive people that had done things wrong to you. I called my ex husband and I told him that I forgive him for everything. I even tried calling her, but she made like that I had the wrong number. I knew I had the right number, but she said, "Oh, you got the wrong number." So I said, "Well, okay, I tried." So I I'm I'm good with it now. I gotten over it. So I'm just waiting on him to do what he want to do or whatever.
Right. Well, um, you know, I understand, what you're saying, but for your son's standpoint, you're going to try to, get him to understand, hey, son, you can't think like that.
Yeah.
You can't feel that way.
hmm
All right.
And I will keep on forcing. Yeah. Thank you so much, brother.
Okay. All praise. Praise. Well, thank you, sis.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Bye
Most
bye.
my praise.
You welcome. Bye. All praises.
All right. Hey, man, we had um a red ticket up here. Shoot, they left. Okay, maybe she has something to do. Took too long. Oh well. Knows when she be back. So let's see. Hey, Thaddeus, did I salute you, man?
So, say it again, sir.
Did I salute you?
No, I think I can't remember honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, hey, most high Christ
Who
bless
we
you, my
got?
brother.
Who we got next? Who we got
Shalom, most
next?
high in Christ bless.
Who we
We
got
got
next?
Sister Tina.
Let's move.
Shalom,
Let's keep
King.
it. Let's keep it moving, yo.
Sister Tina.
Yes. Is child support fair? No, it's really not. In a lot of ways, it's really not. I raised my children without child support. And my my ex, he's just, I mean, it's just like we didn't exist anymore. The kids didn't exist or anything. So that's a very sad thing when that happens. But I'd see so many women that their children's fathers wanted to have something to do with them, and because of that, the hatred in their heart, um, they kept their children from them, and it wasn't fair to the kids. But when my brother and his wife separated, they worked out an agreement, and they divorced, and they were going along with the agreement, and she decided to take him to court for, I don't even remember what it was, but when they went to court, since there wasn't an order on child support, now this is in Arkansas, since there wasn't an order on child support, the judge um, set child support and made it retroactive to the day that they divorced. He had receipts for all the money that he had given her, for the kids, for their school, for their extracurriculars, and everything. And the judge threw it out and said, "No, you're going to have to pay it." In Arkansas, they have a clearinghouse. They call it a clearinghouse, where you send the money to the clearinghouse for checks and balances, and they get a percentage up and above what the child support is. So if you pay $100 a week, they get another $25 for processing the check for you. So it's a big mess in Arkansas, definitely. Um, I just I hate to see the children suffer. That's the hardest part, because they're watching their parents argue and fight whenever they should be standing as a unit, showing them how life should go. The woman shouldn't be hateful and childish and hold things against her ex-husband just because they couldn't get along, or just because she's mad because he makes more money, or he's found a new girlfriend, or whatever the reason may be. Maybe he stepped on one of her shoes and got it dirty. um, some women are very petty. They really are. But we just need to be praying for America, and for those kids that are watching this happen in their family, because it just causes more dysfunction, and it's not fair to the children. Thank you.
Okay. Miss Tina.
Did you just
So,
say pray for America?
Yes.
How that look like? What that look like?
Well, just pray for the the parent. Really, it's just the children.
What's your
Sorry,
nationality? What's your nationality?
I'm Italian.
Oh, all right, all right. Go ahead, Solo.
okay. Yeah. I was gonna ask the same question, Miss Tina, about praying for America and everything, but you know, yeah, America's not
Yeah, I'm
gonna
praying. I'm
recover.
praying for. I'm praying for America. All right, praying for it. Praying for their downfall.
Yeah.
There's definitely some things that need to change. Definitely, I agree.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that's gonna be changed about this place. A lot. It's gonna change so much to where it's gonna be just like it had never existed. Man,
Well, looking at it, that is not that's a good thing, really. You know, it's been corrupt for so long, and a lot of people don't even know what non-corruption is as far as that goes if they're not in the Bible.
yeah, you're right, Miss Tina. You said you're Italian? So your father was Italian?
My father's Italian.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for your thoughts, Miss Tina. Welcome to the room. Feel free to join the room. Listen.
appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. All right. I'm sorry, King. You got something to say?
What?
Are you about to say something?
No, I was had a phone call. I guess I didn't mute the phone.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see you going. You had a phone call.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know if y'all heard me. I'm praying for America. I'm praying for them.
No, no, we've heard
Yeah.
that. We've heard
Oh,
that. Yeah, that was
yeah, I'm definitely
yeah.
praying. I'm definitely praying for them.
He said, yeah, there is room for change. So I
Yep.
said, yeah, it's gonna change so much. It's gonna be just like it never existed.
Yep. That's where everybody went. I
Huh?
I I I got kicked out. I got kicked out, so I couldn't hear nothing. So
Um, Kunta was up here not too long ago. I don't know where he went.
so right. Everybody gone, huh?
Yes, sir. So
Yeah.
we still got two people to deal with. We got Soldier and we got Distinctive Dude.
All right. I'm your
Yeah. Soldier, Soldier, 001.
Hey, shalom, leadership. Shalom, shalom. Most high in Christ.
Hello. Most High in Christ bless you, sir.
Hey,
So what's your thoughts on the topic?
my thoughts on the topic is that it's not fair. It is not fair. I've been in two cases, so I'll just start with the first one. The first one, my ex-wife, she came and dropped off the kids, dropped off my 3 and 5 year old sons because she had them, and she said she couldn't take care of them. Well, I went to court, got custody. They found her unfit. She had to pay child support, and I
Hey, my bad.
received
My bad. I went out. Can y'all hear me?
one payment from
Hello?
her.
Hello? 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 Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you. King, you still there?
Yeah, I can
King,
hear you.
you can hear it?
Yeah,
All
yeah, I
right.
can hear you.
All right. Go ahead. You
It's-
you saying something?
Yeah, I received one payment from her, but the thing that
Brother,
bothered.
brother, brother, can you hear me?
We can't hear
Oh,
you, sir.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
go
asking, can
ahead,
the
King.
brother hear me? Can the brother hear me?
Soldier 001, can you hear him? King.
yes, I can hear him now.
Okay.
Okay. Can you repeat yourself?
Okay, uh, my first marriage, my wife, she dropped off my sons. I have two sons with her, and she dropped off. They were 3 and 5 years old, and at that time, I don't want to go into what happened and all this because it was some bad stuff. But anyway, I went to court and they found her unfit as a mother. So I was able to get child support from her, but I only received it one time. One time. Every year they would send me a notice. I'm in California. They would send me a notice and say, "Hey, do you know where the whereabouts?" And I said, "I've told you guys already a lot of times." And my sons later, after now progressing into time when my sons were older, uh, my oldest son, he said, "Hey, my mom said, can you take the child support off of her?" Well, in California, if you take the child support case off of the whoever it's against, then the state's going to pick it up and they're going to go after them and get the money. So I just left it on. And but I got one payment. In the process of time, she's passed already, and then 10 years later, I married another my next wife, and I was paying child support to her. But my daughter, she was like 4 years old. She's a daddy's girl. And she says, "No, I do not want to stay with my mom. I want to stay with my daddy." So I was paying child support for about 5 months. And then her mom came to me and said, "Hey, she's always with you." So, because I had her all the time. I had to make provisions because I had my own place, and I'm a retired garbage man. I'm retired, and yeah, got my pension, all that stuff. But anyway, that when we went in there, we both went into child support. Me, my ex-wife, and my daughter. We went in there and told the lady that my ex told her that she does not want to pursue child support on me anymore because she's actually living with her father. And the child support lady says, "You know what? We're going to keep the case here just in case you change your mind later." But the whole thing was they never asked me if I wanted to get child support for her because I have the child all the time now. That's California. That's why I say the rules here is messed up. But I got a chance to raise both sets of my kids, and so they're all productive now. They're doing work. They won't follow me in this truth, but they do have jobs and they're doing their own thing out there. I just pray for them. That's it I have on the topic.
Well, damn. Um, yes, sir. Um, okay. Ah, that's right there. Sucks. I hope everybody heard that one. Um,
Hey, shalom. Most High in Christ bless leadership. I appreciate y'all.
shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yeah, we get you.
All right. So, I'm gonna just tell y'all right now. We spoke to everybody. The child support.
No, sir.
Go ahead.
And shalom, leadership. Most High Christ bless. Solo style, shalom. Most High Christ bless you, sir.
What you got? What you got on the topic, bro? Come on, man.
Okay. So I got a couple of takes on it. So before the truth, I would say I thought it was unfair, like child support, which, I could look at it from that perspective. But I don't know, I feel like coming in the truth now, I feel like in a spiritual sense that
it's kind of like a it's kind of like a judgment tool, for not making the right decision as well, with women. You know what I mean? I feel like if we would have known to prove a friend and things of that nature, we would have got the right portion. So I like I said, I've dealt with the situation, and I used to, hate it, of course, and it's still not tasteful, but in a sense, I feel like it's kind of righteous judgment, being in the truth and looking at it from a spiritual perspective.
That's all
You
you
heard me,
got?
King?
Yeah, I'm listening. That's all you got?
Yeah, that's how I look at it. That's the two sides. Yes.
All right. All right. All right. So, yes, we heard everybody. Uh, Somebody might have said what I'm about to say. I don't like child support. Matter of fact, I hate child support. Child support ain't right. Child support wasn't designed. That's all a front. Child support. That's all a front. It's all game. You understand? Um, it's a tactic to destroy the Israelites. Okay, if the man is destroyed, the woman is destroyed. So I know, of course, but if you destroy the man, you destroy the woman because the woman can't exist without her man. That's just what it is. I don't care what y'all say. You can get mad with me all you want. You can't survive without us. So your enemy is destroying us. Therefore, he's destroying you. So you can get all in your feelings all you want. You can get mad with me all you want. I don't give a damn. The truth is the truth. Tell your mama about it. You know, talk to her. I don't care. Because every time I bring this up, every time I say this, everybody want to fight me. Everybody want to send all kind of hateful messages. You know, that's why I don't even look at my messages. You know, so I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. I waited. I let everybody speak. I got kicked out the room and everything. Somebody probably said what I'm saying. Somebody on the stage. Who that's Nina. Uh, Solo. That's somebody on the stage. I'm Nina. Can you hear me? Have you
Sister
spoke?
Nina? No, she just came on stage. She was on stage earlier, but I guess she fell off. We got Nina and we got CJ.
I think CJ already spoke earlier.
Oh, earlier? Okay.
Yeah. All right. If she come up
Nina
next
fell
time,
off.
just kick off the stage. I don't know what that was. If she trying to
Nina,
speak, she can message in if you're trying to
oh,
speak,
in the
Nina,
chat?
in the chat, let us know you're having difficulties. You can put it in the chat. It look like she got difficulties. She keep going in and out. All right, we'll keep up for a second longer. CJ, what you got?
Shalom, most high in Christ bless.
'Cause I was about to go on my rant. I looked down. I seen people. I was about to go on. I was about to go on a. I don't know. I'm about to go off, man. I'm telling you, I hate child support. I hate it. It ain't no. It's no. It ain't no good. But go ahead,
Hey, I was
Kings.
saying,
Hold on, Kings. You already talked, Kings. What's up? What's up, Kings?
Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
what's up? I just want to tell you, bro, that you went deep. You went deep. I never thought about it that way. That's
Oh, I ain't finished. Kings.
heavy.
I,
That's all I wanted to say.
can you hear me?
Get your flowers from me.
Kings. Can you hear
I
me?
know. I'm
I
waiting.
don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
I'm waiting.
Can y'all
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
I can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you. I think it's a delay
Yeah,
on
I can hear you.
King's end,
All
or
right,
either
Kings.
he ignoring you. One
All
of the
right,
two.
I can hear you.
Kings, check this out. I'm not even finished. I just started. I ain't about to go in. I ain't about to go off on this child support. I already stated how I feel about child support. I'm about to go off on this child. I hate child support, Kings. Uh,
Hmm.
um, I can't go too deep into like how. Just say, just know this. Y'all about to get a piece of y'all about to hear my mouth today with this child support. You about to hear my mouth. You understand me? You gonna
Yeah.
hear it, Kings.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
understand?
Yes, sir.
You pay child support, Kings.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm on the child support for my last daughter. She's 15. I got 4 more years. I got 3 more years. No, she's
Okay.
16. So I got three
So
more years.
so listen, listen. This ain't got nothing to do with not when I'm talking about don't got
Yeah.
nothing to do because a
Oh,
lot
I
of
think I
men
know
get
where
mad
you're
at me when I
going.
say this. Okay, all right. Cause this ain't got nothing to do. You know what? I'm not gonna say it, Kings. I'm not gonna say it, bro. I'm not gonna say it.
I can't wait.
I'm gonna wait.
I've been
I'm
waiting
gonna wait.
when you dropped off. I was like, oh, where King go? I can't. I've been
I
waiting.
couldn't get back in the room. I couldn't get
I've
back
been
in.
waiting.
I couldn't get back in.
All right, I'm gonna go back in the audience. I'm a cool back. I'm gonna kick back like Bishop say.
All right. Okay. All right. Oh, Nina back.
King.
Yes. You about to cuss
Um,
me out?
no, 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 no. Actually, listening to the men, I'm understanding more.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say the only reason why it worked out for me and my ex is because he just took so much initiative from the beginning to just he was just obsessed with his son.
Mm-hmm.
Um so I didn't get child support because I mean, if I would get pneumonia or something like that, he would come and get his son.
Mm.
Um if my car broke down, he would just take initiative to handle
Mm.
it.
Mm.
So I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't go get child support. I didn't have to buy clothes for my son, and his parents were really involved with my son.
Mm.
So it's a family initiative. You know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
just didn't feel the need to go and get child support. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
my ex we would be in the house and he would just pull up and my son is outside playing. My son would run in the house. Daddy's here. I'll be back. Stuff like that. I just didn't have the burden. When I went to school, he was there. So it wasn't a money thing. He was just present. To this day, um, my ex ended up, going to school himself. And when my son grew up, he helped him to go to school and pretty much do the same thing that he's doing. He's very, very involved to this day. So I just wanted to say that. And I'm listening to the different stories. This is a complex situation.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and it's more so with us. And I just hate it. I hate saying it. And yeah, you have the good and bad in both with men and women. You have the welfare queens. We don't want to have that that's negative. And we don't want to have the brothers that's not present. Um, So the sisters have to go running for child support or running to the government. So things like this faith and this organization, how you're teaching us how, to do things the way God ordained it to be. I think would also avoid this situation we are in as a people. Um, and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, sis. I see his mic is unmuted. We can't hear you, King, if you talking, man.
Solo, are you talking to me?
Well, no, I was talking to King.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Hello, hello, hello,
all right, we
hello,
hear you
hello,
now. Yes,
hello.
sir. We hear you. We
Okay,
can hear you.
okay. All right, all right. This gonna be bad, man, cause it's just gonna go in and out, cause this area, man. It's the Dallas area. I'm gonna tell you, everybody, the Dallas area is sucks. Can't stand coming to Dallas. I hate it every time I come up here. Dallas is no good, you know. Hellfire to Dallas. Hellfire. Put it in the fire. Yes, sis. Uh, yep. It's complex. It's complex, and the situation. Oh shoot. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. My bad. Stupid Dallas traffic. Anyway, uh, yes, it's a complex situation. I know a lot of people got emotions and feelings behind it. Um, and I got my thoughts, my 2 cents in it as well. Um, let's see, CJ, what you got?
I was saying, yeah, it isn't fair because child support has been weaponized. So a lot of women use it like, all right, you don't want to be with me, all right, child support. Then they misuse it. I need my hair done, my nails done. I want a party off your child support, and I don't think that's fair at all.
All right, so all right. That's all you got. What did he say? That's all you has.
Yes, else.
Mama, yeah, you have to do that.
Hey, King.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't
Okay.
say anything else. So, Momax and Petty came up.
All right, Momax. What Kings went? He gone? All right.
Well, I moved him because I figured he
Oh,
was
okay.
finished.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. All right. Oh, Kings already. Okay, yeah, Kings already spoke. All right. There you go. All right. Who we got? Who we got? Momax. Momax, what's up?
Shalom, leadership. So I
Shalom, leadership. What you
oh
got, sis?
I went back over the replay, King. You was right as far as the other incident with Solo. So I'll praise to the Most High. I accept it. Okay. So with I lost my kids, y'all, when I was young. And they tried to go after me for child support, but they were taken. They were taken through the system, and my mom had custody over them, and they told my mom not to allow me to see them. But this was in I think it was 2003 when they were just going around taking people's kids in the foster care. They were giving like 3,000 to foster care, well, foster care parents. Um, to actually take the kids. That's when you start seeing a variety of Edomites with black children. And it was in 2003, 2004. Anyway, they had this whole thing going on. But my mom, what she did is she said, since she can't see the kids, no, we're not going to charge her child support. And if you try to charge her child support, I'm just going to allow her to see the children. And so they exempt me from even having to pay child support. And then they came back around and said, okay, well now she can see the kids, but we won't put her on child support. So I don't know if I was just uh, I don't know if I was just like somebody that slipped through the crack on that. I don't know, but I lost mine, so and I didn't have to pay child support. I didn't have to go to the court system on any of it.
Well, they have a lot of women that be in your shoes. They don't go after. You know, it be a lot of women. You know, I'm not saying all. But it be they don't be going after women like that. You know, and then it be different states be doing different things. You know, you got different. You know, just like when people talking about it's the state level. If you don't vote, this is the type of stuff they talking about, like stuff like this. But I, this is the thing. All right, we got somebody else on stage. Cause if I'm go, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop, y'all. I'm telling you. I'm mad right now. I'm mad right now. I'm mad.
We're gonna have to turn the hand raise off. Oh man, dude. Hey Teddy, what you got, you? Teddy, welcome to the stage, Teddy J. What's your thoughts on the topic, man? Is child support fair?
All right. Uh, if you can't speak, put it in the chat. Something is going on. Uh, go ahead and just whatever. All right. If you're trying to speak,
So
is
Tenzin
he
came
back?
up. Yeah, Teddy came back up. You got a red ticket,
Uh,
Tenzin.
all right.
Yo,
What
hello.
are oh God.
Child support isn't fair. Fuck childs, okay?
Eh,
Fuck childs. Kill them
oh
off,
God.
nigga. For real. You seem like
What's your
pedophile.
nationality?
King, you seem like
What's your
pedophile.
nationality? Oh my God.
Oh my
So
god.
you know what it,
Hell nah.
you know what this is? You know what this is, y'all? He's a Muslim, and Muslims just mad because they follow a pedophile. So now, because everybody drew that in their face, they want to keep on talking about we pedophiles. But you can't. That don't work. That don't work. That's what they do now.
Hey, Shalom, A1.
They won in the building. They won in the building.
Yes,
Hey,
sir. Shalom.
like the other Muslim, shalom, shalom, yo. Uh, today is what? Today is Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
Remember, remember last week I had to cuss that Muslim out and started asking us why uh Christians are be dealing with sexual immor- immorality. I was like, we ain't Christians, but this is what you got to tell these Muslims. Remember, I gave y'all the videos about Bacha Bazi, where in the Muslim countries, they take little boys and dress them up like girls and make them dance. Those are countries that the government is not under control by the wicked white man. This is Muslim entities where they're allowed to practice their beliefs, and they're not stopping it. It's going on to this day. But these people that say that they Muslims, they practice bacha bazi, Bachabazi. That's what it's called. Just look it up. You're gonna see a lot of videos where they say that uh, the women are for making babies, but the little boys are for fun. So this is embedded in their society, in their belief. So anytime they come in here, you don't always have to go to Muhammad being a pedophile and a child molester. You could go into the fact that they practice bacha bazi. They gave it a name. A whole bunch of grown men, they let the little boy come, they put makeup on him, and they make him twerk, and then they all take turns with him. So when they come in here, we don't have to defend ourselves because we don't know of that being okay in any state in the United States of America. You get caught, you get locked up, you go into jail. They're not arresting them for doing that. And the dude, when I told him that last week, he was highly offended because he was saying, "Oh, that's not all Muslims. It's a certain type of Muslim." I forgot what he said. I don't know if he said it was they were Persians or there was something. I said, "I don't care." In Afghanistan, primarily, those people, they are the government. They go by Muslim law, and they ain't killing those men or attacking those men that they openly know that these men are taking little boys and putting makeup on them, making them dress up and twerk, and they watch them. Just go on YouTube and just do a search. Just type in Bacha Bazi, Bazi, and you see how quick these Muslims when they come here hit them with that. Save Muhammad being a pedophile later because the stuff that they believe about Islam and the Quran and being Muslim is trash anyway. But they got to explain to us why, where you have predominantly Muslims, that they allow that. We don't know of any place in the United States. If men are doing that, they got to hide. If they get caught, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to be shamed and they're going to be ridiculed. But that don't happen with you Muslims. You Muslims, you're nasty. You say you believe in God, a fake God that an illiterate camel jockey made up, and then had sex with a little girl. But worst of all, y'all like little boys to dance and shake their ass. Please explain to us why. I mute my mic.
Ah, nasty, nasty, nasty. Nasty little sand people. Little sand people. You're nasty and you stink. You ain't only nasty, you stink. Y'all ever smelled the Muslim? Ooh, Lord. God. You'll throw up. But anyway, who we got next? So Solo.
We have Teddy.
Teddy Pendergrass? Oh man.
Teddy, Teddy actually
Shalom.
been here, man.
Yeah, shalom, leaders. Yeah.
When you gonna join the room, Teddy?
Uh, I'm in a room now, right?
You're in the room, but you
Hey,
haven't joined the room.
I just
I,
posted a short in the chat so y'all can look at it. And always keep this on deck. Before you switch to Muhammad, don't bring up Muhammad. Save Muhammad. Ask them why y'all like Bacha Bazi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Solo, send that to me. I can't.
Yes, sir. Will do. Will do. Yes, sir. I knew about this when I was in the military. When I was in Afghanistan, we was told about this. It's crazy. But Teddy, go ahead, man. Go ahead, G.
shalom, leaders. I was calling about the topic. Is it fair? No. I'm like King. I hate it. Experience I had. I was 30. I was in my 30s. First time I ever heard of court and all that kind of stuff. And she was so vindictive, man. It was crazy. Scratched the car up, took me to court. I was already behind. I didn't know it start from the first day they file. And to make it so bad, I was a correctional officer at the time, and I got my rears down to like $200. And she took me back to court, and the judge asked her, did she want the money? And she said yes. They arrested me to send me to where I work, and I had to be working with a couple of COs that became sheriffs. So I'm downstairs. They never put me in a cell because I actually worked with them. The captain went up to the judge and was like, what the heck is going on? He works there, and it's already coming out his paycheck. Because she wanted it, the judge gave it to her. And I was like, that was really, really unfair to send me where I work. But they didn't send me there. And a couple of people there, the officers there, paid the balance that I owed. And when I left, I went to the Mac machine and gave it back to them. It was everything I tried to do was right. They do not care about the men. They want you to sell your car, sell your house. They don't care. And especially, I'm just speaking in Philly. And it was like, why would you put me through that and have that done when all you had to do was just say, well, no, he's been paying on time. And you can't get, when you work for the city or government, you can't get away from it. It's not going to happen. It comes out like clockwork. And then the custody. The first time I knew about the custody battles, I tried to be there with my son. And I remember the first time after I got my letter, I was supposed to pick him up on Father's Day, Christmas, all that crazy stuff before I got into the truth. The first time I did it, I was trying to put the car seat in the car, and my cousin had my son. She came out, snatched the baby, ran in the house. I called the police because at that point I was a sheriff because I want to know how this court system works. The judges get money. I don't care. They get money to help without their pensions, and they go on with their life once they retire. It helps them, and I had to learn all this. But I got a DC number, and the cops came. They would not They would not knock on her door. They would not open that door. And it was supposed to be my weekend. I said, so if that was me, what would happen? They said, well, we have to kick the door down and arrest you. I said, well, you can't do it for her. Well, she's the mother. And I had a badge and a gun at this time, but it's not fair. And I don't care what no women say. I don't care how they feel about it. The stuff I've seen in the courtroom, it does not favor the men. And a lot of men just wanted to be, it was the guys that wanted to be there that get the hardest way to go and sent to jail. They in a cell with murderers and they in there for child support. Like that would be so messed up. And the women don't care. They just laugh. Oh well, I don't know if they just crazy or just evil, man. It was just something that I didn't like, and I began to hate the system. So I left it all alone because it was not fair whether they was doing it to us or um, the guys that wasn't paying. They didn't bother them. Seemed like, I swear, it seemed like it didn't bother them at all. But the guys that was working, some dudes lost their jobs because one guy was saying he was locked up for a month, and that's true. They lose their apartment, they lose their houses, their cars, all because she's mad and vindictive because she want to be with them. Man, I done seen it all, and it happened to me, and I just thought I hate it. I never want to go through it again, and I haven't, and that made me not want to have no more kids because women are so vindictive and evil, especially when they still like you, or they just will make your life miserable. And the women that don't, that think they ought to put the men on child support, all it does is separate the nuclear family. That's the key to it. If they can separate the black nuclear family, they got us. And that's all I got to say.
Hmm. Who we got next?
We got Zen. Zen is next.
Most I can blessings of all. Everyone, please share the room.
Hey, Teddy, mute your mic. Go ahead, sis.
Hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, shalom, everyone. I was saying that I don't agree that child support is fair. Even me myself, that I am starting child support. I think it's unfair that we have to fight for child support for those parents that have to beg the other parent to help out. But I think that all the others that are abusing the system should be held accountable for it, and they should have to pay back and also do time. Because I've seen some cases where it's horrible. Like the same thing the brother was saying before. I know women that do that on purpose because they don't like, they would be in a good relationship, and because the man says, you know what, I don't like you wearing this, or I don't like you behaving a certain way, they will literally just take them to court for that stuff to break up the family and just cause problems. And God forbid if he moves on and do something good with his life, here they come and put him on child support just because. And I do know a few brothers that have done the same thing. But it's like the same thing Uncle Judd was saying, it's painful for those that have to use it in order to survive and whatnot, that they get penalized because of the others that abuse the system. So I think they need to enforce a law for all those that abuse the system and make them pay back like 20% on top of what they owe, and do jail time for that stuff. Because there's women out there that they know the kid is not the man's, but they force him to put him on the birth certificate, and that whole brother's life is destroyed. It's hard for a single woman to find a man, but it's also some women that would not date a man because he's single and has children. So it's an unfair system, and it's sad that we have to do it because you know the scripture says a man who don't take care of his kids is worse than an infidel. Same goes for the sisters that don't do the same thing, but the system is effed up. And for those that have to fight, they gotta fight. And it's sad that you have to, you know, like be like, you can't do this alone, you know? But shalom. And everyone, please share the room.
All right.
My sister.
All right. Okay. So she's done.
And go off, Sam, support you.
What she say?
She's done. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. So I'm gonna tell you right now. Like I said, I don't care if you brothers get mad with me or you sisters get mad with me. All right. Don't care. You know, stand in line. Here I go. I hate child support. Child support is phony, fake, and it's to me, bro. People they hypocrites, man. They hypocrites, man. I'm telling you, man. Like I'm a child, right? I once was a child, right? I was a child, y'all. I grew up in a house that didn't have a father, right? And did my mama get child support? Hell, I don't know. I know he was on child support, but shit, we struggled. And whatever he gave, I didn't feel it. I don't know nothing about it, you know. And I'm talking as a child, right? From that point of view. It's full of shit to me. And what I'm about to say, y'all gonna get mad, you know. And shoot, first of all, first of all, child support. If now, I'm gonna say this for before I start, so everybody understand. I'm totally for child support. I'm not. not child support in the system way. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for as taking care of your child. Okay, I'm 100% for taking care of your child. 100%. Take care of your damn child. This is not what I'm talking about. Child support ain't about taking care of your child. It is not. It's up to the parents to take care of the.
Hey, King. Oh, he got a phone call. Damn, damn. And he fell off. Oh, man. Hey, look, King about to go in, boy. He about to go in. He back. He's on the phone though. There you go. King. He fell off again. Let's see. Juju, Phoebe, he did y'all, you know what I'm saying, trying to come up. Y'all hands was raised and accepted to come up. But I don't know, you might want to check your phone, to see if you've been accepted, whatever. But you're definitely in the queue. And we're waiting for King to come back. 'Cause he's about to go in. He's about to go in. Hey, this is a heavy topic, man. You gotta realize,
Hello.
hey, there you go.
All right. All right. Here we go. All right. All right. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right. So I'm tell you right now. I'm tell you right now. Uh, I don't. What was I saying before I left? Cause I don't want to skip
The
something.
last
You
thing
remember?
that you said, you were saying about how child support is not to take care of the child or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that. The
yeah.
parents supposed to take care
So
of the child.
yeah. So child support ain't that. I'm just letting y'all. Y'all got it twisted. Now I'm looking at it. Now listen. This is my. And I know everybody got a view on it. I'm not saying your view is wrong. Just hear me out though. Hear me out. I got something to say to this. I got something to say. I let everybody speak. Let me speak now. Okay? Let me speak now. I got it 'cause I was a kid. I was a kid that went through it. You understand me? So I'm speaking from the child point of view. All right? I see it the woman way and I see it the man way. You understand? I see it both ways. However, y'all full of shit. The woman and the man, y'all full of shit. Y'all piss me off. Y'all pisses me off. Yeah, I need the child support. I need to take care of the kids and be like, yeah. But it's all shitty to me because let me explain. If you care about the kids so much, why nobody never go to why they never try to put in legislation, right? That the force the parent to come be with the kid, cause that's damaged me more than that. I did. It's like I told you before. When I was a kid, I didn't know nothing about the money. The money, and we need the money. Okay, we need the money. Cool. But if it's really about the kid, is it really about the kid? It's more than just money to raise the kid. So it got to be all that if child support to me is unfair. Because if you really want to get into it, let's get into it then. Let's get into it then. The only way you're gonna get child support if you were married. That's the only way you should get it. That's the only way you should get it if you're married. If you ain't married, you can't get child support. Either way. Well, the kid, hey, shit. They got kids that's homeless. Shit, I don't know what to tell you. Well, you know, what if the kids are hungry? Shit, they got kids hungry in Africa. What you gonna do? Christ said they always gonna have the poor with us and hungry. They with us. I'm just saying. Romans 13:4. I'm just saying.
Romans. So,
Oh, don't stop me now. Come on. I got more.
Romans. 13.
I'll be messing up.
No, that's my fault, sir. Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, in the bed undefiled.
Mm-hmm.
But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
Did he not tell you? Did he not say this? Did he not say this? Did he not tell us this in the scripture? The scripture's been there, whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not. So I ain't caring about your whining. Okay? Do we understand things happen? Yeah. But we ain't talking about that circumstance. You know your ass was not supposed to be doing what you're doing, and you did it. So now you got to pay for the consequences. Now another thing. Now you might be like, "That's cruel. That's cruel, King. Why you would say something like that, King? Because you are cruel. You cruel. Don't try to be all, yeah, I'm oppressed. Don't try to be all, I'm oppressed now. Don't try to be all, I'm oppressed now. I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. All y'all are full of shit. I'm gonna prove y'all are full of shit. Why come? Why come every time somebody wants child support when you break up? Knowing your ass was struggling. Hold on. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You don't have no money when y'all was together. You know his ass was broke. You know he wasn't paying nothing. You work long shifts. You getting extra shifts. You asking your boss for extra shifts. I'm talking to the sisters. You working extra shifts. You might get another job. But you got his bum ass in there. His bum ass sitting in there and drinking. And you ain't saying nothing. He been living like that for 3-4 years. But that's your man. You gonna stand by him. And I understand that. Cool. New when he ain't in the house, when he with the new girl. Now you acting brand new. Now you acting brand new like he got money. Now you acting brand new. Well, I don't understand. Somebody please explain this to me. Somebody please explain this to me. Cause when y'all broke ass was together, nobody brought up no child support. Rubbing them two ass, rusty ass pennies together. Nobody said nothing about no goddamn child support. All right, they mad at me now. They mad at me now. I don't care. I don't care. It's the truth. Tell me when I'm lying. What kings at? What kings? I don't want to hear it. Oh, I got more. I ain't finished. Where was asking for the child support when y'all was rubbing them two ass, rusty ass pennies together? Y'all both don't got no damn money. Y'all know he ain't got no money. But what you're doing, you're trying to destroy the brother. That's what it is. That child support, y'all, is full. I'm telling y'all, that shit is full of shit, bro. You take care of the kids. You take care of the kids. The kids. The kids. Man, y'all don't care about them damn kids. None of y'all do. None of y'all care about them kids. You don't. Oh, they mad at me now, Solo. They mad at me now. That's
Security.
my that's my perspective.
We got to get King security.
Hey, let them do what they got to do. That's all right. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all something about child support. Child support is to divide, to destroy, and another thing. Okay, we need child support. Okay, cool. Let's go with that fact that we need child support, right? All right, cool. Let's do it. Right? Let's do it. I'm cool with it. Like I told you, when I was a kid, I didn't even know nothing about the child support. Now, did my mama get child support? I'm pretty much sure he was on child support. I don't know. I don't know. I hope y'all understand this analogy I'm saying when I say I don't know nothing. Okay? I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. Okay? The most important thing is the child, right? That's why y'all use. That's how it was. That's why child support was instituted, because we got to care about the child. It's the child. So they use the child, and it's almost like using the situation, like 9/11, right? Like 9/11, they use that situation to go on your ass. Yeah, they use 9/11, you Ramley, and do a gravity church on you. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? They can like, you know what? We want to check you, um, and they start putting the gloves on. Analogy, but y'all get it. What you guys before I continue?
Hey King.
You
What?
did. Oh, go ahead,
Hey,
son.
hey King. I was pissed off, man, when they did that, boy. And I was
Huh?
still in the military. I was still in the military. I was pissed off when they took that. When you know what I'm saying, when they changed all that. Because you right about what they, what I'm saying, the reason behind that after 9/11.
Yeah, that's what they do. They use it, and then they take that reason and say, okay, now we can do this, and we can do this, and then look at all the stuff we can do. We could, man, come on, man. Hello, can y'all hear me? Hello, hello,
You're in the matrix a little bit,
All
but
right,
we can
yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you now because you went out.
hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello, hello.
Hey King, can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
can y'all
we
hear
can hear
me?
you now.
Y'all
Yes,
can hear
sir.
you now. All right. Say that again, Kings.
I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. Um,
Yeah.
you as a, the kids don't know. Um, Not to sound like I'm defending myself, but my thought was always my son. I didn't want him to feel like you because I had my
Hello.
father. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I had my father, so I know the importance of a father. My daddy was there every day. That kidney that I donated was to him.
Uh huh.
I was telling you couldn't come in, but I was telling Judd earlier. She wanted the child support. I was I wasn't working at the time, but I had the money to pay her child support. I was gonna give her more than the court was gonna give her because I was already on child support for another child, and that child has priority. So I said, look, I'm about to give my father one of my kidneys because he's got kidney failure. And I did that because of the father he was, not because, not only to save his life, but because he was there from day one. He was just that kind of dad. Like A1 talks about all the time. His dad was a great dad. He wasn't in the truth, but he was a good dad. And I didn't want my son to ever feel like I, we gonna fight over money, but I don't give a damn about you. It didn't work, King. I haven't talked to my son since he was 10 because this girl used the child support to get sole custody and cited that I was with that I joined IUIC and I was a black Hebrew Israelite and I was racist. She put all that stuff in there, and that's how she got sole custody to keep me from raising my son in the truth. So I know what you're saying, and you gotta be you 100% right. Cause
Uh, I,
normally we don't give a damn about these kids, but in
no,
my
no,
case, I
no.
on
You're not.
purpose,
Hello, hello.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not saying that people. When I say y'all don't give a damn about the kids, I'm not saying you
Hmm.
don't like. That's not what I'm really saying. Like I know people care about their kids. I'm
Yeah,
trying to make them think.
yeah,
You understand?
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to. I'm trying to make brothers and sisters think. Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to get them to understand. Like you're not really. Uh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay. Hold on one second. Hold
Hmm.
on one second. One second. Where you confused at?
Explain it, sir. Well, you said
Where?
you weren't saying that people don't care about their kids. I think I'm following you now. I think so. But I'm waiting for you to explain it more.
Yeah, just listen.
With the
Just
with
listen. That's why I said I'm gonna go in a little bit.
all
Y'all gonna be
praise,
mad. That's why I said it.
all
That's why I
praise.
said what I said. What I'm saying is people don't realize they selfish. That's my point. You know you think you love your kids. You think you I don't know how to explain it
That's
to
what I
y'all
got from
because
it.
so
Can I,
many people is
can I help you, King?
emotional. Huh?
Can I help you? Because I know exactly what you're saying. You
But you
know,
go ahead.
so basically what you're saying is because when you're saying that the parents are selfish, they're fighting over the fact of having to, this person's going to get this custody. This one's going to, you know what I'm saying, have to pay this much. This one is responsible for that one. But it's never about what is best for the child. The fact that that child needs two parents, you know, and it's a war between the two parents instead of the child. And it's basically saying that the parents don't care about the child's ultimate welfare.
Right. So it's like this. It's like if you feed a kid, now I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use this analogy right here. I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. Now, of course, y'all gonna be like, no, 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 but y'all know they got parents out here, and you can't tell them they don't love their kids. When I'm about to say this, feeding their kids fast food every day, right? The kids want, and they get whatever the kids want. That parent would say, "I love my kid," right or wrong, right or wrong.
Right.
Right?
Okay, so don't sit up here and get confused with what I'm saying, because people be thinking they love their kids and they don't know what love is.
Yep. Yeah.
Sometimes love is no. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes I go over people's head. I get it. Sometimes I go over people's head. I get it, but what love is, people don't know what love is a lot of times. Sometimes that's why I be love. I come in the house, no. Everybody look at me like what? I walk in. I say, oh, my bad, y'all. My bad.
Dang.
My mama used to have that love.
Oh shoot. I just like it's just a reaction. It's like it's just something. It's in me.
Hmm.
My
You hear
mama
me?
used to do that, King. My mama used, well, she didn't say no. She would come in and be like, don't even try it.
Yep. Yep. Hey, you know what I
Hmm.
do? Hey, King Star, watch this. I used to say to myself, I ain't gonna never do this. Whatever my kids want, I'm gonna get for my. When I was a kid, I said that because I was stupid. When I was a kid, I was dumb. I would say, whatever my kids want, I'm gonna give for my kids because I love my kids. I care about my kids and I love my kids. Well, we know sex bring kids. We know sex bring kids. If you really care for your kids, kid, you won't be out here willy nilly, but you're willy nilly because you weren't about your happiness. The reason why you in the predicament you in is because of you. The reason why you in the predicament you in because you selfish. You're not thinking about the future. You're not thinking about your kids. So you know what? Now you got to think about it. Now you got to look at where did I go wrong? What did I do? Oh, you don't know? You don't know? Let me rewind you for a second. Let me rewind you. When you went to that club, when you went to that club the other night, and you see that 6'3" dude. You know what I'm saying? The fine brother, the one who made you laugh, but he was ungodly as hell. But you wasn't thinking about that. You was thinking about yourself because he can make you mourn. He can make you feel good. Uh-oh. Hebrews 13:4 again.
King, you on fire.
Hebrews.
Hebrews 13. Roll.
Yes, sir. Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, in the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
Now watch this. Give me Romans 3:3. Some people
Romans.
might say, I don't believe that. God don't care. God don't care if you don't believe it. He don't care. Guess who didn't believe it? Eve. Eve didn't believe it. Adam didn't believe it. They did it. They died. Well, surely ain't going. That's not gonna happen. Read.
Romans chapter 3 and verse 3. For what if some did not believe?
Mm-hmm.
Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect?
Read.
God forbid.
God don't give a damn. God don't give a damn. Read.
Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar.
Man is a liar, not God. Man are liars, not God. God said he gonna get you, whether you believe it or not. He ain't say when, but he did say he gonna get you. All this is a result of sin, y'all. It's the result of sin. Now, we all know that, right? We all know that. But I want y'all to think of something. And I'll be looking at these people with the child support. I'll be like, man, y'all footage. Boy, I'll be like, y'all don't care about them kids, man. I don't care about them kids, bro. I'm looking at this. I'm like, so the child support, but the kid is hurting. The kid is depressed. The kid want his father. And I'm speaking about myself. But nobody cared about that. I didn't see nobody fight. What I heard was, he didn't send me no money. I wanted to go fishing. That's all I wanted. I didn't know nothing about no $10, 20, 30, $100. I didn't know. Y'all deal with that with y'all. What about me? What about me? What did I do? Now y'all understand? But
Yep.
you think buying a toy or buying uh uh I don't know, buying something is love. Fighting for child support is love.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So what would happen when you would say you want to go fishing, your mom didn't let you go, or what
My daddy
happened?
never came and picked me up.
Oh, okay.
I fell asleep on the porch with the fishing poles.
Oh,
I
hell
remember.
no.
I remember that story.
Yes. My
I
mama,
remember you
me and my
telling the
mama, I
story.
got it too with my mama.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know, I was
That
little.
that one hit me. That one hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, my daddy coming to get
You're
me
right though,
fishing.
King. I mean, the way I got into the relationship was exactly that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
I I told my mama, cause y'all might not know, they might have new people in here. I told my mom, my daddy coming to get me. My mama laughed. She said, "Boy, that man ain't coming to. That man ain't worrying about you. He ain't coming to get you." I said, "Yes, he is." I talked to him myself. That was one of my favorite things in the world to do. Is fish. I felt like I was on top of the world. When I was doing something, I thought I was gonna pull out the biggest fish, bigger than anything. And I used to dream about it. I used to dream about it. You know, I was gonna be in the newspaper because they used to have the newspaper back then. Y'all don't know nothing about newspapers.
I do.
I'm talking. Y'all know about news. Back then, they used to have the newspaper, and you see the little boy with the big old fish, and I said that's gonna be me one day.
Mhm.
You know, and I told my mom, I said I'm gonna be in the paper with the my big old fish. You know, and and I took that pole and I waited, and she said, "Come in here, boy." I said, "No, I ain't coming in. He coming to get me. Forget you." And I told my mama that. You know, and she said, "Come here, I'm gonna whoop you." And she couldn't catch me. She couldn't catch me. I said, "He coming to get me, and I'm gonna stay with him, and we going fishing every day." That's what I told her. Hey, if my mama ever come back on the stage, I told her this. Now I'm a kid, y'all. I don't know nothing. I don't know what I'm saying.
That's
But
trauma.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
all I know, my daddy told me he's coming to get me, and I believed it.
Hmm.
And I was mad with my mama because she told me he ain't coming to get you. He ain't man ain't worrying about you. That shit hurt. I got so mad with my mama. I said, you just mad because y'all broke, like that. I was like, I'm thinking she mad, but that hurt me, man. I ain't gonna lie. So I'm thinking she's just doing it, because she's mad at him.
Yeah.
I falls asleep on the porch. And I guess my brother came and picked me up. When I woke up, my mom woke me up and it was nighttime. She said, "Come in this house, boy." I said, "I ain't coming in, he coming." She said, "All right." And I fell asleep again. And I guess my brother came and picked me up and put me in the bed or whatever. And I woke up the next morning in my mama's house. And I cried like a baby, boy.
Yeah.
And I cried. I'm telling you, I cried like a baby. Because I wanted to do nothing but fish. I told all my friends, my daddy coming to pick me up for fishing. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was happy. everybody was like, ooh, they was like excited for me. I'm talking about my friends. They was like, man, I wish I could go fishing with you. I was like, yeah, man, I'm going fishing. That was like, I was stunting
Oh,
on them, you know?
that's a big deal in New Orleans.
Yeah,
That's big.
that's big. I was stunting on them. I was like, yeah, my daddy coming fishing. You know, nobody had no daddies around. And I was telling, yeah, my daddy coming fishing. My daddy come get me. And everybody was like, ooh, ooh, you know, you could just like everybody was like, what you gonna get to? What you gonna, you know? And it was like one of my partners was like, man, can I come with you? I said, yeah, man, you can come. You got a pole? He's like, no. I said, well, I see if my daddy can get you one. I was talking like I was the man. I was talking like I was the man, bro. And
Yeah,
I was just talking cash shit. And
yeah,
then it was getting late, and everybody was going home one by one, and it was just me,
yeah.
bro. The next day, and it's summertime, so you know everybody outside. The next day, you already know what happened.
You wouldn't
Y'all,
beat somebody up?
no, no, I wanted to.
He was little.
Everybody asking how it went.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Everybody asked how it went.
It was
Did you go
embarrassing.
fish?
Yes,
It's embarrassing.
I see how
yes.
it is.
And
But
see, that's
she
trauma.
had child support though. She got child support though.
Yeah,
The child support I don't know nothing about. Got that child support.
yeah.
Did
Got it.
she get her child support?
I don't know.
He don't know. He kid. He a kid. The kids don't know
I don't
nothing
know.
about it. My son still don't know what happened,
I don't
and
know.
it's part of the reason why I haven't seen her, cause she's afraid he's gonna find out why I left, and it had nothing to do with him. It had everything to do with being not being in a household with violence, because I refused to exhibit violence in any kind of way in front of my son. I didn't see that from my parents, and my parents got divorced. But when they fought when it was over. They didn't fight when we was kids, and they never fought in front of us ever. If they had a disagreement, it was in their bedroom with the door closed. I didn't want that for my son because my father's an emergency. Well, before he passed, he's a ER doctor. I've been around the ER my entire life. I've seen gunshots, stab wounds, and domestic violence from domestic violence. I don't want my kids to see that. But if somebody got access to a gun and they threaten to pull it on you, what you gonna do? You gonna stay there and let the baby see it? You gotta go because the situation is not healthy. And my whole idea was to work from the outside so that I don't have to, my son don't have to go through what King went through. Let's be amicable. Let's work this out between. We ain't gonna be together. We together right now because of lust and like King said before. You want this woman, she wants you. You go about it the absolute wrong way. But you don't figure that out until you come into this truth and you learn Hebrews 13 and 4. That you did it all the wrong way. And now the Lord making you pay. So let's do what we gotta do to raise this child so he don't feel like we not together because of him. And you know what happened? Hell no, nigga, I'm putting your ass on child support. And then I'm not letting you see him because when you see him, you're gonna teach him who he is, and you're gonna tell on me that the relationship didn't work because I wasn't gonna tell him that right away. I was wait till he old enough to understand. Look, this is the wrong way to enter into a relationship with a woman and have children. I didn't do things right. She didn't do things right. This is how you do it according to the scriptures. But she didn't want that because one of the reasons is because I'm like just like King. When I came into this truth, I wanted to tell everybody. I ran off at the mouth. Her mama's Esau, and she the devil. Well, guess what that made how that made her react? You're racist. And you're not gonna teach my son to be racist. We twins, King. I did the same stupid shit coming into this truth.
King's on the phone.
Question.
Hello,
Yeah,
can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, can y'all
What's
hear
the
me
last
now?
thing you heard? Yeah, yeah, we hear you.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. I want everybody to understand that. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So we say we care about the kids. We say the child support is about the kids, but is it? Or is it about, because remember what I said, when y'all was together, nobody worried about child support. Nobody cared about it. His broke ass and your broke ass.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Shalom, Amazon. Yeah, he left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Praise the
This,
Lord.
dang, that's kind of,
This
come on,
app is
Solo.
tripping.
I didn't even know, you gotta, let me finish first.
Oh, I heard
That's,
you pause,
yeah.
so I thought you was finished, sir. My apologies.
No, I guess I was going in and out. I was still talking.
It's
I'm in a
coming.
Oh,
bad, I'm in
okay.
a
Yeah, yeah,
bad,
yeah, yeah.
I'm in a bad area.
Okay. My apologies.
Oh, I see a pink ticket.
Oh, Sister Clement is back. Demetria. Excuse me. Sister Clemetria.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, sis?
I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right. So what's your thoughts on the topic?
So I've been listening off and on all day. I kind of just wanted to give my own personal experience on the topic. I'm not gonna say whether it's fair or not, but I am gonna say that everybody's experience is different. I
Wait, wait,
met
wait, 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 wait. Hold up, sis. Come on now. The question you gotta say yes or no. I
Okay,
mean, if
I'm
you feel
gonna
like no,
say
it is or it's not, okay, that's your opinion.
if I have to choose, then I'm gonna say yes. But again, this is just based solely off of my personal experience.
So you gonna say yes, it's fair?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I met my son's father in high school. We started dating at 17. We got married at 21. We had our son at 21. Now, we were married for 9 years. The whole marriage, I'm the sole provider. I'm working. I'm taking care of our son. He's at home running around, cheating, smoking weed, doing whatever it is that,
Uh oh.
young men do at that age. And then so we separated. We
Wait,
didn't
wait,
even
wait.
get.
Slow down. Slow down. You talking fast. So you said in your marriage, he wasn't providing, he wasn't doing nothing, he was
He wasn't doing
smoking weed.
nothing. We were living with his mom. I was working, and he was just sitting at home playing the game and smoking weed.
Hey y'all, tell me if I'm not a prophet. Tell me if I'm not a prophet. 9 years. I'll mute up. Go ahead, sis. Tell your story. Tell your story, sis.
So,
It's your story. Tell your truth. Tell your truth. That's your truth.
Hey, King, I was gonna say, man, for 9 years, you absolutely right. Go ahead, sister. Tell your truth.
well, like I said, for 9 years, I stuck it out. I tried to stay together for our son. We actually, we were together before we had our son. We got separated when our son was about 4. And I'm the type of woman that I never wanted my son to look at his dad in a bad light. So I never badmouthed him. I never talked bad about him. We live in South Carolina. He actually moved to Georgia. I would drive my son to Georgia because he was 3, so he could have a relationship with his son. I would drive him down there, go back down there, pick him up, everything in between. And so it just became a point where I feel like as a man, that should be something that he should be doing. If you want a relationship with your son, I'm not going to stop you from having that, but I shouldn't have to provide it. So I did that to about, I would say about 13. Then we decided that our son was going to go and live with him. My son went to live with him. That didn't work out. Long story short, he ended up coming back to me. He ended up moving in our neighborhood. And this is why I say some people just aren't meant to be parents. He ended up moving in the same neighborhood as us, y'all. This man lived in building 700. We live in building 300. And he would literally not see my son for months at a time. You live 3 buildings over and you can't come and see your son. So, yes, he got put on child support. which is back to the topic. But at the end of the day, even with him being court ordered on child support, it's a process to that. And they don't base it off of the child, they base it off of how much you make financially. I make more than him financially. So guess what? I end up having to pay more. Well, I'm end up financially responsible more for our son than he is. So he ended up paying $250 a month. And he's been on child support since my son was 5. My son is 18. It's never upped. So I was listening earlier when the young lady was saying, $200 is not enough. And she's telling the truth about that. Daycare is $200 a week. What am I doing with $250 a month? You see what I'm saying? And I gave you every opportunity to do everything that you needed to do as a man, and you just didn't do it. And even now, he's $10,000 behind in child support. I haven't even, they told him he had to pay it, but I haven't seen it. I take care of my son.
Hello?
So,
Hello?
yeah.
Okay. You was finished?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, all praise, all praise, all praise. All right. All right, listen, sis. I ain't mad at you. Take care of your child. You're a strong black woman. I get it. I understand. Um, but I'm glad you came up because you know what was going on? Somebody was saying Keen is lying. Keen don't know what he talking about, and he I don't understand what he talking. I don't understand. And then you came up like the angel you are, and just told your story, and, and I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All praises. Oh
Oh,
shoot.
praises. I'm going to mute my mic, but I just wanted to share a different perspective.
No, you didn't share no different one. You shared the one I wanted you to. It wasn't different. It was on point. I just said that. I'm
Well,
telling you the truth. I just said that. But yeah. All right. Just stay on stage, sis. I won't come back to you.
okay.
All right. So now, ha, ha, to those who was like, yeah, Keen don't know what he's talking about. Keen is stupid. Ha! Right on point. That sister was on point with that. What you got to say now? I don't hear nobody
I
saying
have a question. I got a question, sir.
nothing. What? Y'all wake up. Don't talk all at once, god dang
Yes, King, you
I'm
are
trying
so
to ask.
right.
it. And Star, you petty, Star. I like rubbing it in, Kate Star. I love it. All right. That's what I wanted. All right. What you say, sis?
Trying to ask a question
Go
because
ahead.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well, my question is,
I was being petty, sis. I was being petty.
I know, sir, all praises. But
Like,
my question
uh-huh.
is with you see the situation that you told about the story. With it's not a story, it's what happened to you, and that happens a lot. So
Yes.
with me in my situation, I haven't started the no, I've started the child support. It hasn't. We are going to go to court in August, but my thing is that the same thing the sister is saying. My fear is that even though if I put these children on child support, the same thing you're saying, the court doesn't force them to be a parent, but at least you get some of the financial burden off. But that's
But
if they decide to
no,
stay.
no,
So
that's not what it does,
that's
though.
what I'm confused about.
Okay. I said in the beginning, so you won't get confused. I said in the beginning, I so I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna do it like this. Deuteronomy 28:15. Read that. I'm just do it like this, so nobody won't get confused.
That's Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So now, I'm just gonna tell you like this. We are disobedient children. That's what we are. We are disobedient women and men. That's it. We just disobedient, and we paying for our disobedience, right? Now, jump up to 33.
Verse 33. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always.
Read that again.
Verse 33. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always.
Now, this is the point I'm making. That's it on that scripture.
Yes, sir.
Also, get I can't remember exactly what it's at. It might be 50. No, that's not 50. 47 around. Let me see. Let me think. Fierce continence.
Uh, yes,
It's
sir. Verse
probably
50.
yeah, first 50. Okay, read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 50. A nation of
Attention
fierce
to
countenance.
hello, 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 hello. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can
Hello.
hear you.
Okay, I want everybody to pay attention to what we just read, verse 33 and verse 50. Pay attention. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 50. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want one more. I want one more. It's not gonna give a damn about your young, your old. They don't gonna give. They don't give a damn, y'all. They don't give a damn. I'm showing y'all something, right? We're gonna be continuously crushed always. They don't give a damn about you, right? And give me where it says, in your eyes should be filled with loaning. Is that
Yes, sir.
37,
That's verse 32.
32? Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people,
Mm-hmm.
and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long,
Mm-hmm.
and there shall be no might in thine hand.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 33. The fruit
No,
of
no,
thy
wait, wait,
land,
wait, 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 wait. I must have missed it. You must have went out. Read it again.
thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people,
Mm-hmm.
and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long,
Mm-hmm.
and there shall be no might in thine hand.
Now, now it's talking about on a big level, but it's on all. It's pretty much on all these levels right now. We don't have control over our kids. Why? Because we broke God's commandments, right? So this is why I'm upset, and this is why I'm talking to y'all the way I'm talking to y'all. Here it is. We can fix the problem, but since we want to break God's commandments, right? Since we want, and this is for the man and woman, both of us. Y'all ready? Since y'all don't want to listen to God, because God had a system for all of this. He had a system for all of this, right? And He had a fair system. Get that. It's in Ezekiel. No, 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 no. Yeah, Ezekiel 3, and I think it's verse. I think it's 33.
Yes, sir. Ezekiel chapter 3. There's no verse 33 in chapter
I
3.
might be saying. I might be. It says. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna quote it. See if you can find it for me. It says. It says. My ways is equal and your ways is unequal, or something like that.
Yes, sir. I got you. This is Ezekiel chapter 18.
Oh, 18. Yeah, 18. Okay, okay.
Ezekiel chapter 18. Uh, verse 25. Yet ye say, the way of the
Start,
Lord is
start,
not.
start, 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 start up a little bit. Start at 20.
Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 20. The soul that sinneth, it shall die.
You're right. So it says the soul that sinned, he or she's gonna die. Read.
The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father,
Mm-hmm.
neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son.
Come on.
The
You're gonna be
righteousness,
you're gonna pay for what you've done. Okay? You're gonna pay for what you've done. All right, come on.
the righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him.
Right. So it goes into according to your works. You're gonna get judged according to your works. Read on.
But if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he has committed and keep all my statutes, and
So
do,
this is what the Lord said. He have a system set up. Can y'all hear me? Because it's saying I got bad connection. Hello?
yes sir, I can hear you.
All right, you gotta help me out because if I'm asking, I mean I don't know if you can hear me or not. All right.
Yes sir.
So um if if y'all hear me going out, say something so I can stop. Because sometimes I hear y'all and y'all can't hear me. I mean I can't hear y'all. Well, I don't know. Anyway, hi. Um so the Lord right here is telling he got a system set up, right? If we follow the system, we're gonna sit up on high, we're gonna do good. We're gonna be good, right? And if we break this system, right, we're gonna fail, right? We're gonna fail if we break this system. Watch this, read on.
But if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he has
Hmm.
committed and keep all my statutes, and do that which is lawful and right.
Uh-huh. Now this is y'all. This is what I'm saying. It's gonna come. It's gonna come to. I hope y'all understand. This is what I'm saying right here. I hope y'all really paying attention. Read on.
He shall surely live,
Hmm.
he shall not die.
Come on.
All his transgressions that he has committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him.
Uh-huh.
In his righteousness that he hath done, he shall live.
Come on.
Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die?
So he don't
Saith the
have no
Lord.
pleasure in us suffering and dying. He don't have no pleasure in that. That you die, right? That's the ultimate judgment, death. Right? Read on.
Saith the Lord God. And not that he should return from his ways and live.
Hmm.
But when the righteous turneth away from his righteousness, and committeth iniquity, and doth according to all the abominations that the wicked man doth,
You see
shall he
that? He
live?
said he do all these abominations. Shall this man live? Shall he prosper? Shall be with this man? Read.
All
When I say
his righteousness,
when he say his, the Bible's written in a masculine form. It's talking about you sisters as well. Read.
all his righteousness that he hath done shall not be mentioned. In his
Come on.
trespass that he hath done, that he has trespassed, and in his sin that he hath sinned, in them shall he die.
Come on.
Yet ye say, the way of the Lord is not equal.
You see that? The way of the Lord is not equal. When you say the way of the Lord is not equal, you're saying it's not fair. It's not fair. Uh-oh. 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 This is Israel. This is Israel, how they speak. Read.
Hear now, O house of Israel, is not my way equal, and not your ways unequal?
Hello, 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 hello.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Read it again.
Yet ye say, the way of the Lord is not equal. Hear now, O Israel, is not my way equal? Are not your ways unequal?
Right. Your ways ain't right. In our mind, we ain't right. We are not right. Hold that. Get Jeremiah. Get Jeremiah 17 and 4.
Yes, sir.
No, 17 and 9.
Yes, sir. I got you. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?
Right. So the way we think, and I'm talking about us as men and women, we got to be careful. We got to be careful. Um, now, child support. I'm going back there, and I'm going to hold that scripture. Don't let it go. Child support is um, is when you when I go back through all the scriptures. I want y'all to remember all the scriptures I read in Deuteronomy 28. The three scriptures I read. Right? These things was a punishment. These things was a punishment. So the Lord says, since you don't want to do what you're supposed to do, or listen to me, right? The righteous judge, you gonna tell me my ways ain't right, right? Well then, go over there and see if their ways is right. See if their ways is fair. And we found out it's not. It ain't. It don't help nothing. Their ways don't help us. Their ways don't help us. It's there because God had to use the nations to put it upon us. When we already had a system, we already had a system. Now, the sister who was married, if it was up to me, yes, she's granted child support. But if you ain't married, you don't get nothing. Oh well, too bad. That's just my mind in my mind.
I got a question about that.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't that encourage more men not to marry the women?
Well, that will stop women from sleeping with men.
True.
So
Judd brought it out earlier. That's what Paul said.
so
Paul
I'm
was saying something different though in that he wasn't saying exactly that. He was saying something different.
what's up with y'all too?
What?
What's
Nothing.
up? It's like y'all like each other or something.
Uh,
Ah, y'all
we're
been
just
fighting.
having a dialogue.
I'm messing with your star. High school fights. Y'all remember them high school fights? Don't act like I ain't crazy. Y'all, come on, man. All right. All right. I'm just joking. All right.
I don't like nobody.
I know. I know. The wicked witch from the west don't like anybody. All right. What was I saying? Do anybody remember?
Saying the sister is married, so she should deserve the
Yeah.
child support. There you
Yeah,
go.
she was married. She sister was married, so she deserved it. She deserved it. You know, because things do happen, and we living in a different time now. We're living in a different time now, and I understand that. But you're not gonna sit up here and tell me, uh, you're not gonna come up here and sit up here and tell me, uh, you get to live like a how you want to live, and be sleeping around, and then you get a benefit from sleeping around. That's what, that's what Esau has done. That's how child support is used. Y'all don't remember what's his name? What more do you want from me? He was crying.
Tyrese.
Tyrese. Tyrese, right? There's no way in the world this man's supposed to be crying on the web for millions and millions and millions of people to see him crying. And this was if y'all don't understand that child support is a weapon, it's an evil weapon, and it don't help nothing. Now, when I say it don't help nothing, meaning if you're at odds, like, because you got some people who know how to deal with each other, and that's slim. You had somebody come up here and say something. I can't remember her name. She came up here earlier. Um, I can't remember. His sister was up here earlier. I don't know. She said that her and her they did good or whatever. That don't happen. That's very slim. You
I've
know.
seen it.
I,
I, I've seen
I
people
don't
get along and
I don't doubt it.
co-parent
I don't doubt it. I don't I
and
don't I
still
don't
do child support.
I don't doubt that either. I've seen it too.
A lot of
I,
men go
I
put themselves on child support.
okay. I was one of them stupid men.
It
I was dumb.
You didn't get to co-parent when you did that?
No,
No.
no. This woman had all the type of. But I got my son now. I got him now. I have my son, and it was of God, and that's all I got
That's
to say
right.
about. That's all I got to say about that. Um, I got my son, and I know the Lord was involved in it. You know, I'm just telling you all that right now. I didn't fight her. In the beginning, I did. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. In the beginning, I did try to fight for my son, but it was, I'm thinking if I go to the child support people that, and I didn't even know. I'm learning. I was young and I was dumb, so I'm thinking I'm gonna go to them, and once I pay myself in child support, she got to give me my child. Them people's like, we don't got nothing to do with that. I said, you mother. When I first came in here, y'all was like, yeah, this is a good thing. They was pat me on the back. Oh, no men don't do this. I was all happy walking out with my chest all high. I'm like, yeah, I'm a man. Man, I was like, so when I'm gonna see my child? It don't got nothing to do with that.
So you didn't know that you had to file separately for your custody
No,
rights.
I told you I was
Oh.
stupid.
You didn't have no attorney. You just tried to do it yourself.
Yes, a lot
Yeah.
of men don't know.
Yeah.
I know that now, but back then didn't know nothing. I didn't know. I didn't know. And I mean, you had a bunch of men around me. Uh, we didn't know. I didn't know, and they didn't know either. So if they would have told me, I would have went that route. But I didn't know that I needed a lawyer and all that. I had a partner told me I didn't need no lawyer. If he was right here right now, I have some words for him. I don't know where he at now, but anyway,
I know here where I live at, they got like organizations that do like clinics where they try to teach them what their rights are and stuff like that.
yeah,
And
yeah,
it does help. It does help to make sure. And I think that's something that every organization that serves our people, they should have like a child support clinic maybe once a month where people can come in, ask questions, find out what their rights are and stuff like that. I think that would help. And also do parenting classes and parenting plans to help our community.
yeah,
See, that's the whole thing. You putting when you do all that, you putting what God gave you rules for in the hands of an outside agent, and you and that's why they come to the woman because they know the woman is the weaker vessel and she don't know what she's doing when she puts you on child support. Is what King is saying is 100%. You are damaging everything when you take that power they give you and put it in the hands of an outside agency. Now, I'm gonna the reason why Kings, can you hear me? Hello, can y'all hear me? Damn.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
All right. So I want to say this. I want to say this. It's just what I'm saying, y'all. Is just a thought. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that just be I'll be thinking about. You know, I know that people need child support, but I'm just saying let's pause for a second. Let's look at it for a second. I mean, I gotta say it like, you know, I, when I say that you don't give a damn about your kids, it's for those who don't understand what I'm saying. Like who don't get it. So I know I care about my kids. You know, I care about my kids. You know, but in some areas, if I'm slipping, you know, I gotta be told, like, man, you slipping on that. And if I fix it, then I care. But if I let it go on, do I really care? You know what I'm saying? Do I care? Like, how you gonna have one kid and then another kid and then another kid and then another kid and keep falling in the same predicament with these women, brothers? You don't care about your kids. You don't care. Y'all don't care about your kids, bro. Y'all do not care about y'all kids, brothers. Y'all don't care, man. Y'all fake to me. Y'all phony. And I was one of them. That's how I know. That's how I know. Because my first son, I laid down with a woman that was not supposed to be laid down with by no man on the face of the planet.
What does that mean?
She
I know exactly what that means.
was horrible. She was freaking the damn
A
devil.
devil. Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
She was the devil. And guess what? I I knew I didn't want to be with that woman.
Does that
I
make
knew
you
I
the
didn't want to be
devil
with that woman.
monger?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Whoremonger.
absolutely. I was the devil too. Cause you know why? You know why?
A wicked woman.
I wanted to get my rocks off, and that's it. That's all I wanted. I wanted to use her. I wanted to get my rocks off and just do my thing and move on. When I say use her, I just wanted her body. That's what I mean.
We know.
Just wanted her body. But I like using harsh words. I like using and abusing. Okay. Hey, I want you to feel bad. That's why I use it. Okay. To the whores and the whore makers and the whores out there, that's what you are. You're a whore and you're a whore maker. So so if you feel bad, I was talking about me too. We feel bad together. We in the same boat, all right? So yeah.
Yeah,
Huh? What did he say?
I said, yeah, absolutely right.
Is he going out or that's me?
It's him.
Sir.
That's him,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Well, Solo, go out. If you can hear me, go out and come
Yes,
back
sir.
in. You going? We can't hear you. I don't know. You got to go out.
All right, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah. 'Cause sometimes you got to re, re, do some stuff. But yeah. So what you were saying, Solo?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, sir. I was saying that I agree with you 100%. You know, so when you say, you know, man, you mentioned about being the whores and whoremongers and stuff like that, that, you know, that applies to us as well. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
How you gonna stick your penis right in a crackhead, and then you get AIDS, and then you get mad? You know, like how you gonna like stick your penis in a stripper, and then you get a disease, and then get mad? Like you know who you made a baby like this, like that's, and I'm just using that as a like, I'm going to the extreme, but you got people, and I'm talking. All right, let me put it on the sisters. Sisters, you sleep with a man that, let's say he do got something going for him, right? Let's say but you don't know where he go at night. You don't know where he stay. You don't know. You really know nothing about him. Let's say you do know where he stay at, but he's still mysterious. You still like certain things he does. And listen to all you ladies. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Cause I had sisters, I had cousins. So I heard it. So don't sit up here talking about I don't know what I'm talking about. One thing I do is listen. I had that from a kid. I used to just listen, sitting in my room, hearing people talking. My mama comments. I be listening, be hearing it. My mama used to walk around the house on the phone, that long cord. Y'all remember the long cord? Yeah, that long. Listening. So you ladies, y'all be, I'm telling y'all be set yourselves up. And then when it happen, y'all be
You want to be
seeing the
mad.
signs. Y'all be seeing the signs. Y'all be knowing this nigga ain't no good. Y'all be, it's stuff that it's your spider senses be tingling. And you ain't know your spider senses. Y'all be,
Mm-hmm.
because he make you feel so good. Or you're lonely, or so whatever then you set yourself up. And then when you get pregnant, then with all you thought, all that you knew, it comes to reality, and you like, God damn it. And then now you go crazy. I bust his windows out his car. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
That was my song.
That's out. You see what I'm saying? But before you bust the windows out of the car, the car, you, it ain't for you to be that angry. It goes to show it wasn't overnight. It was things that built up to that. It just wasn't. No, that shit was building up. That he did things, you seen things, and it just built over time. When you realize this nigga ain't no good, but he told you he was no good.
And no, let me clear this up. I've never bust a man's windows out his car, but I understood the song and I felt that song. I mean, I would get revenge, but it wouldn't be like physical, like physically damaging their property because I would always be scared that they would do something to my stuff. So I knew not to do that. But there was other ways. I get my get back, my lick back. But
That's sad.
that's how it was, you know. And that's why I understand. I really wish we were raised up in the truth. Like I really wish we knew the laws a
Yes,
long time ago.
yes. So the reason why this room is existing, right? What's done is done, right? What's done is done. But we don't have to stay like this. That's why I read in in Ezekiel 18. Ezekiel 18. That's why we go back to that.
Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 25. Yet ye say,
No,
the
no, no.
way,
23, I think it is.
verse 23. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, saith the Lord God, and not that he should return from his ways and live?
You see that? Return from his ways, wicked ways, right? Return from his wicked ways. So we can fix it, y'all. We can fix it. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can hear you.
sir.
Yeah, we can fix it. You don't have to, I'm just telling you, you know, we got to look at ourselves more. That's all I'm saying. I like to, like kind of like meditate, on like so myself, right? When I look at, like I say, I get into it with my wife, right? Me and my wife was upset, and this happens, right? I'm upset with my wife, she's upset with me, and we into it, right? Now I analyze the situation, even though my wife, she listened to what I'm saying, and it's like I was like, nope, we're going with this. This is what we don't do, right? And she might not like that, right? And then it might cause some friction, right? Now watch this. Me, and this is me. This is me. I ain't Zeph. I ain't Keto. I ain't Solo. I'm me. Okay. So I'm analyze some men. You know, they don't care. They don't. And I'm not saying that's wrong. Some men move in a way to where you know their wife would say something and she says something. They be like, I don't care about that. Shut the hell up. And hey, that's how they run their household. It ain't sin. It's on them. Okay. Well, with me, sometimes if she says something, I don't see it right then and there. I will analyze it later, and meditate on it, or meditate on it how I could have related better. You understand? It ain't got nothing to do with communication. And sometimes us as men, and I'm talking about this. Well, I just say me, because everybody get offended, bro. Can't talk to people sometimes. Get on my nerves. So I say me, because I'll be all right. I'm strong enough. I can take it. um, with me, I would look at it and like, okay, how could I now I'm gonna tell you this. Sometimes it that ain't gonna fly. Sometimes I don't, sometimes it is what it is. But I'm talking about in cases to where the communication, it could have been it, you for example, with watch this. I'm gonna show you. Paul says it's gonna be trouble in the flesh. A lot of y'all think y'all want to show and tell us you're perfect. That you don't have no issues in your marriage. All right, fine. If that's the case with you, uh, uh, shoot, come on stage and tell me how to have a perfect marriage. I need you. Uh, get that in Tobit, right? I think it's Tobit chapter 2 and start at verse 10.
Gotcha.
I want everybody to pay attention.
Tobit chapter 2, verse 10. And I knew not that there were sparrows in the wall.
So,
Okay.
so, so, Tobit, um, start at 9 because just start at 9.
Yes, sir. Tobit chapter 2, verse 9. The same night also I returned from the burial, and slept by the wall of my courtyard, being
So
polluted.
so he was traveling, and as he was coming home, he slept by the wall, right? And he must have slept. You know, some people sleep with their eyes open. He must have slept with his eyes open. You know. Read on.
Being polluted, and my face was uncovered.
So his face
And,
was uncovered. He didn't have protection over his eyes or his face. Read.
and I knew not that there were sparrows in the wall.
Uh-huh. He didn't know
And,
birds. Sparrows is the birds. He didn't know birds was in the wall. Read.
and mine eyes being open,
So he was sleeping with his eyes open. Read.
the sparrows muted warm dung into my eyes.
Right. So he was eyes open, but he was asleep. Right. Read on.
And I went to the physicians, but they helped me not.
So the physicians, the doctors, they couldn't help him. Right. Read. Now
Moreover,
this is a prophet. This is a man of the Lord. This is a prophet. Read.
moreover, Anticharis did nourish me until I went into Elimus.
Hello.
Ver-
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Hello. Hello. Read.
And my wife Anna did take women's work to do.
So so at this time his wife did not work. His wife did not work. So he took care of his wife. He was a prophet. He traveled. He did these things. And he took care of business, right? But at, but when this happened, he couldn't do what he needed to do to provide for his house. So his wife ended up taking woman's work. She went to work for the household. Watch this. Read on.
And when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages
So she got
and
money. Read.
gave her also besides a kid.
Besides the wages, they gave her a kid. Right. Read.
And when it was in mine house, it began to cry.
So he can hear the animal. He can hear the animal cry. That's the kid crying. Read.
I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Is it not stolen?
So now y'all got to think about it. Y'all got to think about it. What the hell wrong with Momac? Why is she laughing at that? I seen it. I seen it at the bottom of my phone. Man, Momac's crazy. Anyway, so he y'all. I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to really understand something what's going on. We reading this, and I don't think we understand what we're reading. What's actually happening with Tobit, right? As it go along, I want to see if y'all catch it. I want to see if y'all catch Tobit, right? I want to see if you catch it. Read it again.
And when it was in mine house, it began to cry. I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Is it not stolen? Render it to the owners, for it is not lawful to eat anything that is stolen. But she
So,
replied upon,
so she replied. She replied. Y'all know what that reply mean? Read it again.
but she replied upon me, it was given for a gift more than the wages.
So that reply meaning they was arguing. She replied upon him. You know what you talking about? Now you got to remember, this is black people. This is black people. This is black people. So you get just think about a black woman that's righteous. She get a blame. She get blamed for stealing.
She said, "What you mean?"
Yeah. What you talk? Like she apply back on him. Like who you talking to? You understand? This happens in marriages, y'all. But I want y'all. I want to stop for a second, Rita. What's happening with Tobit? Remember, Tobit is a righteous man. Can anybody know? Do anybody know?
He's feeling helpless. He's feeling out of control of the situation. He's trying to understand what's going on. Like he's trying to maintain some sort of control where he feels like he don't have any.
Okay. Okay. Who else? Who else got something?
He's feeling ashamed that his wife is taking care of him.
Huh?
As a man, he feels ashamed that his wife has to take care of him, and it got to him.
Okay. That could be it. Yeah. Okay. Who else? Who else? All right. Nobody else?
Hey, King, what the question was?
I was just asking. We was reading about Tobin. I was like, what state was he in? Like, did you? I probably just gave it up now.
Oh yeah, he was disabled.
Yeah, he was disabled. Yes, he was disabled. All right. Do anybody got anything else? Who else? All right.
Part of jealousy, sir?
Huh?
Partial jealousy?
Mm, it could be. It could be it. It could have been it. I'm not to root it out. You know, it could be it. But I'm gonna tell you this: he was out the spirit. He was out the spirit because he was frustrated. The man couldn't see. Y'all got to. He was going through it. He's human. Yeah, he a prophet, but he was down, y'all. He was down.
He felt
He was
emasculated.
he is soaking in his. He was woe is me, like some of us do when we go through it. Woe is me. Why me? And the first person you attack is your significant other. That's the closest person to you. That's the one who always get the. That's the one she like. God damn! I just got in the house. You yelling at me like, God damn! I worked all the day. I'm thinking about taking care of you. I gotta come home and not only work. I came home and I gotta cook for your blind ass.
Hey, King, you know what's crazy?
Yeah.
Judge just did a class on that subject this past Sabbath, if I ain't mistaken.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me pause on this for a second. Let me pause. 'Cause I was going somewhere. I might forget it. I don't even care. Cause I was about to do something. I was about to say something. What Judd at? You sisters, man, y'all get on my damn nerves. Cause y'all know I'm one of the moderators. I be deleting. I be deleting. I be putting people out the room. I be loving it. When y'all see people disappear or not speaking no more, I did it. Blame me. Well, you be like, damn, why I can't talk no more. It was me.
King, you hear me,
Well,
son?
what?
Judd was in here earlier. He took some of the heat for you. Sisters wasn't happy with what he said, but he said
Uh,
it.
so watch this. Y'all sisters get on my damn nerves, and I'm gonna tell you why. I watch the comments. Ben Chosen, listen to me, Ben Chosen. Unmute, bro. Hear me out, bro. You gotta hear me, bro.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm here.
Bro, I've watched it. I was petty too, bro. I sat there and watched. I don't watch. Sometimes I don't watch. The chat like too hard. Sometimes I go back and forth because sometimes I be trying to take notes, but you moderate in the room. You can't do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I watch this time. I said I'll go back. I take notes some other time. I'm gonna I'm gonna watch every. I watch. Bro, y'all women, man. Not one negative comment to Judd.
Come
I didn't
on.
see one. Not one.
You know what they were doing, King?
Amen.
Look,
Preach.
clock that,
Sit.
clock that. That's it.
Yeah,
Tapping their
bruh,
fingers together.
bruh. They was saying stuff. Preach. bring it out.
Uh-huh.
Bro, they would say all kind. I was like, oh my God. Look at, and it was the same ones in here. Some of y'all in here. I was like, uh-huh. Look at them. Look at them. I'm talking about you had sisters that wasn't even, you had people wasn't even in the body speaking like, boy, he talking. He ain't. I was like, ain't this a bitch? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We hear you.
Ain't
Amen.
nobody, ain't no, and you know what I was waiting for too? I was waiting for the men to say, what about the women? I was waiting
Never
for 'em.
happened.
You not only had men speak, but the men were speaking. You right. You right, bro. We got to get our shit together. Tell me I'm lying. Somebody
Right.
tell me I'm lying. Go ahead, I'll wait so I can kick you out the room. Tell me I'm lying. Go ahead and say it. Say I'm lying in the chat. Go ahead. I want to see something. Go ahead. I want to see. Let me see. I didn't see one negative comment. Not by one. Not by one. Nobody cared about the man. Joe was. He did. Well, what? It ain't the same cases. They didn't bring all no scenarios. Nobody got raped. Nobody got raped. Nobody got robbed. They didn't bring up stupid scenarios. What about somebody getting raped? What if he got raped? No, this like just bringing up stuff that that we ain't talking about. Nobody brought it up. Nobody think about anything for the man. The reason. Nobody brought up reasons. The reasons why. Nobody brought that up. Nobody brought up no reasons for the man. Not one reason. But oh no. Don't bring the class about the sisters, boy. You're gonna shut the internet down. We gotta call.
Ken, you went out for a second.
I
You went out
digress
for a
though.
second.
What's the last thing y'all heard? Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Hello,
Shut
hello.
the internet down. We hear you now, but you're breaking up.
Hello, hello. When the last thing y'all heard? Hello?
Last thing I heard you say is no one was complaining.
Hello, hello,
No sister.
hello. Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
King.
can
yeah,
hear you. It's
we hear
it's
you.
just a delay. It's a
Yeah.
delay.
All right.
But we heard you
What's the
though. We
last?
heard everything.
Okay, all right. Good, good, good. All right, so now, I digress. Let's go back to Tobit.
Yes, sir. Tobit chapter 2 and verse 13. And when it was in mine house, it began to cry. I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Is it not stolen? Render it to the owners, for it is not lawful to eat anything that is stolen. But she replied upon me, it was given for a gift more than the wages. Howbeit, I did not believe her,
He
but
said, I
bade
ain't
her.
believe her. He said, I ain't believe her. I ain't believe her. I ain't believe her. This is a man. This is an argument that happened. I don't believe you. You stole it. But his wife was a righteous woman. You know what I'm saying? He making this accusation towards her. He don't even know. He don't even know. That means he's out the spirit with this thing. Read.
Howbeit, I did not believe her, but bade her render it to the owners. And I was abashed at her.
Keep going now. Render it. Render it. What?
To the owners.
Come on.
and I was abashed at her. But she replied upon me,
Hello,
where are
hello,
thine?
hello.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
I
you now.
keep going out. I keep going out. And he said he was a what?
Yeah, you going out real bad.
He's can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. He said what?
But she replied upon me, where are thine alms and thy righteous deeds?
So he had. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, now I can.
Okay. So he had to cut her. Oh, they had people on the stage. I just looked down. Hold on one second. Some of y'all. I'm gonna hold on one second. I can't. I can't see everybody. But anyway, I'm. I'll come back to it. You heard me?
Yeah, that last bit you had cut out.
I say I'm gonna stop right there and come back to it because I got people I seen coming up on stage.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back because they had people on stage. I didn't even know you gotta say shoot. I didn't know. I didn't know. Uh, um, if whoever coming on stage, if you whoever next, if you want me to keep going, I'll go, and then we'll speak. But I'll let you talk. I don't want you just you got something to say. Go ahead and say it.
So, King, we did
Yeah,
have. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we got Ben Chosen Momax. She came back up, and Sister Kazaya came up as well. So just to give you an idea of who's up.
So who? Okay, who didn't speak? I know I spoke to Ben Chosen. He spoke.
I know Sister Kazaya hasn't spoken.
Okay, that's the Kazai. Oh, that's the sister with the terrorist man. She be having the she be blowing stuff up. See,
Shalom.
Shalom.
Took it out. I took it down. But I didn't want to talk right now. I think Solo had brought me up. But I can wait you finish. I was in the middle of something anyway.
Oh, okay. All right.
King, don't do that about that. I been took that down.
All right. I'm sorry. Sorry. She was over here looking like the Taliban boy.
Oh no,
I was like, but I get it. I get it. My sister, she was like, I'm coming up. I'm coming up. All praises. She was coming up, y'all, from head to toe. All right. you can't say she wasn't coming up though. Tell you that. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right.
Hey,
Oh,
King.
yeah.
Hey, but I did want to say, pertaining to the topic as far as the child support, whether it's fair or not, like, I understand the concept, but the way that junk set up, man, it's crazy. So pretty much, once you get put on child support, it's set up at a 60-40 split, right? So they take the income of both parents, add that together, the gross income, right? Recently I just found out that they actually changed the law as if they don't take any type of expenses that the non-custodial parent has. They don't take any of that in consideration. So whatever your rent, lease, car note, insurance, anything like that, whatever you already got to pay out your check, they don't take that into consideration. They just worry about how much money you making. So your debt to income, it don't matter. So they take those two incomes, add them together, and then they divide it by a 60-40 split. So you get a 60% of the child's financial responsibility is on the father or the non-custodial parent, right? Not only that, but they force you to put the child on your insurance coverage with your job. So you got that, and then you have no rights to file for income tax on your child, even though you paying a majority of the child's financial responsibility. So the whoever the custodial parent is, most of the time be the mother, right? So she getting however much per week, bi-weekly, or however much, you know what I'm saying, how often she get it. And then at the end of the year, she file her taxes and get about a good $4,000 off of one child for income taxes, right? So is it fair? The way they just set up, absolutely not. It's absolutely not fair the way that they got that thing set up, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I just got a call from one of my kinfolk. They're like, "Hey, why is it that just said something about pretty much the father is on child support, right? But the mother is only getting partial of whatever the money she's supposed to be getting. So he get this much taken out of the check, say just a random number, 500 taken out of his check, but she only see about 200 for that week. So now that money just get pinched off of her before she get it. She only get whatever crumbs the state decides to give off. Cause for every dollar that the state get for child support, a certain amount actually get paid to the federal government. So is it fair? Absolutely not. For the child, not for the father or the non-custodial parent either. Cause the way that the child, I don't know a child that's spending $1,800, $600 a month. I don't know, but that's all I had on it. Look like King on the phone.
Hey, hey, shalom, y'all. So did we? I
Ooh,
took it. Shalom, solo. Christ bless. I'm just trying to see
sorry.
did we get that number on how much it take to raise a child? Vencho, say what you said again. You said you don't see a child spending how much? Say that again.
I've never seen a child having to spending about a good 1,000 to 800 on the child itself per month. Now I can understand, the financial support being in place. You know what I'm saying, to assist with whatever else going on as far as expenses for the child, but in relation to how the financials so how the child support is set up in the government within the Fed, the way they set it up, it's a 60-40 split based off of the gross income of both parents. So most of the time, like for instance, like say if you got a lot of men that's truck drivers, right? So truck driver probably usually make about a good 80,000 six-figure job, right? So the mother most of the time she may work some type of state job, something like that. She may just say random number 60,000 a year. So they take both of those incomes, add them together, and they set it up on a 60% to a 40% split financially. So 60% of the child's financial income is set up to be paid by the father, as well as health insurance that goes along with that. You see what I'm saying? So that's the way that they got it set up, regardless of any type of finances. Oh shit! Hold on. Hey, can y'all hear me? Somebody was calling me.
Yeah, I hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. But regardless of whatever financial responsibilities the non-custodial parent has, that right there is set to where they how they configure out the number. That's what I was saying.
Right, because I'm gonna pick a little bit. As it was said earlier, what was talked about was how much it took to raise a child, and I probably missed it, but all of the uh, what all goes into that because it was said around $1 million, right, to raise a child. So I'm trying to see what all did that go into. Do we speak about, spoke about medical, life insurance, all the type of things, certain things that a job may pay. I was talking about just the parents themselves. And I know it don't take $1 million if, just coming from the parent aspect because you're not gonna make that money, over 18 years. A lot of people, like I said, 20, we're speaking about just, we're not speaking about health care, add your child onto your job, insurance, or none of that. We're just speaking about the individual. So that's what I was speaking on. So, like you say, Vince, I don't know people who, I don't know a lot of people who spend $1 million, you know, on a child themselves. You know what I'm saying? For 18, 20 years. So going back to the topic, is child support fair? I mean, I, I'm really gonna stay out of that because I can't relate. You know, I've never paid child support, so I'll leave that topic alone. I'll mute my mic.
Well, let me tell you, that shit ain't fair. I'm gonna tell you right now. That shit ain't fair. It's some bullshit, and I don't like it. But it's there because of wickedness. It's there because of wickedness. Winning. All right, I'm gonna just tell y'all right now. I'm gonna tell y'all right now that a lot of y'all, man,
King,
yeah.
can you check that last screenshot I sent you to your message on here? And I'll just mute my mic.
Wait, I didn't even hear what she broke up.
She said she sent you something, a screenshot or something. She was saying, could you check it?
Hey, you got a lot of noise, Kudo. You say check my messages.
Yeah, I sent you a message earlier. Can you look at that and then I'm gonna mute my mic because I mean I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we're dealing with the individual. Let's take away any outside sources. How much does it take to raise a child? If we're just speaking on the parent. We're not talking about things that a job provide. We're not talking about all the incentives one may get from outside sources. Just the parent themselves. How much does it take?
See,
You're at
go ahead, Star.
the
Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, cause I can speak on that too. I'm with you on that. And I gotta tell them like it's the lifestyle. You can't if you don't have that kind of money and you didn't give your child that kind of lifestyle for 18 years. We're not talking about you. This is like Star had said. Is we got private school. Private school costs around 250, 300 a month. You got cheerleader. You got to buy the stuff for the cheering. Think about it. Even from 5, 6 years old, and like you got different kind of food that you eat. Like salmon cows, whole fish cows. It's like clothes, the clothes that we put our kids in. Different people do different stuff. It's the lifestyle that the parent lives, and what you give your kids, not taken away from the ones that don't. But some of
And
us,
let me just say this: sis. Somebody said medical is outside. That ain't no outside.
well, if not, you right. Go ahead, brother.
Medical, I don't know where y'all getting that from. I don't know who said that, but medical ain't no outside. You have to have something happen to your child. You got to pay for that shit. There ain't no outside. You paying for that. If
No, no.
something happened to your child, you have to pay.
This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most people. Okay, let's go with this. And like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong, sister. Let's go with this. This is what I'm saying. For 20 years, if we're saying $1 million, There's fifty
Oh,
thousand dollars.
you talking about that?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
man, oh,
yeah.
man.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Uh,
gonna say I'm on not that either
listen,
then.
listen,
No.
listen, listen,
I,
listen, listen, listen. Like I said this before, Kudo. Listen, I want
Hold on,
everybody to
Echo.
understand something. You cannot say somebody cannot pay. I said it earlier. I'm not. The sister didn't say. I ain't hear her say it, that it costs $1 million to. Maybe she did say it. I didn't hear that like that. I
I'm
thought it was a.
talking about everything it costs to raise a child.
right, not saying you said it right, King. You on the
Probably
right.
have
You
an,
said
probably
it.
have an
You're right
echo.
on, King.
That's
I'm
insurance.
saying
That's
like
Probably
all
have
of
an
every.
that.
echo.
All right, let me just say this real quick. Everybody
You're right on,
got
King.
different.
That's right.
Everybody is different, right? But you cannot say a person didn't pay that much. I know it look because we come from. I'm poor. I came from a poor house, so I know I could project that and say that because it seem unma, because of how we live. But you got people who be doing some crazy stuff for money, bro. I'm just telling you, bro. I've seen I've seen people. Hold on one second. I gotta get over this dude here playing. Huh?
May I speak really quickly, sir?
Go ahead.
If a person, I'm just gonna say a person just in case, because some men do raise their children by themselves, right? When there's one less person, the Bible says when there's two, it's better, right? So when it's one person doing the job, it's going to cost them more because they can't be in multiple places at once. So, for instance, me as a single parent of four, right? I can't be in four places. So I have to pay for Uber or transportation. I got to pay for deliveries, So it goes up with the less help that you have. Less hands means more money. And I think our people don't think economically, and that's why we're down. That's part of why. I mean, we know why we're down, right? Because we're breaking the laws, but we also don't think economically. We only think small scale, myopically. We don't look at the big picture. If you're not there
Oh,
physically
oh,
helping
okay, okay.
children,
Let me
there's
say
wear and
let me say this because
tear.
I think
I wasn't. I'm sorry.
my
I
words are
wasn't
getting
finished.
confused. Let me
I'm
say this.
sorry. Hello.
Words are getting
In the Matrix.
I wasn't complaining. I was just trying to
raise a
explain
child.
the economics behind
How
it
much
because
does it take?
people. Oh, I guess
My
somebody's
words are
talking.
getting
Sorry.
misconstrued. Can you hear me? Are you there? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about because if we're saying that it takes like I said, $1 million was used. But let's say one, two, I don't know how many children. This is what I'm saying. If it takes that, that's 50,000 a year. Bring into it, right? This is what I'm saying.
You in the
$50,000 a
matrix
year,
bad. You in the matrix bad.
let
Khalil.
alone to spend it on a child. Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me,
Yeah, I
Ventura?
can hear you now.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. We speaking about understand all of that. But what I'm saying is the parent themselves, they aren't spending 50K a year on a child. This is what I'm saying.
But
Because
who are you
because of
referring to?
wait, wait,
I'm
wait, wait.
sorry.
Because what you're saying, okay, you're saying if it takes just like the sister was saying, I think the sister said she got 3, 4 kids. If it takes $1 million to raise a child, if you got and a parent don't make $4 million to spend on a child for 20 years, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Got you. I see
If
what
a
you're
parent makes
saying.
fifty
Yeah.
thousand dollars,
No, that's not.
right?
Yeah.
If a parent makes $50,000, that entire 50 is not going to the child. That's all I'm saying.
If you got 4 kids under the same roof, then they're sharing the costs on their housing and stuff like that. So I'm talking from one child and private school, private extracurricular activities. One of her extracurricular activities cost me $500 a month for 2 years. Um, her braces, her insurance, because I'm an entrepreneur.
Right.
Insurance costs $10,000 a year, and a lot of people who are getting the insurance from the state, they spend 10,000 a year for your child, and you're supposed to pay for that actually. So food, my child didn't eat out every day. I cooked every day,
Mhm.
almost every day. That was hundreds of dollars a month. So that little child support, it really don't, it just does a little bit. It just does a little bit. It don't do a lot. It don't take care of everything that you're supposed to take care of. And when you add it up, depending on your lifestyle, and it also depends on the father too, because whatever his lifestyle is and his income is, then his kids are supposed to live how he lives. So
Well, I'm an
so every
entrepreneur
man is not
myself.
the same.
Yada, and can y'all hear me? Been show yada, yada.
Oh, my mute button went. I'm sorry.
Hey,
But
somebody, hey, somebody in the comments saying why y'all add rent to?
well, you I
Y'all
didn't have to go
crazy.
through that with I never went through that part. I was kind of good on with my husband with the kids. You be a like I was saying, my mute. I don't know how I hit it back the mic, but you both y'all don't have to put the white man in child support in that. Y'all sit down and be a mother and father to the kid and co-parent because the child emotionally you'll mess them up like that. Like they gotta pick between mom and daddy. They gotta choose to be on mama's side or daddy's side. That's emotion on the child. Only thing a child's supposed to worry about is going to school, learn, worry about the field trip for the next day, stuff like that. They don't have to be, they shouldn't have to worry about mommy and daddy fighting. Y'all don't, they don't even supposed to see that. So I didn't have to go through that part. And I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a taxpayer. I sign my own checks. I take care of my own child. But yes, my kids' fathers are very well, to take care of their kid. And we get along even with when you're over the person, you can get along. It's when you still in love with them, you tit for tat. When you're over with and it's done, you can sit down. But real men do real shit. You can't have no child with no little boy. You gotta have him with a grown ass man. So even if you're not together, and the woman too, you gotta have a grown ass woman because she get in her feelings. She ain't gonna act right. You ain't gonna see your daddy. He ain't. That's not right. You don't do that. That's an evil woman. You say, hey, your dad is the best. Me and him might can make it together, but he loves you. That's how you handle that. And y'all raise that child. I'll mute my mic now.
That's right.
Well, to alleviate all of that, you obey God, you don't have to worry about that. So read Romans 15 and 4.
Absolutely.
Read Romans 15 and 4. Now, everybody with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read that.
Romans chapter 15, verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope.
So, like I said, none of us are perfect. We come into this, this knowledge, the truth. Yeah, we come. A lot of us come with a past, with baggage, whatever you want to call it. You know, so it's all about learning from those mistakes. So your kids, the future generation, they won't make them same mistakes. About child support. So to alleviate that, God said marriage is honorable. Teach your children. Teach the young generation. Hey,
Right. I was married. I didn't have those problems.
You know, teach the younger generation to follow that. So you know, oh my God, oh God. So we won't have to worry about things like that. So yeah, that's the solution. Keep God's commandments, and we won't have to worry about child support and how much it takes to do this and do that when the father ain't in the house, the mother is doing this with the baby and all of this stuff. You know, we have to worry about that type of stuff. So let's keep the commandments and we'll be all right.
Million
You're
dollars
right.
be spent because we go on trips and all. You got to think about it. You take trips, that takes a lot of money too. So back to that star, I'm with you on that. You can because I didn't did it. I didn't spent that much and still going with that
So
for a
you
child.
so yeah, because y'all don't want to let it go. So 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 you mean to tell me you make okay? How much it take to sustain your life? How much
You're
does it
saying
take? How much
for
do it take to sustain your life alone? How much does it take?
I have changed my lifestyle now, but I'm being honest with you.
So how
Like
much
with
it take?
no, I'm telling you, listen, that's I've just now changed my life of not spending. I used to spend 10,000 a month.
So how
My
much it take?
husband.
So how
Now
much
you're saying like now?
bills and everything? How much does it take?
Oh, now it's only like for like 3,000.
No, I'm talking about
I
yearly
just stayed a year when
and,
I was
and,
just made. You
and,
saying
and
yearly?
annually, yes. And you ain't
Um,
got to tell too much of your business, but yeah.
yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. I'm just gonna give you a rough estimate. I say probably like a good 50 now.
So so you so along with bills, you're saying 50. So
That's
here comes
now.
so here comes the child without the bills, and you're still saying 50. It
Yeah,
don't
that's
make
now.
sense. It don't make
Yeah,
sense. If you're
you got to
saying
think about what you're trying to do, though. I'm sorry, I'm
you
not gonna
paying
overtalk.
B, I'm like I said, it's okay. So you're saying your lifestyle with all the bills that you have to pay is 50. So now you're talking about a child, and that child don't have these. That child don't have rent, light, water, gas, eh, house insurance. They don't have that. Car insurance. And you're saying it still takes $50,000. You're speaking about vacations. You're speaking about all of these things, and it still takes 50,000 out of your own pocket.
You
So
speaking
if
of
you got you,
now? That's now
so
I'm
you,
talking about.
so if
Yeah,
you,
that's
so if you
now.
got you and one child, you have to make 103 children. That means you have to make 200K. That's what you're telling. That's
We're not saying
what
a
y'all
piece.
telling me.
That's what, brother. We're not saying
Because
a piece. We're not saying a piece for the child. We're saying it's easy with no hands. With hands down, it's easy to spend $1 million on kids. The whole lifestyle, the lifestyle itself. You got to have lights and stuff. But I'm saying like we pay for private school. We pay for extracurricular it costs, medical bills. When you're a taxpayer, you don't have Medicaid and food stamps. You have to come out the pocket with all this stuff. And then, like I stated. Different foods cost. You go out and eat a lot, it costs. It's the lifestyle of the household. Not, I don't know anything about the child support and all that. I didn't have those problems. I was married. But what I'm saying is, my husband and I paid 10,000 a month within everything. That's what I'm stating to you. A month, 10,000. I just stopped that probably a year and a half to 2 years ago of living like that. Once I started looking at what I was doing, then I had to look at how it just getting played and the money we was spending, what I'm saying? That stuff was never nothing that you can take with you when you leave here. So now you want to buy land. So now it's looking at I'm putting money to a blueprint of buying land now. So it's different. You can, like I said, even though I have piped down, but it's now stuff that I'm gonna be able to leave behind for my kids and my grandkids. So it's still easily to spend that. Not a piece you're saying like $1 million a piece for each child. No, sir. It's for like the lifestyle you live with your kids involved, grandkids, whoever, but it's the life. It's easy to spend it. What I'm saying.
And
From now
and
to
also,
and
18.
when
and,
my
and
child
that and
was
that
when my child was a baby,
life, depending
it
on the
was
lifestyle you live, if you can do those things. I'm just saying where I come from, it don't. If we're talking about per child, like I said, now, I'm not saying you're wrong. You that I'm not disputing anything you're saying. You 100% what you're saying, right? All I'm saying is 50,000 for a child out of pocket, because I know me growing up, and we know, like I said, $1 million of today is not that of yesterday, right? But my parents, they they haven't cracked $1 million yet, and my mother is in her 70s, and she hasn't cracked $1 million in her lifespan. So so let alone dropping 50 on us, per year, right? So like I said, I think it was a little confusion, on the part of, not understanding what I was talking about. But yes, that's what I was talking about. Out of pocket, like the paycheck you bring home, you're spending 50,000 on a child. That's all I was saying. So enough. I said, you come on, come on, Shamir. I can see the green bar when y'all come on. I need y'all to come on stage. Y'all got children. I don't. I'm on here with these sisters. They driving me crazy.
My child was a baby. I pay $250 a week child care, and that's 13,000 a month by itself. That include Pampers, milk, all that other stuff.
Right. And
Say that.
also we're saying
Say that,
like
say that again.
we're also saying the $50,000. Like I can speak to that $50,000 because you're saying that's crazy, but you got to think like that's just a 1 bedroom apartment. That's just her and her lifestyle. When you're adding children, it's gonna be more than that because now you have to get a bigger house and you have to pay for more water and you have to pay for more lights and you have to pay for more groceries. So if it's 50,000 for just her, it's gonna be even more if you add a kid to the equation. Because I
That's
spend
what
that.
that's what I'm saying. So if you got 2 children, including yourself, that means you make 150, right?
I
And I
didn't hear that last thing.
and I heard that child care is more
Okay,
expensive.
I understand that. So got two, including yourself, that means you make 150K, right, to be able to sustain that, right?
Hey, I do have a quick question, Kudo. For my sisters.
Joseph
Yeah,
came to.
yeah, I'm here. Hey, I do have a quick question. Okay, where do we get that number of 1 million from? Because that's not. I know where it came from, but isn't it kind of funny that multiple people are saying the same number, and it's not like 1,022,000. It's not 982,000. It's everyone is saying 1 million. Why? That's my question. Where we get that
I don't
number
know about
from?
everyone, but I'm the one that said the number originally in the biblical
Not
smoke
a
room.
a star. What if I told you I heard that before?
Oh, okay. I got you.
I actually heard that before, and I know where it came from.
I'm not saying 1 million. I'm saying I agree with the 50,000 a year because I spend that and some. And like she was saying, like daycare, and that's just one kid, is $250 a week. That's not a month. That's a week, and that's just for somebody to watch your kids so that you can go to work to take care of them.
That was when I was raising her from a baby. That was years
Yeah.
ago. I heard it's more than 250 a week.
So
It
So I
my
was
it
I wasn't
depends. Now
uh,
they base it on
yeah,
if the
hey,
child.
hey, one
hey
second. I wasn't in here earlier.
hey,
Fifty
one
thousand
second.
for what? Are you saying 50,000 a year
That's
for
what
one
my
kid?
my question.
He asked how much was it to sustain like a lifestyle. So if you're
No,
spending.
who asked that question? That was Kudo or me? Not me, right?
No, that was Kudo that asked that question.
Oh, okay. So
So it take
so it
$50,000 to raise a kid?
hey so
No, he
Shamar.
asked how much did it take to maintain a lifestyle, and the sister said she was spending like 3,000 a month, and it's 50,000. If you add it all up, it's 50,000 a year.
Now, hey, sure
Wait,
enough, my
you go
my
ahead.
thing
Mhm.
is my thing is it sound like and I think you have this. Oh, let me bring you up here. What the hell? Kudo asked you come up here and then and green bean you. What the hell, Kudo?
Oh, my bad. I just got off the phone. My bad. Show
I'm
enough.
messing with
Shalom.
you. Hey, hey, my question. Nah, shalom. Hey, sure enough, I think you had the same question I have. So it sounds like the money is being combined with something. Is are we talking about lifestyle, or are we talking about just the child?
We didn't. No one said that it was everybody spending that. you know where I said in the other room.
Yeah, I remember what you
Okay.
said.
And
Yeah.
that included private school, that included housing, insurance, all of that stuff. When you add it up, it's very expensive for a child,
Hmm.
especially in this
Did you just say
society.
housing? You just said housing.
I said all of that.
So
In the other room, when we was in the other room, I was
yeah, I
talking about
remember
that.
that.
Okay,
And you
so
remember, just to kind of put it out there, the what was the stats? I'm gonna bring the stats real quick, and then I let show enough. I'll pass it to you. Real
Nah,
quick.
I'm good.
No, no, yeah, no. You
I'm
got
good.
stop it. Showed up. Hey, you got the sensu beans in your hand. You ready for this fight?
So are we saying are y'all like including housing as far as child
Yeah,
support?
that's
Like,
what it
well,
sounds like a little bit.
so when a man separate, he got to pay for the housing as well for the woman. Is that
well,
what they saying?
Yeah, that's what it sounds a little
why
bit.
wouldn't a man want to pay for his child's
that that that
housing?
that
Yeah,
that
no, he not paying for his child. He paying for that woman. I mean, should she be able?
The
So should
law
she be able to
say.
pay for her own housing? She can't pay for her own housing.
But don't the law say that the man's supposed to provide everything for the child?
Yeah, I mean, the law say you're supposed to be married.
Right. Yeah, we all saying that too. We're all saying that too. That we all
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
all of us that put
but but
ourselves in that
I was
situation.
married.
but
That's right.
if we talking about, so right now, we obviously we're not talking about Israelite unions. We talking about people in the world. So we saying that this nigga that separate from a hoe supposed to, supposed to pay for a house.
So every woman's a hoe
What?
that he separated from?
I mean, if she not married, yeah.
Well, I was married, so
I was married too. I'm gonna step out of this. I was married, brother,
yeah,
not me.
this
I
ain't
didn't
my
have
Yeah,
none of
conversation.
that. This ain't mine either. I'm gonna exit left on this. I'll pray.
in a smoking
yeah,
core.
yeah, yeah. That's all I'm saying. So he gets according to them, this woman who out here sleeping around. Number one, if she can't afford her own house, why she got her legs open? I mean, that's number one. Number two, if you gonna have you can't expect this man, this nigga that you done met in the world now, to come and pay for your house and all that while you still out here doing your whole thing, cause they ain't gonna stop messing with niggas. So now the dude that separated from her, he paying for the house and they kids, and she still messing with a nigga. Are y'all crazy? Where we at? We in the Twilight Zone?
So enough, you didn't scare her. She gone.
Hey, no, hey, I'm
Nah,
gonna
nah,
be.
she the devil. That's all. Yeah, she don't want to keep the commandments of God. She don't never steal people when I come in here because I don't be playing around with all that bull ish. It's one way or the other with me. Like either you trying to keep the commandments or you not. She not trying to keep the commandments. You know what I mean? We done spoke to her for years and she still ain't trying to keep commandment one. But nah, yeah, hell nah. I don't know anybody who finna break up with somebody, pay for their house while they still messing with niggas. Are y'all crazy? It says child support to support the child. You know what I mean? Y'all 50-50 now. You ain't his wife. Y'all crazy, man.
May I speak, sir?
Hey,
Nah,
hey,
yo,
before
I said.
just before you speak, I just want to put put the stats out there. All right. So it says lower income costs for frugal households is 150,000 to $220,000, right? Average, and this is for one child from birth to 18 years old. Average middle class household 250,000 to 350,000 plus. And then you have high cost areas luxury lifestyle, so this is a luxurious lifestyle of 400,000 to 700,000 plus. Now this does not include college tuition, wedding, that kind of stuff, helping to buy a car or home, supporting them after 18. I will just want to read two more little pieces of stats. So this stat considers housing. So that's the room, bedroom or whatever, of a larger home, food, uh daycare, childcare, healthcare, transportation, clothing, school activities, sports, technology, phones, gaming, miscellaneous. That's a lot of stuff. And that's well below that number. Now, it sounds like, there's some excessive spending somewhere. It sounds like Gucci, Prada. I don't
It,
know. I
it's the
don't know,
nails,
bro. I
Joseph.
mean,
It's the nails. It's the nails in the hair. It's
oh
the
man,
extensions. That's where all the money done went. You know what I mean? If $50,000 per kid. So right now I have 4 children. So if I would take care of myself, my wife, plus my 4 kids, that's what? One, two, 300,000 a year. You know what I mean? I don't make 300,000 a year, and we all right. You know what I mean? 50,000 to raise a kid. Yeah, yeah.
ain't showing up. You remember this? You remember the numbers? And you remember the
Oh,
numbers I
crazy.
gave? That's from all the way from birth all the way to 18.
Yeah, man. Hey, bro, y'all wilding out here, man. I need 50K a year to take care of a kid. Y'all mama and y'all daddy didn't make 50K a year, and they had multiple children,
Ain't that what
and
I
y'all
said?
know that.
I said,
Right.
showing up. I said the same thing. The sister still was talking. Oh, I'm just saying you got to include vacation, school, and I'm like, bruh, you do not make 50,000. My mother is in her 70s and she ain't even made $1 million in her lifespan. So what are these sisters talking about, bruh?
Hey, bro, these I'm sorry, sisters. I know it ain't all of y'all, but most of these sisters don't even make 50,000. Like, you don't make $50,000 a year, but we need $50,000 to raise a child. I mean, y'all, hey man, y'all wildin'. I mean, come on now, dog. You know, half of y'all grew up
That's
in a
heavy, show enough.
household,
That's
huh?
heavy, bro. That's heavy what you said. Some people don't even make that in a year, but
Yeah,
that's what they need for a
that's what I'm
child.
talking about, man. Like, I'm half. I'm sorry, man. But at least half of the people in here probably don't even make $50,000 a year. You know what I mean? And most of y'all got kids. I'm just saying, man. But now, when you break up with a dude, now he need to pay 50. So now you got to get you making 100,000 now just because you had sex with somebody and had a kid with them. Y'all crazy. Vacation. So you trying to tell me people included vacation in child support?
Yes.
Oh man, we gotta go down to the sisters.
Yes,
Gotta go to
ma'am.
Cancun. You know what I mean? Cause mama gotta have a life too, huh? What we at, baby boy? Yo, man, y'all. I'm sorry, man. Y'all wildin' though.
And
Y'all are
and
crazy. I ain't been here that long. Hey, yo, so I heard that $1 million thing before. I'd heard that several times
Oh,
too.
oh
It take
yeah.
a million. Yeah, it's not a new. It take $1 million to raise a child from birth until they're adult. No, the hell it don't. No, it don't. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Ain't none of y'all mama or daddy no millionaire. I mean, I'm kind of going out on a limb right now. But ain't none of y'all mamas or daddy no millionaire. And y'all like,
and another thing about it, like I said, we live in the real world. And since talk about the money and all of this, they don't include the income tax money that they get back at the end of the year, the 10 to
mm-mm.
15,000. They don't even include that.
That's cause they
Just
gotta buy a new
Well,
car every year because they ain't changed the oil all year.
damn,
You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but that's
not
how
when
it
you're a
is. They got
taxpayer,
huh?
brother. I was telling brother Kudos, sir, that not when you're a taxpayer, we don't get that. When you pay taxes, we don't get near
I'm,
that bad. You only
I'm speaking on
normally
the majority. Majority of people are regular 9 to 5 workers.
So if you paying tax, that means you making some money. See, pay taxes.
yes, that's yeah.
See, because I used
I'm
to
gonna
see.
stay
All
out of it.
right.
So no, I don't want none.
Nah, I mean,
Oh,
what
I
you
thought
talking
you were
about?
finna.
I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
saying.
I'm finna say.
Nah, I mean, I'm just talking for real. I
Yeah,
ain't,
seriously
I ain't
though.
finna be doing all this beating around the bush, playing around thing.
Right,
What happens is hoes get pregnant and
right.
then they want to come up on child support. That's what it is,
I
and
didn't
y'all
know
know
that's
that's
what you
true.
know saying.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's not
something I'm
right.
making up. Y'all know it's true. It's not something I'm making up.
No, you're
Y'all know
absolutely
that.
right.
Y'all know
You're
people are
right.
getting a child support check, going to go spend it on hair. Y'all know that.
You're
This not
right.
something new. This not some revelation. Yeah, $50,000 a year to raise a child is ridiculous.
I didn't.
That's
I ain't
crazy.
know. Yeah, I didn't know that. Go ahead, 'cause I didn't know if that's what she was saying. No, you can't
Right.
do that.
I
That's not
never
your
said that it's.
lifestyle. No, me
Hmm.
either.
I didn't say it took
And,
$50,000 a year to raise a child. I'm saying you
okay.
can spend $50,000 a year to maintain your lifestyle. I make $50,000 a year. I make more than
Right.
$50,000 a year. And
Right.
like the sister said, I pay taxes because I end up owing at the end of the year. So, and my son's father is on child support. He owes $10,000 in child support. I came up earlier and spoke on that. So I take care of my child by myself with him still being on child support. What I'm saying is, only thing I was adding to the conversation is it takes a lot to raise a child, way more than most people realize. No, I wouldn't say $1 million, that is excessive, but way more than a little $200-300 child support check
Yeah,
helps.
I don't,
Trust.
I don't disagree with that. I wasn't here for the whole conversation. I don't disagree with that. You know what I mean? It's definitely more than $200 or $300 a month. That's for sure. But it's definitely not 50,000 a year, or let alone $1 million from birth until they're an adult. That's just ridiculous. The only way that $1 million can add up is if we're paying for some hair and some nails. You know what I mean? You know, we got a couple little trips to Cancun. That's the only way that stuff can make any type of sense. You know what I mean? It's just, I know we talking about this child support thing. You know, you're supposed to take care of your kid. That's a given. You know, you're supposed to take care of your children. You know, sometimes I just be wondering, like, if I'm going to enter into some type of endeavor that's going to require some money to come out, I'm going to make sure I'm able to cover it before I enter into it. You know, like having children, it's on both parts, on both sides of this aisle here, both men and the women. You know, if I'm going to, especially for our brothers and sisters that's in the world, y'all going to take the risk of sleeping with someone who may not still be around, and you know there's it's a high likelihood that you get pregnant. You know, I'll at least make sure that I'm able to take care of what may come from that, unholy union. I will at least make sure I'm able to do that, But hey, different strokes for different folks, as they say. $1 million is ridiculous. I see we got Tahara unmuted. What you got, sis?
Yes, I would like to speak on this because these women are all over the place.
Let's hear it.
Obviously, they are basing a lot of this off of their lifestyle. It's not even about the household or the family and all this other stuff. No, because to this very day, to take care of one child from birth to 18 years old really is $287,000. One child. And she thought that one sister was talking about, oh, I'm so sorry. Shalom, most high Christ bless. They just got me fired up over here. With these mothers today, women, period, do not do what they are supposed to do. And yes, it is true. They want that man to pay for everything so they can go get the nails done, the hair done, go buy the Gucci purse and all that kind of crap. And you see it every day. There was a show on this one girl, black girl, living in the ghetto, financed a purse and was crying on TV because she was so excited because she was able to get the purse and she financed it. But you live in the projects. What
Right.
sense does that make? So they want to live
So
above their means. I have children. Now mine are 36 and 35. So I know how to my kids went to private school, but when they went, I want to know where this woman sending her child for $500 a month. I paid $1,400 for one child a month when my kids went to private school. So I'm trying to figure out where these women coming from with this lifestyle. And the one talking about vacation and all that, the majority of the people in this world cannot afford vacations.
hey, Tahara, you know what's so crazy about this? I wasn't in here for this whole conversation, but to throw in, hey, we need some money for the kids to go on vacation. Your ass has never been on a vacation your whole life, but
Thank
now,
you.
now
Right.
you're gonna have a kid, and they're
Right.
gonna pay for it. Now, this is what I'm gonna say, right? Child child support is not fair, and it can go two different ways. I'm gonna tell you why. I
Hmm.
got a cousin. And he only for a minute he only had to pay $75 a month in child support. He only had to pay $7,500. I mean, $75 a month in child support.
Okay.
which is ridiculous. You know what I mean? That's what, 2 packs of Pampers. I'm like, come on, man. You know, that's definitely not fair. You know what I mean? Like that's ridiculous. $75 a month. What the hell you gonna do with that? You know, especially now, that's not even half a tank of gas. You know what I mean? To be able to get kids back and forth, whatever. You know
Right.
what I mean? So in certain situations, that's not fair. But also, I got a brother that's close to me. You know, the girl that he used to be with, although he been already been paying child support, he already been paying for the medical stuff, and also he been giving money, buying clothes. I know this. I know the brother personally. I see him all the time. The court just recently ruled that now he has to pay an additional $800 a month because his ex-girl said something without proving it, and with no receipts or anything. You know, now he has to pay an additional $800 a month on top of what he was already paying just because of some felonious statement
And
that
I
his
agree with you.
ex-girl
It's not
just made.
right.
Right.
I
And
agree
so
with
it's
you. It's
not,
not
so
fair.
in that is, so in both scenarios, I see how it's unfair. That's why, you know, the principles of what the Bible says has to stand. You know, that way it's not unfair on both parties. You know what I mean? This brother about to be playing with you know, he about to get broke off a little bit, you know,
Right.
off
You know,
a felonious statement that the sister done made, you know.
right.
So
And these women are they can. This is how it's not fair. This man can be paying child support and have been paying for from birth to now the child's 10. Well,
hmm
this mother decides that, oh, I don't have enough. No, because at the end of the month, I still need to get this and get that. My nails ain't done, my hair ain't done. But what about the kids? Where do the kids come into play? How are you teaching your children how to be self-sufficient? You want to keep giving them all this bull crap, but nobody has to work for it. My son, I put him out at 10 years old mowing lawns. You want some gym shoes, Jordan, baby? You got to get some, you got to do something with that. My son is 36 now and take care of his children. Not one of his children want for anything. Nothing. Nothing. And it can be done. But I was married. Yes, I was married at 18 with my to my husband, my kid's father. I had 2 kids
hmm
and I was married to him. We stayed married for a little while, didn't work. Okay, he got missing, do whatever. That was our fine and good. But the fact still remained, no matter what he did or didn't do, the household had to continue going, regardless. But these women want to try to put everything off on the man. Well, he ain't here, so he don't know what's going on. And he was there at one time, so obviously he do. And a lot of men are hurt and upset because they are screwed with this child support. They take their license, they can't get passports, they can't do anything.
All right.
They strip these men. And that's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could. Hey, you're
It's
right.
really
You're right,
detrimental
sis.
to their well-being, their health, everything. I had a friend was getting
Mm.
Social Security. They took 85% of his Social Security check for child support. And you know Social Security don't pay nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you
Could I
do that?
say
Because a
something?
woman complained
Yeah,
that it wasn't enough money. Well,
I
then I
got you.
think you need to get a second job, baby.
Yeah, I got you, Tara. Hey, I feel you, Tara. Tara. All right, all praise. Hey, but I see you, Simca as Simcha. How I say your name, sis?
Hara Israel. I'm with
I,
sis. I want IUIC Cincinnati.
I got you, sis. Yeah, I'm talking about. I know. I say your name. Sister, is it Simcha?
It's Simca, sir.
Simca.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I'm gonna come back to both of y'all. We got P on stage. He a new brother to the room. I want to hear what he got to say on the topic, real
Yes,
quick. But I'm
sir.
gonna
Yes, sir.
swing
Yes,
back to
sir.
Yes,
y'all.
sir.
All right,
Yeah,
what you
I just
got? What you got for us, P?
yes, sir. I just think that mainly I'm just talking about the poverty trap, argument side of why child support needs to be dismantled. So, a lot of child support family courts will say, these orders are based off of what's called imputed income, right? So it's not what you actually make, it's what the state, thinks that the parent should be making. So a lot of people end up getting pushed into debt, a lot of non-payments will happen. A lot of parents will just be looked at as a paycheck. So when they stop paying, it creates the, child support to prison, epidemic where you don't pay, you go to jail, right? So a lot of these guys out here just be like, hey man, fuck it. What do I got to lose at this point? Because my license will get suspended for non-payment. I'll end up going to prison, and in a lot of states, honestly, like if you get so if the family gets like public assistance and stuff like that, um the state will end up keeping some of that child support money to like,
Hmm.
reimburse itself, instead of giving the money to the mom for that child. And so it's basically acting like it's a supposed collection agency, right?
Yep.
So I just think that the system in and of itself needs massive reform, or it just needs to be dismantled entirely. That's just all I got to say about that.
Okay. All right. All right. I like that input. Yeah, if they're gonna if they're gonna be so rigid as to how much they take, how consistently they are with taking it from whoever the parent is that's not the custodial parent. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure everybody would agree that it got to be some type of spending oversight. I think that's kind of where most of the pushback come from. Where's the oversight of where these funds are going? Because once that oversight is instituted, then you'd be able to get a more realistic view of how much it actually takes to take care of a child. But if nobody's really paying attention to where these specific funds are going, then how do you know exactly how much it takes to take care of the child? And how you know that whoever this parent is, whether it's the mother or the father, how you know they're not misusing the funds, which I think is probably the majority of the situations, at least from what I've seen growing up. I think that's the majority of the situations. The misuse of those funds, the misappropriation of those funds, and that's what make people so upset about it. What I mean? I don't know a lot of people who would be against giving money to take care of their children. I don't know anybody that's against giving money to take care of their children. There may be some people out there, but I don't know anybody that would be against that. Usually where the pushback come from is, well, what's happening with the money once I send it? You know.
Yeah, I just think the government is really the problem because
Yeah.
if you get the government out the way, and it ties into marriage laws too, right? Because it's really unfair, for men, because like, hey, we get the short end of the stick when it comes to divorce and all this stuff like that. Like if our wife go out and cheats, she gets rewarded for it in terms of like alimony and
Hmm.
child support and half of our 401k stuff like that, and in family support court, which these orders get put in for child support payments, is like I said, it's based off imputed income, what the court thinks you should be making, right? So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't disagree. That's why we got to be mindful of who we dipping our wick in. You know what I mean? You might be dipping in the hole, and then when the kid come about and the disagreements around because of the cheating, and so forth, you kind of left holding the bag. You know, that's why the Bible is so important. So that's what we're teaching this room. I'm not sure if you familiar to this room or not, but this is a biblically based room. These topics that we bring up is to be able to highlight our community. They got to go about fixing it. You know what I mean? Issue within our community to the point where this fairness will go away is by actually applying what God said we supposed to apply. When you prove the person prior to getting with them, yeah, no, you ain't got to worry about no child support. You know what I mean? You ain't got to worry about that because this person that you with, you taking the time to see if they really gonna live by the standard of which God put out. So that way your heart can safely trust within the woman that you with. And vice versa, the women that's with the men. You will be able to know that the person that you with is essentially a good person. You know what I mean? You're not just laying down with some rando. So we read that in First John chapter 4 and verse 1 real quick.
Right, after this scripture, I gotta hop off.
All right,
You said First John chapter 4,
verse 1.
First John chapter 4, verse 1. After this, I looked.
Hmm.
uh, Flip the Revelations on accident. First John chapter 4, verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Hello, can you hear me?
Moderators, any other moderators there? Is it breaking up for y'all? You was breaking up for me. I'm not sure if you were breaking up for everybody else or not. But read it again.
Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false
Mhm.
prophets are going out into the world.
Right. The Bible says you can't believe every spirit, but you got to try the spirits. You know, you try these spirits that you come in contact with to see if they're going to actually do what God says to do. I mean, you yourself got to do what the Bible says to be an example of how you should conduct yourself according to what God wants. And then when you decide to enter into union with somebody else, you got to make sure that they're doing the same thing, you know, because typically you'll read things or you'll hear people speak about how the woman, like the Proverbs 31 woman, is supposedly hard to find and will be counted as rubies and so forth. Let's read that real quick for them in Proverbs 31. You can start at verse 10.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 31 and verse 10. Who
Hmm.
can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies.
Hmm.
The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so
All
that
right,
he
go ahead.
so that he shall have no need of spoil.
Right, so you want to make sure that the woman that you're getting with is somebody that your heart can safely trust in. You ain't got to worry about spoil, meaning somebody to be able to enter in, mess up your marriage because you know your wife is loose and some nigga want to come beat it down and she allow it. You know, that's why you got to make sure that the person you getting with, you can actually really trust them. All right. And not only that, for the women, get that in Proverbs 20 and verse 6 as well.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 6.
Hmm.
Most men will proclaim every one his own goodness,
And I think that's where a lot of sisters end up dropping the ball at, because everybody that you meet, you know, you meeting a representative. They're gonna put their best foot forward, right? They're gonna tell you how good they are, the things they're gonna do for you, how much they love you. We're gonna do this and that, right? Everybody gonna proclaim how good they are, how good they're gonna be to you. Read on.
but a faithful man who can find.
Right. But an actual faithful man is going to be something that's hard to find, just like a virtuous woman. So just because you come across somebody who may say the right things in that particular moment, you got to prove their works, you know, and that's something we ain't been doing in our community. You just kind of, you know, big feet and dudes looking for women with a fat ass, and there you go. Now you got a little Keyshawn Jr. coming about, and you ain't nobody prove nobody. And now when issues arise, y'all got no common ground. Y'all don't know how you gonna fix it. You know what I mean? And then you end up not fixing it, and then you split up. Now it's a single parent household. Either the child is with the father or the child is with the mother. Either way, it's single parent. You know, at the end, the child support situation has to be divvied up. How we gonna go about getting the money to the kids? You know what I mean? So that's how it happens, man. You get with somebody who you shouldn't be with. Y'all have sex because no one can contain themselves, and then children come about. And then it's an argument about, well, who gonna take care of this kid that got brought into the world? Number one, if you wasn't prepared to take care of the children, you shouldn't have laid down with someone. The act that you're doing literally bring forth children. The act of sex literally brings forth children, and then children come about, and now everybody loses their mind. I wasn't expecting this. How you expect me to take care of this kid? Well, if you wasn't ready to take care of children, you shouldn't have laid down, you know. Unless you had proved this person and there's a man of God that you about to be with, He's going to provide for the household, like the Bible says. But you would have found all these things out in the proving process before you lay down with him. But if you just lay down with somebody, and he gonna tell you all the right things, whispering them sweet nothings in your ear, cause that's what it is. Nothing. Them niggas be lying. And now look, now you got little Keyshawn Jr. and Keyshawn ain't nowhere to be found. You know, that's how these child support things come about. And now it's definitely gonna be unfair, depending upon which state you in. You know, and which judge you got. The ruling is gonna be different. I just gave y'all a scenario. Now imagine you lay down with somebody, sisters. You had a kid, and then the judge ruled that he only had to pay you $75 a month. That's the judge ruling. Yeah, you only got to pay $75 a month. That's what the judge ruled, you know. And I didn't give the full context of it. My cousin got twins. He had to pay $75 for each child. It's $150 for twins a month. $150 for twins a month. I got twins. And I remember when we found out, I think we was almost in the third trimester, me and the wife. And then, we went in there for the ultrasound, and the doctor was like, I think I hear something else. I was like, what's wrong? Then they like walked out and stuff. I said, nigga, what's going on? They came back in. They were like, oh, it's another baby up in there. I was like, ain't y'all doctors? You just now finding out that it's twins? Long story short, everything that I just bought, I had to go buy it again. Two cribs, two car seats. That one stroller that we had, that's not gonna work no more. We gotta get the double stroller. You know what I mean? We had it, everything just doubled up, and that stuff was not cheap. Not like nowhere near cheap. I'm talking about just getting things prepared at the house was some guap. I'm talking about dropping thousands. From the car seats, the strollers, the cribs, and all the rest of stuff, changing tables, clothes, and all of that. I'm talking about some ducats got dropped. Now think that the judge would have said, if I would have left my wife, and the judge said, all right, sure enough, you only got to pay $75 a month. My wife would have been cooked. $75 a month for each one. I mean, you cooked. You cooked, sis. I'm like, all right, Judge, shit, 75. I got you. I got you, Playboy, no problem. You know? So it's unfair. It would be unfair on the sisters on that point. But also, you got situations where the brother is doing everything right. Paying child support, not only that, paying for insurance, dance lessons, after school activities, clothes, gifts. And then the judge up and say, yeah, I understand you've been doing all this. But go ahead and drop her another $800 a month. Mind you, she got other kids and she already with another nigga. Come on, man. Child support is a fail safe for nigga activity. That's what it is, man. When you do nigga activity, when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That's what child support is. You know. So yeah, man. I'm not sure what somebody said. I spent $1,300 on plane tickets to see my kids on top of me paying child support. 100%, man. Oh yeah, I forgot. So I was down in Florida. I was in Tampa, and I worked with a guy, but his kid was up in Cincinnati. So whenever he wanted to see his kid, he had to fly out to Cincinnati. You know what I mean? And he was those plane tickets wasn't cheap at the time. Typically from Florida, you can get damn near anywhere you want for pretty cheap. But it's not many flights going from Florida to Cincinnati. Florida to Ohio like that. So he was dropping ducats on that, like every month, every other month, just to go fly up and see his kids. Man. You know, on top of paying the child support and all those things not usually factored in to be able to when the judges are looking at how much is being paid. You know. Sometimes the judges take so much money, the man can't even live for real. Like they struggling to buy food. I'm for real. Like they ain't got no money to go buy food. They gotta get like other side jobs under the table so they can just have cash so they can be able to buy something to eat, buy something to drink. I'm talking about did like I'm talking about they struggling. You know what I mean? Them boys fighting. They tooth and nail trying to make it to the next month. They get bust over the head. Yeah, man. Like somebody said $244 a month. Yeah. I know a guy by the time they finish taking out all his child support and all of that, he got paid about weekly. I think like at the check he had like maybe $300. So that's $600 a month. You know, and that's going back and forth to work. That's paying for gas. You know what I mean? That's paying for your food, your basic necessities that you need. You know, hygiene stuff. Hell, boy, 600 gone, man. You know, this man can't even get no cologne, bro. $600 a month. You definitely ain't got no smell good. So come on, man. Well, we got I am came up. I am lyric. What's going on? I am.
I'm sorry, I just briefly came in for the conversation, and I was just wondering if the seasoned men know this. Why don't they teach that to the young ones? That, you know, if you have children, it's going to be a lifetime responsibility. It's,
Yeah, I mean, we do teach that. Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I mean,
both.
it's gonna be a learning curve, you know. It's not like it's been something that's widely taught everywhere. It's gonna take men and women who see it as something that's worth being responsible for certain presidents is to change within our communities. You know what I mean? Like 100%.
Well,
You
I
know,
wanted to
men
go a
gotta
step
understand that
further.
if you what's that?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I was going to take it a step further. I mean,
What you got?
why not just you get married and you stay married?
Come on now. You
Wrap
trying
it
to
up.
make people do what God. So I think you're asking too much. You're asking people to start following what the Bible says. And we know people don't like to follow the Bible now.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard when you look at it
You believe in the
when you
Bible,
look
I
at it
am?
from both sides of it. It's not the child's fault. The child is just here. So, regardless if the relationship, and
Right?
you get it, some relationships just don't work. You know, it's okay. You can do all you
Hmm.
can, and y'all can separate out amicably. But at the end of the day, that child still is entitled to the income of that father or mother. If that mother fails to provide, she goes to jail.
Hmm.
So there's no difference on either side. If she can't keep or maintain a home for that child, she will lose her children. She will go to jail. She will be on child support. So
Well,
I'm not sure
right. According to
exactly.
the according to the law, they're supposed to go to jail, but I'm not sure if I'm breaking up or not. Yeah, I think you're 100% correct. According to the law, she's supposed to go to jail. You know, but it's when you look at these stats, it's not very many women that's going to jail for non-payment of child support. It's mostly like you can see the large majority of men. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
it's the situation of if she cannot provide for that child, she ultimately will be turned over to CPS, um,
I
potential jail. She's
I
subject to
understand.
all of those things.
I understand what you're saying. She is subject to it, but it don't play out like that. I am. You know what I mean? Like I think if we're being honest here, I'm not sure where you grew up at, but I know where I grew up at. There's a bunch of single mothers, and they definitely weren't taking care of them kids like that for real. Like you can see these kids as being neglected, and they kids never got taken away from them. I mean, you're gonna see some situations in which the kids end up getting taken away, but those are few and far in between. I mean, if we're being honest, I think we can agree on that. We see a lot of single mothers with children who are you could damn near say is being neglected, and I never see them kids get taken away. I remember seeing kids in the middle of the road when I get back, what I mean, like it's damn near
What?
like boys in the hood. You see kids in the road when you get back from wherever you
You
at.
in the
Like
matrix, baby.
I seen
You
that a
in the ma-
large majority of
you
my
in the
life growing up.
matrix.
Damn.
Yeah. Sure.
All right, let
You in
me
the
see if I
matrix,
can go
babe.
up to the
And it's
front.
still
It's
devastating to have.
Yeah,
It's more
it's a
devastating for
storm
a
where I'm
child
at.
to
Can
be
y'all hear me?
separated from their parent, from their mother. So
Hold
Well,
on one
well,
second,
not,
sis. Hold
not,
on one second.
not.
Go ahead. We can hear you
Can you
now.
can you, can you,
We
can you
can
hear
hear
me,
you now.
Zil? Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. I understand what you're saying, but not necessarily. It's not more devastating for a child to be separated from their mothers. In fact, children do better if they grow up. in a single parent household if it's the father versus the mother. Statistically, you know, children they have a better outcome if they're in a single household with a father than they would with a mother. So it's not that they're more devastated without the mother being there. Now, what I do agree with that it does take both parties, you know, to be involved to really raise a well-rounded child. You know, you need both sides, both the father and the mother. You know, but if we had to choose as to the best outcome for the children, it's 100% they should be with their fathers. And what judges said is 100% correct. It said mothers mess up their children's credit. Now, I don't know if y'all gonna be honest or not, but do y'all remember people putting like women putting light bills in their children's name? Do y'all remember this? Or y'all gonna is it just me? Y'all gonna say it's just me or do
No,
y'all
it's
remember
not
this?
just you.
All right, I just
It's
want to
not
make
just
sure.
you.
All right,
I
I just
had
make
my
sure.
aunt. She had 7 kids. Okay, two of them. One she put her phone bill in. One of their names, and the other one her gas and electric. Well, when the kids got grown, moved out, and were ready to, get their own place, do their own thing, one
Uh
had a
huh.
$1,400 bill, the other one had a
Damn.
$900 bill. What in the world? And
Damn.
they held them responsible for that. The parents were not
Hey,
responsible.
I know someone very close to me. He just recently told me a story which blew my mind, man. You know, his parents out there, they would take credit cards out of your name. They'll do and never
Mm-hmm.
tell you about it. And it's the women.
Right.
It be women doing that. It be women doing that. I ain't seen no man taking out no light bill in their kids' name.
Right.
I ain't seen it. You know what I mean? Somebody said you can get off your credit, but no, you gotta usually in those situations you have to file like a police report or something like that. And nobody want
Yes.
to get their mama locked. Nobody want to get their mama locked up. You know what I mean? So they just have to end up dealing with it.
Yeah.
I'm for real. Nobody want to lock their mama up. I see people that like nobody really want to get their stop, baby girl. Nobody want to get their mama locked up in jail. So you're not finna file some police report against her. You know,
No,
it just
so
end up being something you have to deal with.
Yeah, and
What's
no,
it's
up?
so
so
sad
this
because it's left
I
on
was
the
like,
kids and they're trying to live. They're starting out, venturing out. You don't want to start your kids out in debt. That's crazy. That's the
Yeah, I
cra-
mean that's if that woman not evil, if she not a deadbeat mom. But that's what I'm talking about, Judge.
Those be the
Say
evil ones, the
wailing.
deadbeat ones.
That's a
Yes.
that's deadbeat mama. Cause women are deadbeats too. That's one thing a lot of people forget. Women are deadbeats too. They trying to live off of the strength of somebody else. They don't really provide enough for themselves. You know, they are
right.
deadbeats. You know. They don't really
Right.
bring nothing. They just trying to go. They're trying to go somewhere they can be taken care of. Kazaya
Can
is
I?
trying to say something real quick. I want to let Kazaya get a chance to speak real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kazaya.
The only thing I was saying was when you were saying, yeah, women can be deadbeats too. I was saying yes, they can. And I was saying, but they can get it off. And you said no, don't nobody want to lock their mom up. I was like, that's right. But my mom did it to me when I was underage. So if they look at your age and then they'll calculate it up and be like, okay, you were not even old enough to get nothing in your name then. So then they'll take it out. But you're right. If you are like in your 20s and your mom do it in a credit card like that, yeah, you wouldn't want it. You just got to pay it or let the 7 years go and it fall off. But other than that, yeah, you just gotta pay it because you don't want to lock up mom. That was all.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nobody want to get mama locked up, man. We be trying to let mama make it. You did so you don't let them make it. But now you got to deal with the back end
Wait
of that.
a
You know,
minute.
maybe you want to get a house or whatever. Your
To
credit
be
messed up.
fair,
Yeah.
to be fair
hmm
though, there's nothing else you can run a social security number and it'll either come back deceased or this person is a minor.
Right.
Now, not saying that mama
I
is
mean,
wrong, and
but we
doing
don't. But we.
ain't
The
no
mama
way.
is 100% wrong. The
I'm
light
just
bill,
saying,
the
and we
light
ain't
bill
excusing
company.
mama, but
Listen,
any of you
the power company not running social security number to check
wait.
somebody age.
No. There's
They
nothing else
don't.
you can get. There's nothing else you can get as a minor. They run unless you go on to like a a little hole in the wall, little business, something like that.
Oh
Ain't nothing
no,
else.
no, no.
You can't take no baby
I'm
son
not.
for
I'm
a
not
security
sure. I'm
number.
not sure where you at.
Where you
Can
from?
I
So
finish? I
yeah.
want you to hear me, baby, so you can don't argue with me. Hear me first, then
No,
respond.
no. Well, I hear
That way we
what you're
don't
saying.
argue.
You're saying that no one does this.
That's not what
Everyone's
I
telling
said.
you.
That's not what I said. Hear me first, and then
Okay.
respond, baby. And
I'm
that's
not. Hold on. I'm not.
respectfully. I
I'm
just
not your
respectfully
baby. Stop
told
calling me
you.
baby. Stop calling me baby. I ain't your baby. I'm married. But go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, there's not too many places unless it's a hole in the wall. I think the system is jacked. Now, Mama, you got some accountability to that, but you can't go and take a social security number and just sign up for everything. In that case, people.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Like that's exactly what I was saying.
There
Yes,
are
you can.
parents right
Every,
now
every,
today getting cell phones in their children's
right.
names.
It's all good. Sis. Yeah, I know that. I know this for a fact.
Sorry.
You know, and like these things that we have literally seen. I just talked to a brother with somebody, took his social security number and started a credit card with it. I mean, come on, man. You know, Black Rob, what you got, man?
Hey, Shalom leadership. How you been doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
Man, I'm good, man. Hey, man, I got a story for you. So I had to pay child support for 18 years, but I had three daughters and they lived with me, but I was still paying child support. I didn't take it back from her. I didn't go to court with her or nothing. And at the end of that time, when my daughters graduated from college and stuff, how about the child support people called me back in and told me I owed my ex-wife back pay? That's some crazy
After
mess, man.
after 18 years?
Yeah, man. They told me I owed like 15 years of back pay or something like that. I was like, wait a minute. They was living with me. And I was still paying child support.
God, yeah, bro. That sound pretty goddamn unfair to me, man. God damn. Yeah, your kid living with you, still paying child support, and then they still hit you with a back child support. You know, they
Yeah.
go back to yeah, man. That's
Yes.
crazy.
Hey, if she wouldn't have stood up for me, sir, man, I would have been paying $40,000, man.
All right. Well, at least he stood up for you, you know. That's better than what most of you black women did. They wouldn't have stood up for a damn thing. They're like, no, run me that 40. You know what I mean? It's time to have a hot girl summer. But damn,
So
man.
that's all I got, sir.
All praise it, man. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. No, these wouldn't be out here. Jill made a good point. You know, and that's not something you can do by just taking someone's social security number and doing something with it. Then what do hackers do? You know what I mean? Key loggers. You know, and you get those key logs on your laptop. It follow the things that you type in, so they get access to certain things. That's what it is. You know what I mean? People 100% use social security numbers to store all types of things, credit cards, you know, personal loans, all types of things can get started. Bank accounts can get started with having your social security number in your name, and your mama know every damn thing about you. You know. So yeah, man. Nah, women, these single mothers, they 100% be doing some outlandish things, and we all seen it. You know. Somebody say, "Hey, black women do love scammers." Then you right. They was the they was the first scammers, man. They was the first scammers, man. Everything booming and it's bumping, man.
Shalom. Can I speak for a second?
Well, let me give Sister I'm gonna say it wrong. Simka. She wanted to say something earlier. I
Okay.
didn't get a chance to get back to her. Is it Simcha? I know I said it wrong again.
Sam, sir, I tell people just think of Michael or Zechariah. The ch is hard. So Simca.
Simka, got you.
Yes, sir. Before I speak, Sis Charity had asked to speak before I did, and I know it's been a minute, but if she still wants to speak, I'll fall back.
Okay.
I appreciate you, sis, but I'm okay. It's okay. I appreciate you.
Oh man, look at all this courtesy being shown up here, man. You see what I'm saying? I like that right here, man. It's not typical of black women, man. But we appreciate y'all. And actually, before you go ahead, Simcha, let's read that in Isaiah 3 and 12. Shout out to Jude.
Isaiah chapter 3 and verse Isaiah
12.
chapter 3 and verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
Hey man, the Bible says that, the children that are oppressors, women that rule over them, you know. And though they who lead these is the one that caused them to err. What's really crazy, because when topics like this about, child support, single households and so forth, a lot of times we see a lot of blame being pushed to the men, right? And I'm not averse to women, saying men should hold some type of responsibility. I don't disagree with that, you know. But who raised them? A lot the majority of these men that we get with, they be raised by their mama. They don't want to talk to them all the things that they're doing, how it is they live, the things that they do, you know. Taught them how to scam. You got them credit card skimmers at the gas pumps and at the checkout lines and whatnot. They learned that from mama. You know what I mean? That's what they learned it from, you know. So I understand. Like I mean, you hear a lot of the pushback about how the men of this generation are, but you never really hear a lot of accountability coming from women, especially since the majority of these men that y'all sisters find issue with was raised by women. So yeah, we'll place that right there. Sister Charity said you go ahead, Simcha.
Um,
Simcha.
first, I wanted to say that being in the truth for going on 10 years now, I understand that the child support is a curse for those not keeping the laws and commandments of the Most High. Because as I see those in the truth, we don't go through that. For the most part, the men provide and the women take care of the home. So child support is not an issue. Um, what else was I going to say? Um, lost my train of thought aside from that, but I forgot, sir. I was waiting so long, I lost my thought of what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
It's all good. If it come back to you, just let us know. I get you in there. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The whole child support, man. All right, we got chosen on. Well, no, I'm sorry. We had somebody before you. We had was it Tyshawn Logan. Okay. Tyshawn not there. Just a Gadite.
Shalom. I just wanted to speak on the utility and putting in your children's name. I'm a supervisor for a utility company in California, and I get so many escalated calls because they're like, where did this bill come from? I was only 15 when the services were started. I literally just had a call earlier today where somebody was trying to get a house and they couldn't because they had a bill in their name from when they were underage. So it
Damn.
is true. People do it all the time, unfortunately, and it's the children that end up being hurt at the end.
Oh man,
Shalom.
that's some real time fact checking for your ass right there, boy. What else you guys see?
Me? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you ain't got nothing else. That's fine. I think that was enough.
that's it. I could just say it definitely happens. Unfortunately, people do it all the time.
All praise it. Not all praise that people do it. Appreciate the input. All right, we got
Remember, it's not too late for me to say something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go ahead, sis.
In response, not really in response, but I wanted to make a comment in regards to some of the sisters that were giving these crazy numbers when it comes to caring for a child. I understand that everybody's situation is different. However, I thought that was like crazy. I have an 8-year-old in the home with me now, and I can afford like the $300,000 home and all of that. I'm a mortician here in Ohio, and I'm grateful that I'm in position where I can homeschool my daughter and still do my business. Me personally, I just can't understand the numbers that were being spoken. I've always, like, I have a 1 bedroom, although it's me and her, and I can afford a home, but I sleep on the couch because I don't have a husband. I don't think I need a bedroom because I don't have a husband anymore, and my baby gets the bedroom, and I'm in the process now of trying to own my own funeral home and purchase a home through auction so that, as Bishop has told us, a person well traveled knows much. I'm trying to expose her to as much as I possibly can, so she's not just seeing her people here, but as much of the 12 tribes that I can, and food and cultures. I'm trying to expose her to much, but I have nowhere near paid for or spent that much money on me and my baby together. Considering if you break the habits, once you once you come into the truth, it's like one when you start applying like seriously and are sincere in this walk, and you apply the laws and commandments, you're gonna eat different. Like, I don't eat 3 times a day. That's, to me, that's unnecessary. I eat once a day. I'm disciplined in that.
Hmm. Did she go out or was it just me? Ain't no other moderators up here, just me. Can y'all hear me or no?
No, she went out. Yes,
So
sir.
Hey,
She went.
damn, somebody say something. Damn. Talking about
Yes, I can
goddamn
hear you.
self. Hell. Yeah, since you had went out, you had cut out for a minute. I couldn't hear the last part of what you were saying, you know. But yeah, all praise. It don't take all that much money. I heard that part to be able to raise a kid. 100%. So we got I'm gonna come back to you, Elder Johnny, you know. But
Sure.
L 22. What's happening?
Hey, showing up, Jetta said to kick the dude Zacharias in the chat.
Uh, got you. Bye, Zachy. Curtis.
Hey, show, can I go?
Hold on one second. I'm trying to go to L 22. Nah, it's not letting me kick whoever it is, unfortunately. Just let somebody come up and do it. Allow me to block them. It won't let me remove them. So
I took
yeah.
him out for you, show notes.
Are you trying to call me, Elder?
Nah, I was talking to L 22, but they gone now.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But now I'm at you, Elder Robert Judah. What's happening?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. Shalom, shalom to the mighty prophets.
And shalom, sir.
I was just thinking about the topic. It's a powerful topic y'all got up because our people, that's what we've been going through when it comes down to child support. It's a very rough topic because I, uh, uh, I feel like child support is not fair because our, our brothers, we should have been taking care of our children from the start. If we know we got children, according to the Bible, we supposed to take care of our children. And child support should have never been uh, a problem with us taking care of our children. But I understand we wasn't all brought up keeping the commandments. So that's the problem with our people.
100%. Yep. And women got to keep their legs closed.
That's right. That's true too.
Hmm. They be busting it open, man, and then they random Negroes would be dropping off. You know what? It's typically the same nigga too. You know, a lot of people, a lot of our sisters who are single mothers, that father he got a child with somebody else as a single mother. And it's like a lot of them just be going to the same dipping pool of random niggas who don't take care of their kids. You know, I mean
Yeah,
that's
you're right.
statistics. You know, a lot of women end up getting pregnant by the same dude. You know. And you would
That's
think
sad.
like in the same city too. You know what I mean? Like the same city too. And you would think it's not like nobody know that he just had somebody else pregnant, but they go and sleep with him too. Although he ain't taking care of the other two kids he just had, but they go lay down with him too. So yeah, man, 100%. Men gotta take care of their responsibility. I mean, that's what the Bible says. You're supposed to take care of your responsibility. Read that real quick though in Exodus 21, I think in verse 10.
It's the book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And
Right.
if he
Yeah, if you're gonna take another, now I'm not gonna go through this chapter. Earlier in the chapter, he had a woman that he had set aside for him, in which he was going to marry, but he espoused her to himself, but he ended up not marrying her. So even if he didn't marry her, he still had to take care of the responsibilities of a husband. Not that he was still able to sleep with her. That's what the chapter is speaking about. You know what I mean? So those are the duties, the responsibilities that land upon a man when he enter in with a woman. You gotta be prepared to take care of these things. You can't just go in there half cocked. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got no damn money. You ain't got no house. You ain't got no car. You got no prospects that you're on the horizon or anything. You finna go lay down with somebody and you know this act bring forth children. You know what I mean? You shouldn't do none of that. You should keep your pants zipped up. Go do some push-ups or something until you get a damn job. 100% that's what should be happening. But also women can't be being hoes. You know, you can't be being a hoe. You can't just be laying down with every Tom, Dick, and Harry just because he may look nice. You know, they got
You're
jewelry
right.
on that's shining. They got on them moissanite now, man. Them things shine different in the light. You know, you get hypnotized by the moissanite. Now, the next thing you got Tyreek Jr. And Tyreek Jr. ain't nowhere to be found. You know, the moissanites be dancing in a movie theater. And now that's what you with because you allow yourself to be bewitched by those things. You put a lot of stock in, how people looking at things that they have and not necessarily their character. And now you lay down with somebody and now you got a child with them. Read that in Sirach chapter 11, verse 2, real quick.
the book of Sirach, chapter 11, verse 2, give a portion to give a portion to seven and also to
No,
eight.
wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you in Ecclesiastes 11 and 2?
Yes, sir. I'm in the wrong book, sir. Yes, sir. Right. The book of Sirach, chapter 11 and verse 2. Commend not a man for his beauty, neither abhor a man for his outward appearance.
Right. A lot of times just because of how someone look, how tall they are. What was it? The 666. Damn, boy, that's the devil. 6 feet, six pack, six figures. Y'all supposed to be looking for Satan out here, don't you? Just because this outward appearance may look nice and may look like things are together, you don't commend someone just because of that outward appearance. If the character is not behind it, you should not be laying down, open your legs up to somebody, making yourself becoming the most vulnerable you can ever be with some nigga who ain't gonna do nothing, who ain't gonna take care of no kids. Hell, he ain't gonna take care of you. And after he hit, he ain't finna call your ass no more either. Could be like boomerang. I know half y'all ain't probably even seen no boomerang. It gonna be like boomerang though. You ain't gonna hear from him no more. Now from now, go to that in Leviticus chapter 21 real quick. You know, and I want you to read verse 9 for me.
It's the book of Leviticus, chapter 21 and verse 9. And
Hmm.
the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore,
You
she
see that?
profane.
That's what it starts. The Bible says you are profaning yourself, right, sisters? When you just lay down, when you allow some man to seduce you to lay down with you and not marry you, you're profaning yourself. You know, you allowing. Yeah, sisters speak about how they feel like they royalty, they feel like they queens and so forth. If y'all sister really felt like that, you wouldn't allow just some random nigga to come lay down with you. They take advantage unfortunately, a lot of times, our sisters' low self-esteem, and then you end up playing the whore. Now you have profaned yourself. What you have between your legs is the reason why God put it there. It's supposed to be the most difficult spot in order for someone to access. You're not supposed to just be giving it up to anyone, especially as a princess of God. Now, the royalty, the delicacy of a woman is being defiled now or profaned because you allow someone to overmaster you in some occasions. In other situations, women overmaster men. Women be horny just like men be horny. I know a lot of time we try to put that on the men, like they always the one that's just after it, and they do. Women do too. Hell, what y'all talking about, man? Women be doing the same thing. Way to gray sweatpants season. Watch how sisters be out on the balcony with binoculars. you know, they be doing the same thing. Read the verse again.
Leviticus 21 and 9. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father. She shall be burnt with fire.
That's under the Old Testament. She would have had to been burned with fire. Now you have the opportunity to repent. But when you play the whore, you profane yourself and you profane your father's name. That's a great dishonor. So with that being said, you would think people would understand the importance of not just laying down with someone. That profanation, that stain in your name, that's something real hard to get rid of. For any of y'all who been in the body for any amount of time, y'all know it's been brothers and sisters who have committed, fornication or adultery since they've been in the body. Then they'll get put out for a time. Then they'll come back, they repented from what they did. They trying to live a better life and stuff like that. But that stain is always gonna be there. You know what I mean? I'm not sure you ever read that book, The Scarlet Letter. Well, I forgot what grade I was in when I had to read that book. But that Scarlet Letter, that big red A, that crimson A, man, it shines out there. That's a profane thing. That's a defiling of your name there. Put a little stain there. It's a little asterisk by your name now. Yes, you can repent, but that asterisk is always gonna be there. You know, it's like winning the NBA championship during the time of the bubble. I mean, you won it, but did you really win it? It's like a little hyphen that don't fully count almost. I mean, the repentance is there. You can be accepted back to Christ and to God, but that stain, it's gonna be there. And if you know how important your name is for y'all sisters, how much that carries, you'll think that you'll be a little bit more selective as to who it is that you allow in your bed, and who bed that you go into, and how long it take for y'all to end up there. But they don't. They be hopping in them beds with nilly. You know, keep it in your pants, sisters and brothers. Oh, we got King back at least. I was up here by myself. Nobody wanted to say nothing to me. Just me and King.
Hey, Shalom, Shalom.
Yours is for decoration, man.
Yeah, man. I don't. Yeah, I was in here earlier by myself when I started the room. There was biblical smoke. Into that, they had like five of us in there. Then when we started this, I was like, where everybody went? Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you agree with me, because people child support. People feel different ways about child support. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Me personally, I already know why it's there. Because of sin. However, we that's the bottom line, right?
Right.
But what I was saying, like, for you to get, this is just me, for you to get child support to be granted to you, if it was in a fair system, in case some shit happened, the Most High put clauses in the law. You know what I'm saying? He he did do certain things. Like how Moses did. Because of the hardness of your heart. Stuff like that. I would say if something happened, to where a sister needs child support, she has to be married. That's the only way child support can be granted to you. You have to be married. That'll stop a lot of this shit.
Damn. Man,
You
that's
know?
a steep requirement you putting on sisters, man.
Yeah,
You saying they gotta get married now before they lay down and have
yeah,
babies?
yeah. That's the only way you're gonna get child support. You have to be married. You know? Yep,
I agree with that, King. I agree with that, what you said.
Yeah.
yep. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that shit have to stop. And it can't be like, you just be married, and nah.
Yep.
No, no. And and it gotta be a real marriage, you know.
Hmm.
Uh and how the child support will work, you know. And listen, I'm gonna just tell you now. I'm gonna tell you now. It will be hard to get child support from me because if you need child support, if you need child support, I would say just go with you need to go with the father, because the father he ain't asking for it. You with man you see, I just don't be seeing it. I know they got men out there that do it, but do you have any partners that be going? I gotta put her ass on child support. You have any partners like? I don't have no partners like that. I
But I ain't got no partners that have female on child support, and a couple of them got custody of their kids. The women they had the kids with is not on child support. That's an excellent point right there, King. That's an
so that's what
excellent
I'm
point.
saying. So go
Now
ahead.
that I was saying, I was just agreeing with you. Like, it's not men out there who do it. There are definitely men out there who still, require that child support. But from the now it is anecdotal. I don't know all men, but anecdotally, the men that I do know who have custody of their kids, they don't actually baby.
This is another point I brought up too. Showing up. Check this out. You have a woman dealing with a man for years, 9 years, 10 years, 12 years, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was letting you
Okay,
yes, sir.
okay. They have a man 9, 20, 10 years, 15 years. She be dealing with the dude, and I've seen this where the brother is he's a bum. He ain't shit, and he didn't contribute to the house at all. The whole 9, 10 years he did. You know what I'm saying? He might have brought a bag of groceries in there every other 5 years, something like that. And it's all cool. It's all good. But as soon as they break up, how you expect him? He never paid before, and then you expect him to pay child support. Then that's what I don't be understanding. I don't understand that.
Yeah, bro, me
I
neither.
need money with him. You ain't go to the child support people then. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but it makes sense to me.
I'm understanding it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Shalom.
Yeah, yeah.
A
Sometimes
comment.
they be asking for more time. Can y'all hear me or no? I'm not sure y'all can hear me. I'm in a bad part of my house again. I know my connection be bad and it's a storm. Can y'all hear me or no?
I can hear you.
Loud and
Oh,
clear.
okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they be asking for child support, and it'd be more than the money that was being brought in the house when she was with the nigga she was with. You know what I mean, if he wasn't giving you that much when y'all was together, how the hell you expect you about to get that much now asking for child support? It's crazy. And nigga wasn't bringing that much money in the house when you were with him.
That's what I'm saying. Is that's what I'm saying. Is it really about the child? Is it about the child at this point? Like what is it about? Like hurting a man? So
Division.
y'all do realize it's the fault is that child's father. Y'all do know
Oh, King, show
child,
enough.
huh?
Saying show enough
Y'all
came on stage and your girl Star left. She was talking about that and show enough came, she left.
uh,
But that is about division. It is about keeping the household broken
wait, let
down,
me
the
say
black
this.
family.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this again. The child support, y'all, right? Now, people make arguments, and I'm not gonna go to the details because it's people make like, all right, you give the child, you give the woman the money, and she can do with the money she want, right? She go get her nails done, hair done, or whatever. But I listen, we don't know what she doing with the damn money. I know I was in that predicament myself. I ended up in that predicament when I was, young man, you know, and I have I taken care of. He was not being taken care of, and I was called stupid money because I didn't want my son not to have socks and shoes and stuff because I'm like, damn, where the goddamn socks at? Where the shoes they got? And I'm like, I just go get the stuff, and I was be called stupid, but then my son was suffering, so I didn't care. It was just a tricky thing, man. It was just, what should I do? What was I was supposed to do? Just tell me what I was supposed to do. Somebody help me. What I was supposed to do in that situation? Like he don't got shoes. He don't got. He smelling like he just smells. You know what I'm saying?
Go
Like
through the
what?
court system. The
Huh?
man has to go through the court system then. See what a lot of men fail to realize. When you start doing things outside of child support, you buying socks, you buying shoes, those things they don't consider that is they consider it as a
I know.
gift.
I
That's not
know.
supporting the child. And I think that's unfair
I know.
because that is part of supporting the child.
No, listen. I know what you're saying. When I was saying I was called stupid for doing it because I was paying child support, but I was still putting money. And I was giving her money too, and I was still buying clothes.
But see, a
So
lot of men don't know that you have that right. They make it hard for you, but you have that right to go and petition the court and let them know this is what's taking place, and they can do an adjustment and lower your child support. But a lot of men don't know that.
Now the child will be suffering. King, you did the right thing because God, your father, the most high seen what you did. So it
Right,
makes
that
sense
is
for your
true.
baby suffering. Yeah. So King, I think you was a king for that.
That is true.
so I'm just telling you this. Do y'all remember what happened with me? Y'all remember what happened? Do y'all remember what happened with me and when I was talking about my dad? Y'all remember? So it's about to get bad. So a lot of men, and I don't know if showing up went through this. I went through it. My dad, wasn't there, so um, I have different feelings when it comes to like child support and stuff because, like I told you, child support it didn't affect me. Like I didn't see it, so I'm just talking about as a kid. So now, my mama said she didn't get no money from my dad. She said he ain't give her no money. So my dad was like, nah, I don't know what my mama did. I don't know what my mama did. I don't know if she ran them away and he said hell with it. And if you know, this this man and woman thing is really really complex because women, the scriptures say, I'd rather live with a dragon or than with allow my woman. I'm butchering it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. It's instances where men can be like, I don't give a damn, hell with that family and leave, and he don't care. Um, Now I'm a kid that grew up in that type of situation, and if my mom ran him away, do I blame my dad? Do I forgive my? I don't. Me personally, I forgive my dad. I don't hold nothing against my dad. A lot of y'all just give a. Nobody gives a damn about the man. You know, it is what it is. He don't get no reverence. He don't care what happened to him. There's no nothing. With the woman, she was raped, she was beat. It was always something was causing the reason why she had to open her legs. Something happened, you know. She was, well, I don't know, some excuse why she is the way she is. But with the man, it's none of that. He has to suck it up. It is what it is. So I'm not mad at my dad. I'm not mad with him. I forgive him. What happened, what happened. Um, it's just women, y'all can't let the past go. And I think y'all use child support as a weapon. Y'all use child support as a weapon, and it's dangerous because um, you're destroying the kid. Because if he don't pay the child support nowadays, uh, they taking your license away from you. And if you don't have your, if you can't, if your license is taken, you can't work. You end up in jail. How's that helping? How's that helping? You know, I don't know how does that. I don't know how. Oh
King, it's a
Run,
whole
King.
different, it's a whole different way of life now. When I came along, King, over 40 years ago, life was way different when it came down to child support because uh, when my kids' mama didn't want me no more, I went down to child support on my own and told child support when I went to court. I said, "Well, I got a son, and his mother don't want me no more, but I want to take care of my son." And that was almost 40 years ago. And they told me, and they were shocked when I came down on my own. They said, "Wow, this is different. We're not used to no man coming down to court and saying they want to pay child support without a woman saying anything about it." I said, "No, I want to beat my kid's mama before she put this on me because I responsible for my own son because I know that's my son. I want to take care of them." And they told me, they said, since you came out here on your own, how much do you want to pay for your son? And I told him, I say, he asked me, "Is you working?" I said, "Yes, I'm working." And he asked me, "How much can you pay for your son?" I said, "How much you gonna charge me?" And he asked me how much I made. Back then, I made about $300 a week because I was working at a small factory. And he said, "Since you came out here on your own without you being forced, we just gonna charge you $25 a week for your son." And I told them, I said, no, kids is It wasn't that expensive back then, almost 40 years ago. But I said, no, I want to at least pay $50 for my son. And they told me, they said, well, we're gonna let you pay we're gonna let you pay $50. We're gonna let you pay $50 since you came out on your own. And I said, thank you. So I didn't have no problem. So, but nowadays, what you're saying, King, is a whole different way. It's a whole different lifestyle because it's all about, just like she said, I, I don't know what the woman said, they don't care nothing about you spending money on your children. You already spending, paying for child support. They don't care nothing about that. They just want to keep a black man under. And this is what I want to say. I close.
I'm not sure if it's me or not. Hey, baby doll.
I hear you,
King,
son.
did
I
you want
hear
to
you,
say anything
brother.
to what he said? You're probably driving.
Hey, hold on
I'm
one
coming,
second.
baby.
I'll be right back.
All right, no doubt.
Hey, can I
All right.
speak on the topic?
One second, last. I'm gonna get to some of the new people on stage, and I'll swing back to you.
All right, my bad.
No, you good. You good. We got, is it a little Breezo?
Yeah,
What's going on, man? What you think
what's
about the
good?
topic? Not much,
Hey,
bro.
this shit crazy because like I'm literally kind of like going through the same shit right now. Like that's why I'm just listening to y'all.
Okay. So you mind elaborating on what you got going on? Or?
No, I'm gonna wait till like everybody done and shit.
I mean, the floor is open if you want to speak about it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But the floor is open if you want to talk about what you got going on. All right, we got I am on stage. What's going on, I am?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much, brother. What you think about the topic?
I was just going on and about the subject. It's
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
really don't
It's
see
two.
the
I'm
gripe
sorry.
when it's
It's two I ams. I'm sorry, I am.
huh.
It's the other I am
Oh,
I was
okay.
speaking to.
I
Nah,
thought
you good. I'll swing it back to you. So
okay.
the other I am. I should say money's face. How about that?
Well, I think child support comes from spitefulness and emotions, but also uh, people lusting and want to have sex before they know these people. You know what I mean? Because at one point everybody be all good and friendly having sex, and then at one point everybody get mad, and then I don't even like court or custody battles. I kind of don't believe in those neither, but I had to go through it before, and it just it trips me out how we can't sit down and come to an agreement. We need somebody to, you need a mediator or whatever. But and I also know if you getting government assistance, then people gonna be in your woman's business. And just baby daddy, baby mamas, there's gonna be some problems with that anyway. It's always gonna be some jealousy or somebody getting some money, not doing what they're supposed to do, and somebody's gonna be spiteful, and that's how it's always gonna be. So, you know what I mean? You just gotta be on top of it to make it fair, responsible about it to make it fair for you. But if you're not responsible about it, no, it's not going to be fair. It's going to rack up and they're going to get you, take you to jail. But a lot of people are just not responsible and don't go to court and don't handle their business.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you, sugar. Yeah, so I agree that it definitely needs to be some oversight. Actually, a lot of oversight to make sure that the funds are not being misappropriated. 100% agree. Now, we talking about child support and how it's unfair, and it's unfair, and the majority of the cases is definitely unfair. Do you think it's any situations in which it will be necessitated, where it's like a necessity to have the child support system in place?
Yeah, like it's a good thing.
Well, not necessarily a good thing, but kind of like a fail safe. Like most men, well, I'm not gonna say most men. All the men I know, They definitely 100% gonna pay for their children. You know what I mean? For something there, but there are definitely men out there who would not pay a damn thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know. So what do you think about those situations?
And that's why I say sometimes because you got dudes that's really like, assholes. Excuse my language, but you got really bad deadbeats out here that needs to be on child support now. How they figure it out, like how much you getting and how much they taking out of your check. Sometimes that don't be fair because you could be working all week and they
Mhm.
take about 300-400, and you gonna go back to work in that system where you're not going back to work. Now you hustling in the whole nine. You know what I mean?
I feel you. Yeah, yeah. We're just talking about that. You know, I know some. Well, I knew some brothers who was paying child support, and by the time they got their check, man, they was end up getting like $600 a month. You know what I mean? They had $600 a month to do what they needed to do with it, so they had to go about other means to supplement their income. You know what I mean? So
But I learned with like all system, if you handle your business, they will work with you. And because running from them not gonna help. But also on some like
they
biblical
weren't.
stuff.
I feel you, but they weren't running. You know what I mean? They weren't running, but they got there. They got there. Like there's a brother right now that's close to me. Right, he been on top of his child support for years. Not only that, like paying for medical insurance, daycare, clothes, toys, present. He'll paying all that. They just upped his child support an additional $800 a month. He's not behind none of that. They just upped it another $800 a month in Alabama. You
Yeah,
know?
see, that type of stuff not fair. But I believe that's why when it comes back to like God telling us don't do these type of things, I believe God telling them they're not about making it into heaven or hell. It's about the consequences that you're gonna deal with on earth by having kids out of wedlock, That's why he tells you, hey, go get married and love your wife and woo woo, because I'm trying to save you from the hardship that I know you're finna go through because you and this girl don't love each other. But humans, they want to do what they do, and they think it's a religious. They gonna get into heaven, hell no. He tells us not to do these things because we're gonna hurt ourselves, and this is the consequence.
Right. I mean, it 100% got to do something about whether or not you be able to enter into heaven or not. But also the punishment, these things that happen on the earth, these are punishments as well. You know what I mean? God punish you, He'll punish you while you're on earth, and then you also ultimately won't be able to enter in.
Yeah, that too. But he warns
Mhm.
you, and
Right.
warns us, and we still do it. And now the child support come. But also, if you and your baby mama, if y'all, if you good, I'm pretty sure y'all don't gotta go to that building. But I don't know how people end up in that building just on, off a rip. Like if you having sex with each other, y'all should be able to handle that in your own house. I don't know how courts get in people business. That's just out of, I don't know.
Because people are just led by their lust, and they don't like the person they with. What's crazy is a lot of people who are not doing that, they do not like the person that they're having sex with. Because you don't really know that person beforehand in a lot of situations. You're just attracted to how they look on the outside, but that the person herself or himself, they really don't like each other. You know, that's the only way you can break up with somebody and be like, I can't stand my baby daddy. I can't stand my baby mama. What you mean you can't stand them? You didn't know how they were before you laid down with them, before you opened your legs, and before went and drop pipe in them. You ain't know nothing about them before then. You know, but yeah, exactly what you said. The outcomes of these extramarital relationships, those are punishments from God. That's what the Bible says. He says he's going to punish you according to your own imaginations. Read that real quick in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3. I think in verse 10, I want.
So, with the wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and verse 10.
Mhm.
But the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imaginations.
Right. Whenever you don't want to do what God said to do, and you follow at your own imaginations, God said he's going to punish you with it. So whatever decision that you make that's contrary to the doctrine that's in the scriptures, God said he's going to punish you by those decisions. And since we're talking about child support, if you're having sex outside of wedlock, you're having extramarital relationships, you're gonna be punished by that, right? Well, you're gonna end up having these kids, and these kids are, and then the relationship gonna end up splitting up. And when it's split up, then the child support gonna have to be instituted. And even in some cases, some people actually get married, but it's not built upon the principles in the Bible. You know what I mean? These marriages in the world, these are not biblical marriages. It's just two people together, they happen to get a ring. But it's not
It's
being
not,
governed by what the Bible says.
If y'all was married, y'all wouldn't be dealing with no child support.
Right. Right. I'm saying, but sometimes people end up getting married and they get a divorce from that person, and then somebody end up on child support, because a lot of the majority of these marriages, they're not built upon the right principles in order for a marriage to be able to be sustained. If the foundation of the marriage is not what the scriptures say, that marriage will not last in God's eyes. You know what I mean? It's not gonna last. It got to be built upon the principles that the Bible speaks about. That's the assurance of incorruption. Are there sometimes people who gonna, like our great grandmothers, great grandfathers, and so forth? Were they in marriages that last a long time? Yeah, they were. A lot of the marriages were messed up. I'm being straight with you, you know. But they stuck in there. They stuck in there. But if you want a righteous marriage, it got to be built upon the principles that's written in the Bible, and that's not what's happening nowadays. Keep reading.
uh, which have neglected the righteous and
Hmm.
forsaken the Lord.
Right. To neglect the righteous means you don't listen to the men of God. When you neglect the righteous, you in turn forsake the Lord. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. When you neglect the righteous counsel that you're being given, you in turn forsake God. Because the counsel didn't come from those leaders or those men who were trying to give you guidance. That counsel came from God. It just happened to come from out of the Bible. You
What
know.
does the Bible say about divorces?
Well, let's see what the Bible says about divorces. Read that real quick in Matthew chapter 19. Let's see what it says. You start at verse 1.
If does the Bible forbid divorces?
Matthew chapter 19
Oh,
and
yeah,
verse
we're
1.
gonna read it for you. No, it don't forbid divorce, it's on a particular occasion in which it's allowed. You can turn it back on. I ain't know it got turned off. Read that. Matthew 19:1.
Matthew 19, verse 1. And it
Mm-hmm.
came to pass that when Jesus had finished these sayings, he departed from Galilee and came into the coast of Judea beyond Jordan. And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and said unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
Right. So, essentially the same question you asked him. Yeah, they asked Christ. He said it's lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause. Because when you read back in the law, when you read in Deuteronomy chapter 24, you could put away a woman for whatever occasion, however you felt. But actually, hold that. Read Deuteronomy 24 real quick. Verse one.
Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1. When a
Mm-hmm.
man have taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes,
Mm-hmm.
because he have found some uncleanness in her.
So it says during the time of the old covenant, the law of animal sacrifice, during this time frame, if a man got married to a woman and then for whatever reason she lost favor in his sight, meaning it's something about her that he don't like anymore, it's something that offended him, whatever it is, not necessarily sin, anything that's not favorable in his eyes anymore. Keep reading.
Then let him write her a bill of divorcement
Uh-huh.
and give it in her hand and send her out of his house.
So during this time frame, you could divorce a woman for whatever, you know. She burnt your toast, divorce. You know what I mean? She came through, she forgot to say shalom, my Lord, and bow down to the floor, have her forehead touch the floor. Divorce. Get out of here. You could divorce a woman for whatever cause you saw fit. Keep reading.
And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her and write her a
Right, right,
bill,
right. Oh yeah, no, we good. We ain't got to keep going. Right. So during this time frame, you could divorce a woman for whatever reason. Whatever reason you felt in your heart that you needed to put her away for, you could put her away. But go back to Matthew 19.
yes, sir. Matthew 19, verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
So they're asking them, based upon that law, it said, is it lawful for a man to just separate from his wife whenever he feel like it? Keep reading.
And he answered and said unto them, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife,
Mm-hmm.
and they twain shall be one flesh.
So it should tell you, right, how important it is about the spouse that you choose. It says that when you get married, you're gonna leave your father and mother, you're gonna separate from that household, that immediate family, and you're gonna be joined to your wife. It says y'all gonna be one flesh. That's how big of a situation it is to be getting married. The person you about to be with is considered your same flesh. She should have a mind after your mind. Your goals should be synced together because this person and you is essentially one now. You know, your thought processes that you have, her mind going to be start to be modeled after that. That's how it's supposed to be. So if you have a wife, according to what the scriptures say, what would be the point of getting a divorce? Unless you have a wife that's not according to what the scriptures say. That's why it's so important about proven processes. You're supposed to be finding somebody that's compatible for you. That you read about in Genesis. It says a help that is meet for you. Meet, MEET, mean which is good for you, compatible for you, right? Everybody's wife is not gonna be compatible for somebody else. You know what I mean? My wife, the woman I'm with, she would not be compatible for everybody else. You got to find a person that's compatible for you, the person that's gonna follow your lead and have a mind after your mind. And if you have a person like that, then what would be the point of a divorce? Unless you with somebody who's not like that. And if you with somebody who's not like that, well, how the hell you end up with them? That would be my next question. But keep reading.
Verse 6, wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh.
Yeah, y'all not considered two separate people now. Y'all one flesh. She a representative of you. You know, her actions, the things she do, it's a shine on your household, right? So, brothers, that's why it's so important you make sure you have your house in order. What your wife does is an example of how you lead your household. Keep reading.
What therefore God have joined together, let not man put asunder.
Right. God said, whatever union he joined together, man cannot put it asunder. If God brought the union together, it won't be broken. If God did it. If God didn't do it, then it could be broken.
You're gonna be paying child support.
Right. You're gonna be paying damn child support. But keep reading.
They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement?
See, so they try to hit Christ with the okey doke. He said, well, if that's the case, well then, why did Moses say that you could give them a writing of divorcement? Christ about to be like, shut up, nigga. Keep reading.
And to put her away. He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffer you to put away your wives.
So why was it that they was allowed to put away their wives? Is because they entreated their wives evil. These were some evil niggas. They was taking advantage of the time frame and an advantage that they had over the women, where they could use them, misuse them, abuse them, and then put them away and wife somebody else up. God said, because of the hardness of your heart, He allowed y'all to put away your wives. He said that's what Moses said. He said it'd be better if these wives just able to split up, instead of having to stay under the house of this unruly nigga. That's that was the synopsis. The after the you taking the totality of the situation, Moses was like, you know what? It'd be better if they could just separate from these women instead of these women staying under the household and authority of this evil ass nigga. Allow him to separate. Because she had to say that this nigga gonna treat her evil. Keep reading.
Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffer you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so.
Right, but Jesus Christ said from the beginning it was not so. Right, with Adam and Eve, and I don't know what infraction you could do that could be worse than what Eve did. It's only one infraction that could happen. That Eve caused the death of all mankind. Adam didn't divorce her. He didn't divorce her. He stayed with her. I'ma stick by her. That's what he said. She caused the death of all mankind. So I'm gonna stick by. Can you read?
And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for
Stop. Slow it down.
fornication,
Slow it down. Read that
so,
part again. That's the important part. Read it again.
and I say unto you,
Mm-hmm.
whosoever shall put away his wife,
Uh-huh.
except it be
Stop.
for fornication.
You keep reading over the point. Read it again.
Yes, sir. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife,
Uh-huh. What's the next
ex-
word?
except,
What's that word again?
except,
It said, if you try to put away your wife for any cause except this one cause, keep reading.
except it be for fornication,
Uh-huh.
and shall marry another,
Read.
committeth adultery.
Right. So the cause in which you can put away your wife is if she sleep with somebody else, right? If some other man had her folded up like a pretzel, you know what I mean? Then you put her ass away. 'Cause I don't know how anybody be able to deal with that, you know. Somebody else had your wife all folded up in different positions, you know, and all this,
Hey,
all this hoopla, no sir. Oh, no, that's
what
it.
does the Bible talk about? What do they do with the kids if they did divorce? Does the Bible speak on that?
Well, in a couple situations, you can read during the time of Ezra, Ezra chapter 9 and chapter 10, when men married women outside of their nation, right? God said, get away to the women and those children, right? For that particular time frame. Now, you know, if you end up getting divorced, what you want to do is, what I would assume, you know, that most of us want to do is make sure our children are being raised up the right way. You know, and with that being said, that means you gotta have to be able to pour into them. Now, does it say that the children? Does the Bible say that the children necessarily have to go with the man, or the children have to necessarily go with the woman? No, right? But it'd be important to be on one accord because you read First Corinthians chapter 7. It says if the father is thinking one way and, and the mother is thinking another way, then the children are going to end up being unclean. Actually, let's read that real quick. First Corinthians
Yes, sir.
chapter 7. I'll forget
Yes,
the
sir.
verse.
Yeah, I'm looking for be unclean. Right here. This is the book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 13. And the
Start,
woman
start,
which
start, start a little bit above it really quick. Um, so I want you to start at
verse,
verse.
Well, most likely they will put them kids to work themselves.
Start at verse 10. What's that now? Most likely what?
Most likely they will put them kids to work at a young age.
Who is they? What do you
The
mean?
parents, like Abraham, like his sons, like the sons of Israel, they worked for their dad and stuff like that, right?
I mean, yeah, in certain occasions, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But that don't play a role necessarily in who gets the custody of the kid. The Bible don't say nothing
Yeah,
about the kid will have to go here in case of this divorce.
I
You know what I
guess.
mean?
Yeah.
But let's read this real quick. First Corinthians chapter 7. But statistically, children do better in a single parent household if they're with their fathers. I mean, that's just numbers right there. That's straight facts. If y'all look at the statistics of that, children who grow up in a single parent household in which they have their father have a better outcome in life than the children who grow up in a single parent household with just their mother. That's just facts. You know what I mean?
I,
Children grow up better with their fathers, you
I
know.
heard the first half should be with the mother nurturing and then give them to the dad after like 8, 9 or something like that.
Nah, man, this ain't boys in the hood, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, nah, nah. The statistics say that they're better off growing up with their father. You know. Now, as the Bible says, in which what we believe, both parties are essential in the upbringing of children. You know, both parties are essential in that. You know, by bringing up my kids, could I do it by myself? Yes, but it's so much better with having my wife here. You know what I mean? It's so much better bringing up kids with both parents within the household. You know what I mean? It's a duality there. People say I'm mean. I don't see it. I think I'm nice as hell. You know what I mean? But you kind of need that duality. My wife had to come in sometimes and nurture them and so forth and whatnot. And then I throw their ass out there in the hill and the snow and the rain and whatnot. You need the duality for the upbringing of children, right? They need the toughness and they need the nurturing from their mothers. They need both of those things. Now, if you had to go without one, you want to make sure the disciplinarian part of it has to be there, right? That's what's going to make sure that people that your kids are going to grow up in accordance with a standard of discipline. That's why fathers are so important. Fathers are usually the disciplinarians within the household. Usually, sometimes those roles are flipped, but typically that's the way it plays out. But that's why anybody that grew up with their daddy or some male figure in their household or in their family, typically what your mama would say is, "Hey, wait till your daddy get to the house," or wait, I'm gonna tell your granddaddy, I'm gonna tell somebody. Usually, what they say, you be like, "Damn, don't tell daddy," you know what I mean? Mama, don't tell granddaddy. I ain't gonna do it no more. 'Cause that's what a disciplinarian aspect of it comes in at, Both of those figures are important, but if you had to forego one, and which we don't recommend, right? Because some people, it's not like that red pill, blue pill stuff. We don't hate women in here. I've been married for hella years, man, 2 decades. So it's not like a red pill, blue pill thing. But if you had to forego one, you would the children do better with their fathers. But let's read that real quick in First Corinthians chapter 7. You can start at verse 10.
This book of First Corinthians, chapter 7, verse 10.
Mhm.
And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. Let not the wife depart from her husband.
So the Bible says that he don't want the men and the women to depart from each other. He want the relationships to stay together. That's what he wants to happen. Keep reading.
But if she depart, let her remain unmarried,
Mhm.
or be reconciled to her husband.
So there are situations in which women need to separate from their husbands, right? Not to divorce their husband because that wouldn't be lawful for them to do. But there's definitely scenarios in which they would need to separate. Let's say the man she with gambling away all the money, the lights getting turned off every month. It's always something going on like that. She may need to separate for a time, right? It may be um, you know, maybe violence, whatever that level of violence that's going on there, whether it's physical, mental, financial, whatever it is, it may be occasions in which the women need to separate, right? But when they do separate, they have to remain unmarried, meaning they can't go get with somebody else. Right now, they're still on the covenant of marriage with the man that they're with. So just because they separate, don't mean they can go lay down with somebody else. Keep reading.
And let not the husband put away his wife.
Mm-hmm.
But to the rest I speak, I,
So
not
it
the
said,
Lord.
and it said, let not the husband put away the wife either. Read on.
But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. If any brother hath a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman which hath an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife,
Mm-hmm.
and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband.
Mm-hmm.
Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy.
So it says, if the husband believed one thing in the upraising of the children, and the mother believes something's different, it says the children will be unclean. They'll be confused, right? They'll be unstable. They won't have the right heading. Imagine, you're teaching your kid actually what the Bible says. We celebrating, Purim, Feast of Dedication, Passover, Pentecost, Day of Atonement, Memorial, blowing the trumpets. We're celebrating Tabernacle. We're celebrating all these high holy days written about in the Bible, but the mama believe we need to buy them Christmas because all the rest of the kids in the neighborhood celebrating Christmas and they getting toys and they don't want their kids to be left out. You know what I mean? Easter time coming around, let them participate in the Easter egg hunt. It's just fun. It don't mean nothing. They're just out there having fun with the rest of the kids. Why can't the kids have fun? Right? They celebrating all these different things. That child gonna be confused as hell. One hand, you telling them that the things that they mama doing is wicked, but they mama at the same time telling them that it's good. They gonna be all confused, and vice versa. Because there's some sisters in the truth who actually try to follow the Bible, who separated from the father of their children, and the father of their children are wicked as hell. You know what I mean? He out there in the world doing his thing. He buying gifts and all of that. He probably buying like damn four by fours and all that on Christmas. Hollering at his son, "Hey son, I just bought this 4x4." And your son know Christmas is evil and wicked, but he done bought this to entice him. He want to go over daddy house now, because he got the 4x4 over there. It said the children gonna be unclean when they raised with parents who have two different perspectives on what it means to follow God. But keep reading.
But if the unbelieving depart, let
hmm
him depart.
So, but if you with somebody and they decide to depart because they don't want to follow what the scriptures say, the Bible says let them depart. Keep reading.
A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases,
hmm
but God have called us to peace.
Right. It says you're not in bondage. What bondage? Talking about the covenant of marriage. If somebody don't believe and they don't want to follow what the Bible says, and they clear about that, and they decide to leave, and you can let their ass leave. You're not under bondage, meaning you're not bound to that covenant anymore. If somebody departs because they don't believe, and they out of there. All right. Those are only two scenarios in which a separation from divorce would be sanctioned by the Bible. Right. The wife commits adultery or one of the parties don't believe and they leave, right? Those are the only two scenarios in which that will happen. But to the point why we went here, you know, sometimes people are going to separate. And when they end up separating, depending upon the agreements between the parents, have they made any type of agreements about how they're going to bring up the kids and so forth like that? That's what's going to be more so important. It'd be great if the child could be with the father, that father's in the truth or whatnot. It'd be great the children could be with that father. Um, but the agreement between the parents is what's going to be really important. You're going to be trying to raise them up one way, the other parent going to try to raise them up another way, and them kids just confused as hell. I hate to keep bringing up my brother's scenario, man, but he got the same situation you're talking about right now. Trying to teach the kids the commandment of God, doing the best he can. But then the mother goes and does the exact opposite of everything you try to teach the child. You know what I mean? It's like walking up a sandy hill, man. It's gonna be a hard battle. So ultimately the goal is that we don't end up in divorces, right? But in order to not end up in the divorces, you got to do the groundwork beforehand. Brothers and sisters got to do the groundwork beforehand. You can't just hop in something, and then just hope for the best. Fingers crossed, you know. No, you got to do the groundwork beforehand and make sure that you building up something that's gonna last. Sometimes we be look at the second and the third order problem instead of addressing the root cause of the situation. The root cause of the situation is that no one's actually vetting the people they're about to be with. Everybody just trying to bust a nut. Sorry if that offended some Christian ears, but that's what it is. So, but yeah, no, the Bible don't say that the kid has to go with the father or the mother. The Bible says the child gonna be unclean if both parents don't believe the same thing. You know, and if both parents believe what the scriptures say, like if both parents believe that they're Israelites, I don't know why they end up being a divorce anyway. But it's happened. We got to throw them caveats in there. It still be happening though. People still do it. Although they know to do better, they'll still do it. They'll look for reasons to try to separate or divorce the person that they with. We've been in counsel and I've heard this firsthand. They're looking for ways to get out of the marriage. So that happens, but you would think somebody got their mind or their head on right and their mind right according to what the scripture say. They're not gonna be seeking out a divorce. God don't want that. You know. So, yeah, let me see.
May I ask a question about what you just said, sir?
Never. No, go ahead, sis. What question you got?
So as far as what you were just sharing, does that should we work like should we put effort into not having our children be what is it? I forgot what the word was. Defiled?
Unclean?
Unclean, yes. Should we do all we can to make sure our children is not unclean if the other parent is not in the truth?
100%. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, even the parents not in the truth, you wanna do what you can while you can do it. Then maybe Lord willing in the future, although they got these two different inputs, and maybe you don't have custody over them, Lord willing in the future, they may come around. They be like, you know what? I remember what Mama said, or I remember what Daddy said, and I believe what they said. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna start doing the things they were trying to teach me when I was younger. You know, so they need that positive input. You know, about what it is that they should do. What's that Proverbs 22? Rita,
Yes, sir. It is the righteous.
you know, raise up the child in the ways you go. Proverbs 22, verse 6.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 22 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
Train up a child in the way. Let me go back. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Right, and you want to get as much righteous input into the mind of the child while they're young. You know what I mean? That's when they're the most when they can be the most influenced when they're young. Their brain is absorbing everything. So you want to input as much righteousness as you can, although we know it's going to be it's essentially a negative feedback loop whenever they go back with the other parents that's wicked as hell. You know what I mean? But you want to try to get as much righteousness as you can. So if it be the Lord's will, when they get older and then they call them to remember these things that this one parent said and they start to see the truth, you know, maybe they'll make the right choice. So hold on one second. I had to sneeze. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, read the verse one more time.
It's Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
Uh-huh.
Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Right. The Bible says you if you train them up in the way they go, in the way your child should go, when they're old, they shouldn't depart from it. Right. And that's gonna take, you know, consistent um talking to them about the scriptures, telling them the right way to go, you know what I mean? Teaching them every chance you get and build them up before they go out there in the world because they're gonna have to deal with those things that's out there in the world. Build up their minds before they go back to the other parent's house, you know, so they're able to identify and differentiate between what's right and what's wrong. You know, unfortunately, they're gonna have to battle that within the household that they're going to. Typically, we have to teach our kids anyway, you know, how to combat the evil when they leave out of our households. You just got to teach them what it is that's evil, and how they combat it when they're going back to the other parent's house. Unfortunately, you know, so gotta make sure we teach them. Read Proverbs 15:20 as well.
Book of Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 20.
Hmm.
A wise son maketh a glad father,
Hmm.
but a foolish man despises his mother.
Right. The only way you can have a wise son is if you teach them. You know, if you don't teach your kids, they're not gonna be wise. Believe it or not, especially not this generation. I'm sorry if anybody on the call from this generation. This generation, man, is what they say, cooked. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, man. You know, they from my observation, they have a hard time overcoming obstacles for real, from what I can see. You know what I mean? They do. You know, I'm not just saying that to pick on them, but you know, the slightest amount of adversity, man, they start to break down and whatnot. I'm not sure if that's due to parenting. Well, it's definitely due to parenting, but generations go weaker and weaker. You know, so maybe it's my generation's fault that these youngins so weak nowadays. But you got to really pour into them and build up their minds so they're able to stand up against the evils of the world because they're so soft-minded. They're so gullible, impressionable. You know what I mean? You gotta really drill things into their minds to get them built up to be able to combat the things that's going on out there in the world. And unfortunately, in the household that they gotta go to. Read First Peter 1 and 13 as well.
Book of First Peter chapter 1 and verse 13. Wherefore gird up the loins of your mind, be sober, and hope to the end, for the grace that is to be brought unto you at the revelation of Jesus Christ.
Right. The Bible says you gotta gird up the loins of your mind. The way you gird up the loins of your mind is by getting it built up in the laws, commandments of God. That's how it's gonna be able to be defensible against the wickedness and the evil that's being shot at it, you know. If we're not building up our minds and building up our children's minds, then what's the defense when evil is approaching them? You know what I mean? That's not just for the people who kids have to go back to an evil household. I mean, that's for our kids in general. You know, they got to go out there in the world. You got to be girded up. You got to be ready to fight against the evil out there in the world. Have your mind prepared for the battle. You know, you got to make sure you have a pure influence. You know what? Read that in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7 and verse 25. Hmm. So although there's evil all around, you can be a pure influence. Huh. Look at that, man. Shout out to the Lord for dropping that nugget there. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Think of verse 25.
Sir, this the book of Wisdom of Solomon,
Start at verse 24.
This the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion.
Stop right there. It says wisdom is more moving than any motion. You know what I mean? Wisdom is more moving than any motion. You know what I mean? So the most influential thing that anybody can introduce in their life would be wisdom. And according to the Bible, hold that. Give me that Deuteronomy 4. I think it's verse 5. Let's read about what the wisdom is that's more moving than any motion.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, and verse 5.
Hmm.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whether ye go to possess it.
Hmm.
Keep therefore and do them, for this is
Yo, what?
your wisdom,
Yo, what?
your wisdom,
Read.
and your understanding
Hmm.
in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
So the Bible tells us that wisdom is the application of God's word, his law, statutes, and commandments. That's the thing that's more moving than any motion. Go back to that real quick in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, read verse 24 again. We're gonna read down.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 24. The wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness.
Read.
For she is the breath of the power of God.
It says she is the breath of the power of God. You know, that's where faith come in at. You know, ain't nothing more powerful than God. It says that wisdom is the breath of the power of God. And you got to have faith in that. For y'all brothers and sisters who may be in situations where you have children and they have to go back to the parent that's teaching them opposite to what the Bible says. You do what you can on your end because what you're using is wisdom when you talk to them. And what you're using is the breath of the power of God. Keep reading.
And a pure influence
It's a what?
flowing from the
Slow it down.
yes, sir.
And a what?
And a pure influence.
Look up the definition of influence. It
Yes,
says
sir.
that it's the breath of the power of God and a pure influence. When you deal with wisdom and you teaching your kids wisdom, that is a pure influence that has the power of God behind it. Let me know when you get the definition of influence.
I have it right here, sir.
All right, what you got?
Influence is the power, capacity, or ability to indirectly affect, change, or sway the actions, behavior, opinions, or development of a people or things.
You see that? The wisdom, which is the breath of the power of God, it has the ability to change, to affect people's behavior, how they carry themselves, and the things that they do, the things they see that is right or wrong. You know, influence plays a role in that. And long as you bring in the word of God, you can be a pure influence on your children. Let's read that verse again. Go back to Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 25.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 25.
Mm-hmm.
For she is the breath of the power of God, a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, can no undefiled thing
No,
fall
no,
into
no, no.
her.
It don't say therefore can no undefiled thing. Read it again.
Therefore, can no undefiled
No,
thing.
it don't say undefiled.
That's what it's
It
saying.
says, therefore, can no defiled thing. It don't say
No,
undefiled.
it
Yeah.
says it says undefiled.
What Bible you reading out of?
It's the King James 1611.
Because yeah, well, because if you think about it, just think with me real quick. It's saying, therefore, can no undefiled thing fall into her. By that correlation, that would mean that the only thing that can come into wisdom is defiled things. You understand what I'm saying? When it says, therefore, can no defiled thing fall into her. I'm not sure you got a misprint or whatever, but
It got to be a misprint, sir. It
yeah,
must be.
gotcha.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. It said, therefore, can no defiled thing fall into her, right? So let's read the verse again from the top really quick.
Yes, sir. It's verse
You probably
Wisdom of
made me go
Solomon.
look up my 1611 now, man. But yeah, yeah. Read Wisdom of Solomon 7:25 again.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 25. For
Mm-hmm.
she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, can no defiled thing fall into her.
Right there you go, right there. So when you have the breath of the power of God, that pure influence is gonna stop defiled things from falling into her. You understand what I'm saying? When you got your mind girded up, like we was reading the First Peter chapter 3, with the law, statutes, commandments of God, and the faith of Christ, and those are things that you're teaching. It says it's gonna make it where defiled things can't fall into her. So give your children the pure influence. Teach them the word of God whenever you have the opportunity to do it. It's going to influence them one way or the other. Even think about it, even when anybody get ready to do something bad. I remember I was getting ready to do something bad when I was little, but I still remember in my head, I can still remember my mama saying something. In my head, I get ready to do something. You're like, boy, you better not goddamn. I mean, what's that, mama? Mama, is that you? What you doing out here, mama? I'm out here with my friends. I like doing hood rat things with my friends. Boy, you better get your ass off that goddamn block, 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 mama. And so it's gonna be whether they apply it immediately or not. It's still going to impact them. It's gonna be something they're gonna have to think about whenever they get ready to do this unlawful act or this thing that you done taught them against. It's gonna pop up in their head because you told them. And if they're lower willing, they got a conscience. They're gonna feel some type of way if they decide to do it. Or better yet, they may end up not doing it, you know? Cause before my mama didn't have the truth growing up, you know what I mean? And she told me not to do certain things. And sometimes I didn't do it just because my mama said not to do it. Not because I didn't want to do it, but I was just like, you know what? I ain't gonna do that. I put my mom through enough hell this week. Maybe next week I'll do it, but not this week. I can't stress out too much within a 7-day period. You want to stretch them out. So I ain't gonna do it. Sometimes you just saying something is gonna prick their ears or prick their heart to make them not want to do it. So teach them the word of God. You know, if it be the Lord's will, they're able to accept it. And that way they won't depart from the things you're teaching them. Either way, that pure influence is going to be there. They're going to know the right from wrong, you know. And if the Lord love them, he'll afflict them until they repent. That's another thing parents don't be wanting to do. Pray your kids get afflicted till they repent. That's the purpose of it. Pray that the Lord afflict your kids to the point they want to repent. You're like, damn, I'm doing something wrong. I got to change something. I know that's what happened to me. It seemed that thing was just messing up left and right. I was like, God damn, I gotta start reading the Bible. I remember just taking the Bible out. I was starting at Genesis. I was trying to make it through these words. I was like, man, I ain't gonna lie, it was a rough read, man. First time through it, it was a rough read. I was like, I gotta do something, man. I gotta get close to God. Where my damn Bible at? Just start reading the Bible. I didn't know what the hell I was reading. Every name I read, I thought it was white folks. I ain't know a damn thing. Yep. So sometimes that affliction will cause you to repent, cause you to evaluate what you're doing in your life, make you want to do something different. Black people be believing in God. Black people believe in God a lot. So yeah. All right. But yeah. Yeah. You got anything else, sis? Charity?
No, sir, that was beautiful. Thank you so much.
No, I'll praise them. And the kids don't listen, just DDT them. That's what I do. I just beat kids up. I'm joking, y'all. I know it's recorded. I beat them up with the word of God. I use the word of God. That's the rod of correction. I'm lying. I DDT a damn kid, man. You better shut up and do what I told you, boy. DDT. Boom. Till you get themselves right. All right. Let me see what else we got. We got Sister Zen came up. What up, Zen?
Sir. Sorry, I didn't know I was still on stage. I got kicked out. No, I finally was able to get back in.
Okay, okay. Did you have something?
Not a no. Um,
Okay.
I'll say no. I'm listening.
All right. I'll pray it. Okay. Sean, did you get a chance to speak? All right. Sean ain't talking to me. Princess Courtney, you get a chance to speak?
Shalom, sir. Most high in Christ bless. No, I didn't speak yet.
What you got for us?
Yes, sir. So on this, I was thinking about this movie I had seen before. I don't know if y'all seen it. It was an old Tyler Perry film called "What's Done in the Dark." Comes to the light, I think is the title. So they touch a lot on child support with
Mm-hmm.
one of the main characters, Christian Keys, his baby mama or baby mamas. I don't know if it was more than one, but he had like two or three kids. And the lady on there, her name was Trudy. She was kind of going through the same thing. She was like talking about the deadbeat daddies, and he was like, "Hold up, it's a lot of deadbeat mamas out here too. Like I'm paying over $9,000 a month." Um, and basically, the mama that he was dealing with, um, buying a whole lot of Gucci and Prada and stuff. So I just thought that was an interesting part of the movie. I don't know if people pay attention to that, but like I think that's a real thing.
Oh yeah, that's
So
100% a real thing.
that's a lot, even for 2, 3 kids. It's like, what are you really spending that on? You know? So,
So homie was making 9,000 a month to be able to pay in child support.
oh yeah, he was a doctor in the movie, so it was
Golly.
yeah, but
Was he dark skin or light skin?
like
Of course. Now if he was an evil nigga, he'd have been dark skinned.
oh yeah, the evil one was dark, so you don't
God
play
dang.
messing around with one of the nurses, and he was married, so
God,
okay.
of course. Yeah, man. Kick these light skins out, man. Hey, if you light skin, put an L in the chat real quick. I want to see something. Don't worry, I'm not gonna kick you out the room. Okay, LZ, CJ, Abigail, and bye, and bye. Y'all thought I was okay. I'm really gonna kick y'all out though. So appreciate you. Uh, let me see. Oh yeah, Afro General, you 100% by the lead, bruh. Yeah, you 100% gone. Yeah. You gotta go. After that statement, you out of here, my boy. Yeah, you got to go. Yeah, you out. I see you. I see you in biblical smoke, player. Oh, praise. All right. Anybody else got anything? So my wife just put light skin, and now she is also about to go. I try to be nice to y'all ladies. And then y'all got to say, do things. And you guys to go too. Is that Caleb on stage? You know better than come in at a time like this when I'm getting on the light skins.
Hey, Snow, so I got the call, so they said somebody was getting on the light skins. I had to see what was going on.
Is it like a light skin back signal? What is it? Is it like LL Cool J licking his lips and y'all all see it in the sky?
No, sir, no, sir. They put the flashlight in the sky. I jumped back on. What's going on?
Oh man, I wish I was cool and light skin. Yeah, it's a back signal, but it's LL. Like theme song in the sky too. Doing it and doing it and doing it. That's all the light skins here, man. The light skin back call.
Don't worry, I'm here to defend the light skins.
All right, man. So Big Boo, Big Boo, did you get a chance to speak? All right, Big Boo don't want to talk. Man, what's all these switches in these trucks y'all be driving, man? I can never be able to drive them damn trucks. It's like 28 switches right there on the dash. I'm good. All right. Kazaya, did you have anything else for us? Did you get a chance to congregate, Kazaya? I remember you was reaching out. Did they ever get back with you? Can y'all hear me or no? Did I go out?
Nah,
Yes,
you
Brother
still good.
Shuna.
No,
Can
sir,
I
we
ask
hear
a
you.
Okay.
question?
She might be busy. I know she was trying to congregate. When she was able to get there. All right, y'all. We got a little bit before biblical smoke. So Israel, you got any questions? Y'all can feel free to come up. What you got, Sister Zen?
I wanted to ask concerning the topic for today with the child support. How do
Mm-hmm.
we, with sisters that, move on, quote unquote, after, you know, the relationship ended or whatever, and say the situation with that stepdad that got ripped off with the kid wanting the dad, the biological father there, who was a deadbeat at the graduation or whatever. And I'm not sure if you are aware of the story,
I'm
but I
not.
came across part two today, and he was saying that we had a recording with the mom of the child they were talking about, and she basically admitted that the biological father did abandon the little girl, and this man stepped up, or her husband or whatever he stepped up
Mm-hmm.
and raised this child for like over 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
and he got her an apartment and whatnot. And then her mother convinced the daughter to bring her biological father, who's completely different.
Oh,
Yes.
I think I did. I thought that was fake. I think
No,
I saw a
sir,
clip
it's
of the video of that. I
real.
thought that was fake.
No, sir, it's real. And the man is mad, and he actually wants which I agree, because it made me think about women that would, remarry or, start another family, somebody else, and then use the stepdad, to get to the child's like 18 and then just drop him like it's nothing. And I was thinking about brothers or, other people trying to move on. It's scary to consider the fact that somebody would do that to you, knowing that the biological father has back child support that he himself never paid. And you're going to do that to the person that stepped up for your child for years? I mean, I don't know what to say to that. That's beyond wicked. It's just I I don't know. I
Yeah.
just thought we should maybe talk about that a little bit. If
Yeah.
we
Yeah, there's no wickedness above the wickedness of a woman. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. I legitimately think that that's fake. Like it's just certain things about it that I just didn't think it couldn't be real. You know, it's just so outlandish. Well, I guess there are super niggas out there. It's just so crazy. I thought it was fake. You know, from my perception, it looked fake to me. You know, I don't know anybody who would. You know, these sisters they pretty much she got this good man paying all this stuff. If I remember correctly, I think he put a big down payment on the apartment and stuff like that for the daughter and all of that, and he did a lot. And just for somebody to say that some man ain't been in her life for all these years, just invite him to the graduation, ain't no damn way. You know what I mean? Ain't no way. You know, if I was him, that 100%, that's about to be it right there. It's over, bro. You know, it's over. You know, how the hell you still got his contact information? If he abandoned her 15 years ago, How you even got a way to get in contact with them? That's the question. Or is somebody you been keeping a number? Or y'all been Facebook messaging or something? Like how did he all of a sudden now come back into the picture? He abandoned them 15 years ago. There's some other stuff going on. And when that happened, oh, it's over with, Playboy. you know, it's 100% over with. But read that real quick in Ecclesiastes 25. We read verse 13.
Sir, Sirach, sir, 25 and verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
Give me any plague, but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman.
Damn, the Bible said, "Give me any type of wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman." Man, that's some evil stuff right there. That's some evil things right there. Yeah, nah, if for this woman to still have a way to get in contact with this man who abandoned her and her child 15 years prior, and then now on a graduation day, they got contact information. They can text, call, goddamn email. Like how you all of a sudden get all this contact information? Nah, that's some bull, you know. And even if about some off chance they ran into each other and so forth, that's so disrespectful to this man who stepped into the life into her life and and her kids' life and raised her like she was his own, went above and beyond to do all these things. It's so super disrespectful and undermining to this man that she is with, you know. By that alone, I could not stay there at all. Like that's 100% over. It's over. Dang, this boy got an old rotary phone. Hey, Truck, you all right, man? You are you in antebellum?
Oh, you heard that? That's just my ringtone, sir. Sorry about
Nah, bro, that sounds like a legitimate bill, my boy.
that.
Yeah, like you
That's the
back in
old
the
school
in
ring.
the in the 1970s right now, man.
Definitely the old school ring, sir.
Hell yeah, I know. I could hear that. But yeah, man, that is so disrespectful. That alone, I could not, I would not be able to stay there. I don't think any self-respecting man would stay there, after that. Like that's 100% over with. Same chapter, jump down to verse I think it's verse 19, ain't it?
Yes, sir. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 25, verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman.
Damn. The Bible says all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Now that's some wicked stuff right there, man. That's some wicked stuff. To actually think like, cause imagine that was vice versa. They'll flip the other way around. That woman would have been so damn pissed. Women get mad now when they get with a man who has a baby mama. If he still have to like communicate with her for whatever reason, or maybe it's coordinating kids and so forth. Women get mad over that right now. Now imagine, you know, he supposedly him and his child ain't seen this woman in 15 years, and then somehow she just show up to this graduation and all of that. Talking about coming, that's my daughter right there. I done raised her. I did all these things for her. That woman to lose her damn ish. She about to be flipping over tables and all of that. I don't know. You wouldn't just be expecting men just to take all this, man. Just to take all this craziness that they be doing. Yeah, I really be living life on the edge for real. Cause something like that could really push somebody over. And I'm not advocating for none of that, but if something like that could really push somebody over the edge for real. Y'all be living life wild, man. Y'all need to be on some Red Bull commercials. Cause y'all doing some high risk activities out here. Oh yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give this man. I'm gonna let it pay for everything for 15 years. I'm also gonna let him do all these things. I'm gonna pay everything. Go off, we travel all over here, do this, do that, do all these things. And then on graduation day, I'm gonna call a real daddy and let him come and do whatever honors it is when you have a daughter that graduates college. Oh man, it's about to be some furniture moving. It could be a whole bunch of furniture moving. Read that verse again, verse 19.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25, and verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
let the portion of a sinner fall upon her.
Right. You're gonna get a judgment. He said, let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. You know. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that now. You said it was two parts. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it. Because when I first watched it, I was like, nah, this is fake. 'Cause I saw the way he was talking, it was being recorded. You know, maybe it's just me, but who just be recording in these situations? Like, yeah, let me take my phone out and talk about it. Like, yeah, that nigga's crazy, man. You know, if any, especially in that situation, I want both my hands free. You don't know what you need to do. You know, mess around, get stole off of. You got one hand trying to hold a phone. I ain't holding that. You know, that's why it be looking staged to me. Everybody got a phone or a camera in somebody's face. It just conveniently the phone is up right when the situation starts. It don't know. It don't make a lot of sense to me. But if it is true, it's evil and it's wicked as hell. Evil. Well, we got Bot Judah on stage.
Shalom, leadership. I wanted to share a story I had about child support.
Story time. What we got?
So it was a guy I was working with. He was from California. He had a wife with, I want to say they had like 4 kids. And one day he calls the store, or his wife calls the store, and she says, Angel won't be in today because he's in jail. And so I asked her, what happened, and she says his
You went out, sis. His what now? You went out? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, Zell, because Joseph ain't gonna say a damn thing to me. All right, maybe she'll come back in a second. Is it Joanna?
Yes, sir.
And you see that? I said it right?
Yes, sir.
Man, look at that Mississippi education right there. What you got for us, sis?
Big brother, I have another biblical question.
Oh, I might have another biblical answer, but if not, I'm not gonna answer it. What you got for us? All right, hold on. Let me give you a preemptive. Nothing in Genesis chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Nothing in Job, and nothing in Second Esdras. Go ahead. What you got for me?
Okay, all praises. So, I have a question because I just want to know if I precept this one scripture right. It's Proverbs chapter 2, verse 6, and I precepted it with James 1 and 5 and Malachi chapter 2, verse 7.
Okay. And you be coming with the preemptive precepts already, man. You making my job easy. I like that. You said Proverbs 2 and 6.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's hear it.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 6. For the Lord giveth wisdom. Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding.
Okay. The Lord give wisdom out of his mouth cause knowledge and understanding. Okay. And James 1 and 5, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's the book of James, chapter 1 and verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not,
Mm-hmm.
and it shall be given him.
Very good. Yes, they go together. What was the other one you wanted? What was the
All
other one,
praise to the
sis?
Most High. In
Okay. I'm sorry, could you hear me?
Chapter
Okay.
2, verse 7.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Let's read
sir.
that. Let's read that one too.
Book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
Sorry about that. I was living with my daughter. No, not that one. My black one. I don't know where it's at. Read it again for me. I'm sorry.
It's the book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge,
Uh huh.
and they should seek the law at his mouth.
Read.
For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
Right. So yes, the only way that you can get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding is first, you have to apply what the Bible says, but also it does take men to be able to teach you. You know, let's follow that up with that in Acts. So read that in Acts chapter 8, and I'll give you some other precepts that you can add to what you were saying. But yes, you can put those together.
All praises.
Acts chapter 8,
Yes, sir.
verse 30.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 8 and verse 30. And
Mm-hmm.
Philip ran thither to him and heard him read the prophet Isaiah and said, Understandest thou what thou readest? And he said, How can I, except some man should guide me?
See that? So yes, wisdom, understanding comes from God, but it's going to take men to be able to guide you, right? When you read that in James 1, let's go back and read James 1 again really quick. Verse 5.
The book of James, chapter 1 and verse 5. If,
Mm-hmm.
if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him.
Right. He says that if you lack wisdom, only thing I do is ask of God. He give it to all men liberally. Now, the way that you ask of God is not that you just pray and then he just download understanding and wisdom into your mind. That's going to come from your studying and your application. That's what's going to help you to be able to grow in wisdom and understanding. Now, give me that in Sirach chapter 1. I want to hear verse 19.
The book of Sirach, chapter 1 and verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
Wis- Wisdom raineth down skill and knowledge of understanding, and exalted them to honor that hold her fast.
Yeah, you see that? It says wisdom rendered down skill and knowledge of understanding and exalted them to knowledge that hold her fast. When you actually apply the commandments of God, along with your studying and being around those who are senior to you and elder to you, you're going to be able to grow in understanding. Read Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 12 as well.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 20 and verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord have made even both of them. Keep reading.
Come on.
Uh, love not sleep,
Now read
lest
verse
thou,
12 again for me.
verse 12. The
Mm-hmm.
hearing ear
Mm-hmm.
and the seeing eye,
Read.
the Lord have made even both of them.
You see that? So it says the hearing ear and the seeing eye. Well, for the most part, outside of those who may be uh, deaf or blind, everybody can see and everybody can hear. What is he speaking about when he's saying the seeing ear and the seeing eyes and the hearing ear? Meaning those he's gonna cause to be able to understand what he's written down in the scriptures. The Lord is going to be able to reveal to those who He wants to be able to understand it, and that's going to be revealed to them through men, through prophets that He put back on the earth. So wisdom and understanding does come from the Lord. He rained down wisdom to those who hold her fast, and those men that God has set up on the earth in these last days. They teach that wisdom and understanding, right? Like our bishops, Bishop Nathaniel, Bishop Yawasah, Bishop Kanai, all of our mighty deacons. Deacon A1, he spends a, a hell of a lot of time dealing with many issues on this app. You know what I mean? Which is a labor of love, and I don't think a lot of people really understand the advantage that you're having being able to speak directly to the deacon. Like you can ask him direct questions, which is crazy. It's wild. Right. I mean, when I came into the truth, I could not just go speak directly to one of the deacons whenever I had a question. I mean, when they get around them, you had the opportunity to, but that's before this. This app right here. Right now, you just get on the app and just talk to Deacon Asaph if you want to, which is crazy. I know people, y'all probably don't think it's that wild because everybody used to it. You know, everybody you just used to A1 being on here. It's a crazy advantage that you have, though. So if you want to go with wisdom and understanding, you know, you have at your disposal men of understanding. Also, actually, it's quite a bit we can go into. Read Luke chapter 11. I think it's verse 5. I ain't read that in a minute, but I think that's what I want.
Book of Luke, chapter 11 and verse 5. And he said unto them, which of you shall have a friend, and shall go unto him at midnight, and say unto him, friend, lend me 3 loaves.
No, you know what? It's too long. I'm not gonna go into it, but it's maybe another day. I'm not gonna go into that. But yes, our wisdom and understanding it will be expanded by the learning of those men and for y'all sisters and women who have come before you. Let's go at easy one. Give me that in Ephesians chapter 1. You can start at verse 17.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 1 and verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
That the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give unto you the spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of him,
Mm-hmm.
the eyes of your understanding
Being what?
being enlightened,
Read.
that ye may know what is the hope of his calling,
Mm-hmm.
and what the riches of the glory of his inheritance in the saints.
You see that? So it says that, you know, our God, you know, the God of Israel, he said he's gonna give us the spirit of wisdom and revelation, which is the understanding of the scriptures. He's gonna allow that spirit to be able to rest upon us, which is gonna open our eyes to the true understanding. You understand? Don't want to do another one. Nah, I'll leave it alone. But it's a lot of other things that can go with that, you know. So those are good precepts you added to that, Sister Joanna. You know, and show the sister be studying. Keep studying, sis. That's good. You know. And those questions you have are good too. You know. Those questions you
Thank
have
you.
are very good. You know. A lot of us we be looking for people to have questions like that, especially within the local congregations and so forth. You know, it's always good to have someone who has questions because we be wanting to touch on things. Read that real quick in Sirach chapter 3. You know, everybody know that in Proverbs 27:17. Let's read that first. Proverbs 27:17.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 27 and verse
Mm-hmm.
17.
Mm-hmm.
Iron sharpeneth iron,
Read.
so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend.
Right. So, you know, us men, when we get together, we going over scriptures together, you just get sharp. You know. It may be something that I may know that another brother may not know. It may be something that brother know that I may not know, but as we going through it, we're gonna get sharper. We're gonna be able to we might expound on things differently, get somebody a different insight on it. You be able to sharpen iron. And when you do that, now give me that in Sirach chapter 3 and read verse 29.
The book of Sirach, chapter 3 and verse 29. The heart of the prudent will understand a parable,
Yeah, the Bible says the heart of a prudent will understand the parable, right? When you've been prudent in your studies, diligent in your application, it said you're gonna be able to understand parables. Keep reading.
and an attentive ear is the desire of a wise man.
Wise men like for people to have attentive ears. You know, it ain't no point in having all this wisdom stored up for those senior men like the bishops, the deacons, the captains, senior ranking officers. You know what I mean? What they look for is an attentive ear. You know, somebody who's diligent and serious about wanting to learn. You can bet your bottom dollar they willing and want to go over some stuff with you. You know, the only thing you got to do is just be attentive yourself. Read Sirach chapter 20 and verse 30, and I'll leave it at that.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 20 and verse 30.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom that is hid and treasure that is hoarded up, What profit is in them both?
Right. It says there ain't no profit in that. If you got wisdom, but it's hid and never get a chance to come out, or you got treasure that's hoarded up and you never get a chance to spend it, there ain't no profit in it. You know, you got the wisdom, you got the treasure for nothing because you ain't using it. So, brothers and sisters having questions, that's a good thing. You know, it's a good thing. But all right, you got any other questions, Joanna?
No, sir, that was all. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
No praise, no problem. All right, let me see. Let me see. We got Aurella.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Aurella?
I didn't know if I should come up here. I've been holding my tongue all day, and then I said,
Uh-uh.
"Well,
Why you
let
why
me,"
you holding your tongue? Yeah, now you
because
got
I didn't
flour
want to
belly.
bite it.
No, okay. What you got for us?
um, I've experienced child support on so many sides. My father just finished paying child support for me. I'm talking about just finished,
Hold
and
on.
I'm
What?
yeah,
So who's he paying the child support to?
to my mother.
But you ain't no child though.
I know, but he was in the rears. I'm 50 years old. That's the funny part.
This is crazy, man. That's
That's the
wild.
And I understand it from my mother's point of view. She said the reason why she took him to court for the child support was because she she wanted to know if when he ate, did he think about did I eat? When he put on his coat, did he wonder if I had a coat to put on?
Well, that's what
So
your
I
mama told you, right?
Yeah, that's what my mother told me.
Yeah, hey, I'm just saying. What'd your daddy say about it?
Oh, my dad was like he didn't want me to be in the courtroom. He asked them to take me out the courtroom. Um and he kept saying how he couldn't pay. So the judge lowered the child support to $1 a day, which was $7 a week. And he still was acting like he couldn't pay. It was just crazy. And my father said, he didn't of course he didn't think that it was necessary, but he
Okay.
wasn't
Yeah.
providing any support, I will say that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like in some situations, people, men, they make it where this child support thing has to be there because they don't do the right thing. Like, I don't know your daddy, I don't know the whole situation, but sometimes they make it where child support has to be instituted because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. You know. Hey, but real quick, hey, that's you, man.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Shona.
Man, you missed it. I was just talking about light skins.
Your favorite topic for your favorite type of people.
God damn it. Go ahead, Aurella.
Yeah, so and then he remarried. When he remarried, because his wife had a good paying job, um when they filed taxes together, of course that money got confiscated by child support enforcement. And if she didn't file an injured spouse form on her taxes, they would take they would take her tax money to pay the child support. And of course, I guess after a couple of years, she learned that she needed to file that form. And so every year around tax time, my mother would do extra special stuff for me because I guess the check was coming through. But I've also experienced it on my end. I never took my son's father to child support because I said if he didn't want to provide, then hey, I wasn't gonna force him.
I would
You
have put
know,
that nigga on child support. I'm
No,
for
what's the
real.
point?
Hey, I'm for real. If they not gonna do nothing, I'm putting that. I was put that nigga on child support.
But you know
You
what I
know,
did do? He was on Social Security, so I did go to the Social Security office, and he got money based off of that. But the man had so many children that he only got like $100. So it really was, it was something better than nothing, I guess. And then I've also experienced it on, I was dating a guy who
wait.
was,
So I'm sorry, brother. So you saying so your baby father was on Social Security?
yes. And you
Okay.
know when they're on Social Security, there you can't
When when
the
you when you
child
when y'all
support.
when you had the baby, he was on Social Security.
No, he was working then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was working then, but I guess after, I don't know, I left him. He must have got in a car accident or something,
Okay.
and then started collecting Social Security. And based on what child support enforcement told me, you have to, if you go to the government for aid, that you have to provide your child's father's name so that they can go after the child's father to recoup their money.
That is a thing. That is
Yeah.
a thing. That is a thing. Yep.
So I had to put down the child's father's name. And I said, "What are all these other lines for?" They said for all the other possible fathers. I'm like,
Damn.
it's only one father. It can only be one father. I can. And then I realized that these women are out here getting it in.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you should have saw how many lines was on the paper.
I know.
But I've also experienced it from, I was dating a guy who uh was on child support, and he had two children by, well, he had three children, two by one woman and one by another, and they all had him, and they both had him on child support. And whatever job he worked at, as soon as child support found out he was working, they come in immediately after that check, immediately for that check, and start garnishing that check. And so he was never stable because he was always trying to get another job to duck child support.
Hmm.
And I'm like, why don't you just pay it? But I understood from the garnishment, they was taking most of his pay after the, FICA
Yep.
and Social Security, and then the child support. He was pretty much left with crumbs.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you supposed to live off of that.
Yeah.
If I was trying to let him be the breadwinner, I would have starved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the
And
thing.
yeah, so I understand it from that point of view. And then I understand it from my cousin's point of view, who he's trying to have a relationship with his children, and the mother will not allow him to have a relationship, but she wants him to provide. And he wants to provide, but he also wants the relationship. And so he's kind of like, I don't feel as though I should have to provide if you won't let me see my children.
Hmm.
I want to take care of them. He said he had just taken them out and got them a whole bunch of a rack of clothes and spent like $2,000 on them. And she turned around and went to the court, and because he didn't have receipts and stuff like that, he couldn't prove that he had been providing for them all along. So
Okay.
I
No,
understand it from that point of view
no.
as well.
Yeah, I got you. Now, one thing I'm gonna say, I know some brothers that do that been put on child support in a situation where they got to deal with baby mamas. They they supposed to know to keep these damn receipts. How you pay all that money, then keep these receipts, man? That's one thing they the most organized when it comes to receipts. So, but yeah, I feel you. You know, I feel you on all those things. You touched on pretty much everything we done said. You know, so we definitely appreciate that input. Better get ready to switch gears.
Yeah,
You
I'm ready
know,
to go to biblical smoke.
yeah, man, ready to fold somebody. You know, a proper folding. You know, proper. So, let me
Shalom.
see what Ben Chosen said. Receipt didn't even matter anymore on daycare and healthcare. Yep. Okay. All right. Somebody said something.
That was me. This truck, sir.
Okay. What's
Oh,
up?
I need to drop off. I didn't know if we was closing down or not. I didn't want to just leave, so I'm just.
Yeah, we about to close down right now.
Yes, sir.
So y'all see what's pinned up top? We got Biblical Smoke. Are Christians hypocrites? Y'all can start clicking the link up top, going over to the room. But before you do, make sure you follow this room and follow the moderators. That way you get notification that we open up again. Well, we'll be back tomorrow, same time. Y'all already know what the deal is. All right. But we are all going over to the smoke. Let's go ahead and read that in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. Everybody left me. The
My
hell is
mic was
this? No, I got
stuck. Yes, sir. To the book of Matthew, chapter 6 and verse 9.
you. Mm-hmm.
After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Sure. Matthew
Matthew
26 and
26,
6.
Matthew 26 and verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment may have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, whatsoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this that this woman have done be told for a memorial of her.
All praise. So we commanded that whenever the truth of this gospel come out, we give reverence to this woman, did a great work for Christ. So once again, this has been Upload God's Laws. We're going to be back tomorrow. Y'all already know what the deal is. We all going over to the smoke. So I give y'all a little bit, a few seconds to start clicking the link up top. Do it now. Going over to the smoke. All right. And we're going to shut this bad boy down. Lord will be back tomorrow. Bring your cousin them. Invite everybody you know to the room so we can expand the discussion. All right. So with that, we're gonna say shalom. Most High in Christ bless y'all, and we out.